Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Hello and welcome everyone to the NACL. We've had an intense week number 5 to start the second half of the season, where we're starting to see some of these developing teams lock in, man. And as much as Caesar's locking in back there for the cast and desk, my name is Eric Bo3. Joining me is the Megamind himself. It is Matthew Cubby Samuelson. And Cubby, it's been a wild week 5. Conviction fall to both Winthrop and Supernova. AMI pick up their first win of the season. There's a lot happening.
I mean, could be even more chaos today. We have 3 of the teams at the bottom of the standings going toe-to-toe. And honestly, I mean, these are very high-stake games. Promotion relegation is in the picture for the teams competing today. So any game wins, and especially series wins, going to be much needed for everyone that's going to be on the Rift. Yeah,
it's been kind of interesting to see how things have gone so far, because I know for me personally, I was keeping a very close eye on that 6th spot. Mostly because a lot of the teams just had one win who were 6 and below, and it's like, who's going to be the team that rises up and tries to challenge to get into playoffs and lock in there? And we're already seeing some early glimpses of who that might be with performances like we had very recently, Winthrop University.
I mean, I think it's been really fun, because I can argue that every team at the bottom of the standings has really tried to step up. We've had Dorado step up in the last couple of weeks. AMI stepped up yesterday. Winthrop stepped up this week. So we'll see with those teams competing today. I really think that today is the day that Blue needs to step up to the table if they want to remove themselves from that promotion relegation conversation as well.
Well, if you want to get caught up on last week's games, no worries. We got People Magazine's Sexiest Man Alive to go ahead and give you a recap.
Hello everyone, my name is Desirux, and on this recap we'll go over week 4 of the NACL and the showdown between Blue Otter and NRG.
Game 1, Blue Otter drafted a composition for long-range sieging with Caitlin Ziggs. NRG, try as they might, could not stop the romp from stomping as Blue Otter stacked Drakes with their superior objective setup and crippling poke for an upset Game 1 win. In Game 2, seeing a Scion locked in, Zamudo would counter-pick Rek'Sai and farm up a gold gap that constantly threatened Blue Otter's backline. Game 3 is where things got hot. At Dragon Soul Point, Blue Otter stacking would be stopped short by Kizno splitting up the Otters. Eventually, Ariana's cannon flank would give Blue Otter a critical Infernal Soul. But after a 40-minute slugfest, it all came down to an Elder Flip, where Kizno would clutch out a smite that would lead NRG to securing the series.
We're going to develop some players that maybe in the future will be the ones that can challenge the Asians at Worlds.
Week 4 signifies the halfway point of the season, and taking a look at the standings, NRG remain in first with a perfect record. Maryville, CCG, Supernova, and Conviction trail with 1 loss. That leaves the rest of the league fighting to be another name in the current playoffs picture. The second half of the season will feature a lot of teams from the top end of the standings going to battle with one another, so expect heat on the road to playoffs.
Thanks for watching the recap, brought to you by our friends at Philip Norelco. Be sure to follow us on Twitter and tune in at twitch.tv/NACL. We'll see you there.
Ryan Gosling, Matthew McConaughey, Eric Deserex Beltran. I'm so glad to have you with us here. As that recap, it is kind of wild to see. We had storylines, of course, from last week, but after 2 days to play, I've already really seen a lot of shifts in the league, and even those standings that showed at the end with AMI picking up wins, Winthrop having a big one against Conviction, who had an 0-4 week, which I think was, I mean, of a week full of surprises, might have been the biggest one for me.
Yeah, that was a very fun week to see. I mean, we're kind of seeing, as I was saying at the start of the season, a lot of developing pieces beginning to work out. We saw that with Blue Otter, NRG, who were, again, just an Elder Flip away from taking down NRG, which really sets up an interesting storyline for what's going on this week. But yeah, a lot of development going on across the league. Winthrop looking good, AMI starting to look good, and now things, as I said, getting heated, man. Getting heated, Cubby.
Yeah, do know that we're going to be visiting with Blue Otter's coach here before we get started with today's series as well. So going to have to see what the coach to player sub, how that experience was yesterday and what's going on in a sec here. But before that, Deserux, I mean, again, I really want to set the table. Like, coming into the week, I didn't think that Winthrop would be, I could see them going 1-1 in the week. I didn't think they'd be in the position to maybe go 2-0 over Blue Otter. We had Blue Water, a team where you looked at the schedule they had this week. AMI, Winthrop on the schedule. You got to assume that that's a win that they get to pick up and at least move a little bit further away from that promotion relegation conversation. They dropped to AMI. And now going up against Winthrop, this kind of becomes a must-win series for them, with Dorado coming in here too, to prove that, I mean, Dorado could move further up in the standings today, or we could have AMI having a 2-win week, which would certainly be the biggest surprise of the week if that ends up happening.
Well, as we get ready for that action, we do have a coach interview coming up with the coach of Blue Otter, DeAndre. Cubby, I ask you to refrain from popping a cold one and take it away.
Only water today. All right, what's up, DeAndre? Good to see you, man. Hey, I know that's a good struggle from yesterday. I know you guys had a really tough scenario yesterday. How do you kind of bounce back as a team? I'm sure that, you know, going from having a roster that you didn't exactly want to field with you playing support Robex top into having a game that was really close against AMI and went their way off. I got to shout out Bio with that monster flank he had on you guys to make sure that things went their way. What's it like for you as a coach trying to kind of harness that energy into something positive after what was, I'm sure, a tough day for you guys yesterday?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, for sure it was. I mean, we are here to improve, right? So we all know that we still have like 3 matches until the end of the first round, and we should show everyone, but mostly show ourselves that all the work we are putting in will result in like us improving and us winning some games too. So I think that's the motivation. Everyone here is really close to each other. I think the mood of the team is like great. Everyone like a lot each other, and it's just a matter of time of us being able to like show everything, all the effort we've putting in, you know? And subbing yesterday was like interesting because I could see some from a different perspective some issues we have, and I could point it out like yesterday and today. So I hope it helps us bring in the picture today as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's good. I know as someone that I used to run 6-man rosters and I'd have the shot caller sit out for a game. He actually really liked that at times, so I'm sure that as a coach you picked up on some stuff as well yesterday. I know, you know, talking about improving, that is great. I thought you guys played a really good series against the top team in the league, NRG, last week, but with 3 series left and sitting at 1-5, on a scale of 1 to 10, like how much is today, in your eyes, a must-win series for you guys, with Supernova and Conviction being the other 2 teams that you have to play?
10, to be honest. Not only because of I mean, us facing Winthrop, or I think they are 2-4, right, or something like that. So not only because of that, but also because of the team's mood, right? So if you win today, or at least if you pull like a really good series today, like we did versus Energy. So even though we lost versus Energy, I think everyone was kinda happy on how we could like face them. So I think it's similar for today. If at least show that a little bit more of our game would be way better, you know? Because like yesterday, even though game 2 was fine, I don't think we played that well, right? And it sucks even more because we end up losing. So yeah, as long as today we are able to show all the things we've been practicing on and all the effort we are having, I think we'll be fine, you know. So it's not really just because it's Winthrop our enemy, but mostly because we need to show ourselves, we need to show org that we deserve more, right? Everyone here knows we deserve more. So yeah, I think that's the important of today.
That is a good mindset. I know yesterday's game too, I was definitely yelling at my computer a little bit to make sure the ults go on Caitlyn. I know that happened in some fights, some didn't. Looking on the flip side, though, with Winthrop, they're coming off of a 2-0 win against Conviction. What do you think are some of the biggest challenges that they present you as a team?
I think they are like, I like them as a team, to be honest. I think they are really structured. So even like more than some top 3 NACL teams, I just think they don't really shine individually. But as a team, I think they are great. And I think like their bot lane is also really good. I think they are probably like I would say the best bot lane, to be honest, in the NACL. So I think would be like a good challenge. And then if you, that's why if you're able to win them, to beat them, or if you're able to show a good series against them, it will show everyone that okay, we are on the right way, you know, we are on the right path. So yeah, I think that's the main thing for today.
No, love the mentality and love the fact you're singing some praise to your opponents. So best of luck going into the games today. I'll let you get back to the team unless you have any closing thoughts or words you'd like to leave us with.
Oh, I mean, just think it's like really sad I can't bring results for the team, because I know that players are working really hard, all of the staff also behind the scenes. So I feel really responsible for us not being able to close some games and to win games. But for the fans, I'm sure that all the players are really trying hard. I know all of them have like a brilliant future, and it's just a matter of time for us to be able to show our true level and our true skill. So yeah, I hope it's today that we can show it.
Well, given that you said today was a 10 on the win scale, I hope so too. Best of luck diving in your match here with Bo, DeAndre.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. All right, let's bring DeSerex back in. Frankly, I mean, I haven't heard a coach call Mobility or Kim Down the best bot lane in the league so far yet, but that high praise. I know that's a matchup that we were talking about before the series today, DeSerex, that we were going to definitely take a look at, especially with Rovax versus Kim Down being down there, something that, we feel like both those guys kind of being shot callers, leaders of the team, could be where the match is decided today.
Yeah, I think it's a good call, because Mobility, he's been pretty sturdy when it comes to the marksman role, but adding Kim down, there was a lot of questions as to how this bot lane is going to perform. Maybe it hasn't been the best looks early on, but as they developed, you've kind of seen Kim down become this engaged monster. And it's also just nice to hear that the vibes are still good. I mean, I imagine after the NRG game, it's still a confidence booster to know you took them to the limit. And then after that AMI match, that's one of the situations where you do have to just dust yourself off, keep going forward, and not dwell on it too much. So it's a good mindset coming out from the Blue Otter coach and seeing what they're pushing forward.
And look, I started the interview off with talking about the mentality after yesterday, because dropping AMI and just the scenario that took place, that's big. And we talked about the mentality of ending the week on a match like NRG. Even if it's not a win, you can still take the fact that you played the top team in the league very well to the bank. I know that sitting on that cast or that co-stream, I was like, wow, like this is a close match. Blue is playing great. We were definitely, giving them a lot of kudos for how well they played NRG, because it was a clean game one. NRG had a clean game two, to be fair, and then game three was kind of a back and forth banger that we were on. So yeah, I appreciate kind of hearing more of the human element there from DeAndre, but also appreciate the fact that saying this is a 10 on the must-win scale, because when we're looking at the schedule and where Blue Otter's at, we kind of feel the same way.
So let's go ahead and pull up the standings so we can kind of dissect this a little bit more to really sell the situation here. Now, I did have two questions at the very start of the season. One was going to be around Supernova and how they would fare once their strength of schedule kind of intensified, and so far, decently well, going 1-1. The other thing was that sixth plot that we were talking about earlier, what team would rise to make themselves contender. Winthrop made a hell of an argument, and now it's Blue Otter's turn. Really got to see some performance coming out of this team so they can get out of that bottom end of the standings and show what this roster is really made of, especially after that showing that we had against NRG.
Yeah, I mean, not to take away from AMI, but AMI were 0-5 and 0-10 going into yesterday. So the fact that they were able to 2-0 Blue Otter, even riding off game one, just talking about game two where AMI, I mean, Bio made a game-winning play. They played a very good game, I thought. A couple mistakes in terms of closing, but they got the win. By losing that, Blue Otter falls behind the rest of the league. And I know going into the split, I'd say community sentiment is that the bottom three teams were going to be AMI, Dorado, and then some had Citadel. I had Citadel. I feel like they were the team that had the most variance in terms of where they were placed. That kind of feels like the bottom three right now. Blue wasn't expected to be here. And Blue being here and also dropping the game to AMI, I appreciate that DeAndre said this is a must-win for us, just given where Winthrop is in the standings. They have Supernova and Conviction coming up on their schedule, as you can see. Those are teams higher up than Winthrop on the standings, even if it's close and competitive. So I appreciate the improvement mindset in NACL. This should be about developing talent and players, but also you got to win or else you may not be in the league for summer when you're competing for an LCS spot. So I really view this as a must-win match for Blue today. They're going up against a Winthrop that is hot. They're warmed up at the NACE LAN. And coming off a win in NACL versus Conviction, where they played damn well in that series.
And I also have to bring up the question, was it the travel exhaustion, Kobe? Because
sleep-deprived Zach built different.
Yes.
That's what we learned.
Sleep-deprived Zach was an absolute beast.
That's what we learned, yeah.
But I do like the fact that you brought up the strength of schedule coming up for Blue Otter in particular, given how tough it's going to be, right? Like Supernova, we're seeing an upward trajectory coming out from them. Conviction, it has been kind of a downward slope, though, which is putting a lot more questions into the air. So, yeah, this Winthrop game is still a very important one for them to have to take if they want to continue upwards, get out of that promotion relegation, and maybe even in the future try and make an argument for playoffs, which is a narrow margin right now to make, but only time will tell with that as we pull up the stream schedule so we can have the conversation of what's going to go on today on your broadcast, because we got some pretty good games, to say the least, and we're going to hold that thought a little bit longer. But
I mean, again, as we get this schedule up for today, the 3 teams that are at the bottom of the standings, 3 out of the 4 are playing today, with Winthrop being in 6th place. So I know that we're talking a lot about promotion relegation at the moment, but a chance for Dorado to elevate themselves into the playoff conversation. A chance for Winthrop with a win today to really solidify that playoff spot potentially, sitting at 3-3 and being in kind of a happy spot in the standings. And I mean, if they were to come off of a 2-0 series week, I really feel like that'd be a big momentum builder for Winthrop. Because when I think about this team and their history in the NACL, Deserex, it's a college team that usually starts strong in the split, but doesn't quite finish as strong. And I think the exception for that was last spring when they were playing against Near Airport. They beat them in the regular season. They gave them a hell of a run for their money in the playoffs. This is a team that is prepping for CLAW. They're trying to peak around this time, and they can show that in NACL with a 4-0 week, again, a higher level of competition. I think that would be big. I didn't flip my prediction. I have a different prediction for the broadcast that we can fly. I am on Winthrop for this one, 2-1. You know?
I believe you're on AMI as well, or were you Dorado?
No, I'm Dorado for that.
Dorado,
yeah,
you're Dorado.
Okay, Dorado.
Okay.
We did project, though, a 6-game day today.
Yeah.
Which is going to be interesting. But, again, we filled these out at the start of the week. Based on what I saw this week, I've got Winthrop 2-1 today.
There we go.
Oh, my goodness. Production's got my back, too. Raz, look at that. I learned from the best.
Yeah, that's an important note to bring up, that this is without the context of the Winthrop upset over Conviction. So being asked at the beginning of the week, opinions might have changed after witnessing that game and what was able to shape up from Winthrop University.
I mean, look, I think diving into the game today, when I look at the Conviction series, Insanity versus Zach in the mid lane, that's not a series that I would expect to go Zach's way. And I can say that confidently with no shame to Zach, because Insanity is one of the best players that we have in the league and has been playing, I think, very well, even despite of Conviction struggles. But the fact that he beasted that Game 1 rise the way that he did, and then kind of held the fort down a little bit in Game 2. I know that he was getting picked on a little bit more on the Hui, but had some really big later team fights where Denethor stepped up huge on the Jace. This was a team win for Winthrop going up against Conviction. And appreciate DeAndre giving them kudos as a system. Because he's like, you know, maybe individually, I don't think they have the strongest players in the league. And I don't think so either when looking at Zach versus Insanity. I think everyone that watches NACL is going to give that nod to Insanity. But Zach had a great series. Winthrop were the better team on the day. In fact, they took that 2-0 again. This could be a 2-0 series week for Winthrop. One that really pushes them out of that promotion relegation conversation into the playoffs. Be a huge confidence builder going into top 16 of CLAW as well, where I believe they beat UCI earlier yesterday, actually, to make sure that they're ready. So Winthrop's kind of having a killing week. I don't know how the NACE finals went. I'm going to assume that Maryville won, just because I saw that Winthrop was down 1-0. But Winthrop are playing a ton of competitive league at a high level right now. And I really think that that helps you compete in other stuff. And going to help prepare you for any match that comes your way. So this is going to be a tough must-win for Blue Water, going up against a Winthrop team that, for me, is peaking at the right time, looking at the NACL schedule and the CLAW schedule.
It almost feels like a boot camp with how much league they're playing, but they're getting the reps in, and sometimes that's what you need to be able to get that identity coming together. Let's start off with the roster of Blue Otter. I will say I like this team. I really do like them a lot when, you know, they lock in an identity and play towards that type of style. They almost got a win against NRG, which was a very big one, dialing into that artillery poke playstyle that we know so much from Samikin. The rest of the team kind of leaning into that with that Ziggs Caitlyn combo. But I fear we are nearing that end of the road for Blue Otter where they need to perform. There's no more real second chances after this. So this is a super critical game, not just to try and make playoffs, but to avoid the promotion relegation, as we said earlier.
Yeah, and I thought that Blue Waters play yesterday. I'm not going to talk about Game 1 because that wasn't the roster that's on our screen and a little goofy. But Game 2, I think that was their game to win. They had Vi, Rumble, Aurora into 2 tanks and a Caitlyn. Caitlyn was really, for me, the only big damage threat in the game. I know that the Lee Sin ended up doing the most damage because Bio did have a monster game. But every fight for me, when you have Bard, Rumble, Vi, those Rs need to go on top of the Caitlyn. And for me, Blue Otter was not disciplined enough in removing the Caitlyn early, because what happens later when you have an Ornn and a Galio and there's no Caitlyn? There's no damage. So if you don't remove Caitlyn, you have all these big tools you're throwing, alts into or big tools into that can then protect the Caitlyn, who is supposed to eat those big tools and isn't. And there were a couple fights where Caitlyn was getting R'd by Vi and Rumble, and the Caitlyn was dying, and that was a good fight for Blue. The fights that wasn't the case, it was a carry for Baz and AMI, with Bio having the game-winning play at the end, with a really good, literally Apex Mission Impossible in the back line as Lee Sin to make sure that win went their way. So I need to see Blue Otter. I know yesterday was a little bit of a funky day for them. I need to just see them have a little bit more discipline. Because, again, I really feel like that was their game to lose. And they didn't play well enough in order to win it, push it to a game 3, and push it to a potential series win against the team that was the bottom of the standing. One that they really needed, looking at where Blue Otter's at in the standings.
Yeah, hopefully they're able to shake that off. I know there's some situations outside of their control that caused the whole substitute situation, and hey, you just got to dust yourself off and keep going and make sure the mental is positive. Let's go over to the roster of Winthrop University. And I want to start this off with the conversation that Tails had with Beatdown Boulevard, where he was saying, hey, you got to give these new additions a little bit of time. Zach, Kim Down, you're kind of figuring out how they are going to work within the team. And Zach's starting to find his stride. He plays super aggressive, but he's learning where to temper that aggression, where that aggression really does shine down. I know you highlighted that Insanity matchup that was mentioned a little bit earlier. And then, of course, Kim Down, who's been doing some of the most cracked engages that I've seen in a while, that's really getting Winthrop to the ballpark.
Yeah, I think that when I look at that series against Conviction, I thought it was a Kim Down MVP across both games. It was a Denethor MVP for Game 2. That was one of the best chases I've seen so far in NACL. Denethor really picked his spots and angles supremely well on that champion. But Kim Down's engages were so massive in that series, looking at especially the Nico in Game 1, how he was syncing up with Zach to make sure that Winthrop had these big engages that they were able to get on top of Conviction's comp with. I really feel like KD could be a difference maker for this team moving forward, just because, Wilson's role, I view Wilson as very much being, we're a jungler, we're playing the meta fighters right now, we're going to play it out our best, but our flare isn't coming from the jungle, right? Our jungle is kind of doing his job. We're going to have flare elsewhere if we can find it in draft. I really felt like Kim Down brought real flair with that Nico game and really gave Winthrop what they needed to beat a team like Conviction.
And this pretty much gives the perfect segue to our face-to-face, our Philips Norelco showdown that we're going to have on the Rift, and it's between the supports of both of these squads. And it's very easy to see why. Rovex has long time been one of the in-game leaders for Blue Otter, one of the biggest shot callers, one of the most present voices, and especially when you have them on some level engaged. We're talking about engage. You look over at Kim Down, who's been having a highlight performance. You talked about Jace in that game number 1, but you got to look at Kim Down in both Jace in game number 2, excuse me. You got to look at Kim Down in the entire series where he's catching these different angles. I know his Nico game was absolutely incredible. It was one of the big ones where he went in by himself to get a 5-man Pop Blossom, instantly hourglasses to buy time for Zach to join into the fray. So both of these supports very capable.
Yeah, and I think if we can fly the champs, if we do have champ pools for these, that's the big talking point for me with KD. Because, when I remember Kim Down being at his best, it was one he was coached by Spawn. And Spawn, for me, really provides a rigid system for players. I helped out in a Team Liquid Academy tryout. He allowed me to sit in on a couple scrims that they had back when it was Academy and I was covering that, or NACL, which I really appreciate. But I really feel like that system was good for Kim Down. And when I look at this team, we talk about Kim Down being a difference maker. Look at those shared champs. So for Kim Down, the shared champs are the Enchantresses, right? The win rates. Karma, 0-1. Lulu, 0-1. Seraphine, 0-1. Rakan, also 0-1. Nautilus has a win. Bard, 1-1. Nico, 2-1. I really feel like him being on Engage, we're seeing it in the win-loss. It's a difference maker for Winthrop. And I also think that it could enable Denethor maybe to play a couple more of these carry picks that could be good, right? It's not the tank plus the Enchantress that really abuses the Enchantress heals and shields. Tanks get more mileage out of that. Denethor, I feel like, his Jace game was awesome. And seeing him on carries might be the way for Winthrop. And on the flip side, it really feels like Rovex has adopted more of the engager role. Even Supernova, who had a really good week, seeing Zyko be more dedicated to playing the engagers as well. I do think we're starting to see a little bit of push and pull in the league in terms of what the support pool is. Now, I still think that Enchantresses are the strongest, just basic option. But as a team, if you have a support that needs to dictate the pace of the game, the way I kind of feel that way about Kimdown, giving away those engagers or getting those for yourself could be really big. So definitely something to look out for in this series, as I know that Rovex is the big voice within Blue Water and Kimdown is the big voice within Winthrop. Do these voices have the power to engage, or are they going to be supporting a marksman? Because I think that we've really seen just shifts in styles for teams when it is engage versus Enchantress options.
I like the fact that you bring that up, especially looking at Kimdown. You look at his Nico play. So far, most played and most wins that he's picked up so far on a single champion. Bard and Nautilus follow that to both have wins on top of it. And what's the common theme going between those three champions? It's hard engage. Even the Bard, you know, you have the Tempered Fate that you can do from a distance. It's still getting you into the fight. It's still getting the ball rolling. So it does pose a very interesting setup here, given the champion overlap that we saw just a second ago, as to how both of these supports want to play and how they want to back up their ADCs as well, because we're looking at a lane of a lot of experience. Spawn's been in tier 2 for a very long time. Same thing with Mobility, who's been in the space for an incredibly long time as well. And we see both of them as pretty sturdy, capable marksmen who can do their role quite well.
Yeah, I think that Mobility, for me, it's always been interesting because when Mobility came up, he was subbing in for EG for NACL when King didn't quite have a VC yet. And he wasn't ready to play at that level. And I think that he recognized that. He learned a lot, brought it back to his team, and started to play better. But then when he went to go play in Collegiate, I never covered him as much as some of my peers, right? So when we get into these bigger tournaments where I might be on CLOL like top 4, top 8, or finals, I'd see Mobility play and everyone's like, oh, this guy's really good. Like, he's hyped up. He's one of the better pieces for Winthrop, which I've always felt that way. But I never really felt like Mobility was delivering on the expectations that was set for him by some of my peers until this split. I really feel like Mobility this split has been solid. He's been an Ezreal that I don't mind seeing in a league where Ezreal has not had a lot of success. And Mobility, he's had some games where we've looked at a lot of the ADs in the league and been like, all right, this could be cleaner. This could have been played better. There have been a couple games that Mobility's had where it's like, I don't know how much better he could have played that, right? And I really feel like that consistency being there from Mobility is an elevation of his play. Because I know that there were some teams that were like, all right, if Mobility gets a lead, we aren't that confident that he can carry it out till the end. I don't feel that way this time around in this year. So I really feel like he has stepped up in that bot lane matchup. And for Spawn, I know that Spawn can do his job and do it well, but it hasn't been the year of Spawn that I've really been hoping for. And it's sad because I know that him and Sneezes were in a scenario with Team Fish Taco, where Spawn, I thought, was playing very well, and that team just couldn't win. They ended up getting relegated. Spawn kind of finds himself in a familiar scenario right here, where I don't feel like Spawn is necessarily playing really poorly, but we are in a scenario where Blue Water is pretty much playing for their promotion relegation lives here the next 3 series.
By the way, I just got some information. Shout out to Shauna Tonin, who sent
I
me
was
this.
going to save this for in-game, Deserux, but this is high quality. This is high quality.
This is really good stuff considering how much time we have currently. 2-0 versus Conviction, 2-0 versus SBU, Grand V University, 2-1 UCI, 3-0. Converse, 2-0, and just right now,
they beat MU?
MU 2-1. So
I saw MU up in game 3. That's kind of why I assumed they won. But
yeah,
that is a monster week.
That's
for
this
Winthrop.
week alone. Yeah, that's some insane stuff. Yeah.
A lot of stage games. One of the busiest teams we have right now. This is where the CLOL schedule gets hot. There's obviously that landing going on, but also the bracket where I believe Winthrop, after their win against UCI, made it into, I don't know if this was for this week to be top 16 or if that gets them guaranteed top 8 in the upper bracket. But I think it really speaks to, again, I think a lot about League of Legends. It is about peaking at the right time. Think about G2 and what that team does best. I mean, when you have a schedule that is that busy throughout the year, you need to make sure you're peaking when it matters. You can't hold the same performance always. That is, I think when it comes to this game, that is a kind of a expectation that isn't fair towards players that I feel like has been broken a little bit more by fans. But when you have a team where, a G2 regular season, you're kind of batting 500, then playoffs come, you start the spike at the right time, they have a really good first stand, of course, as well. That is what you're kind of hoping to see from teams, because you can't always expect to perform at 100%. Even with stuff like training for swimming, running, there's tapering, right? Where you have to kind of ease up with your training a little bit to make sure that you can perform or go fastest when it matters. Now, I think with League, it's kind of the opposite. You got to spam more games when you're getting up to when it matters, but you taper earlier in the season to make sure you're managing the load. But I think it really just speaks to Winthrop, what they've been able to do. And this is a team that really wants to win a CLOL. They have not done so since Doxa was their mid laner. That is 5 years ago now.
2019, wasn't it?
Was it? I thought it was 2021 when they had Doxa.
One of those.
But yeah, this is a team that they really would like to win. So would love to see if they are able to get some wins here. I do know that with the delay going on, we do have Winthrop. So because they just won that stage game, they're moving to a different room. They should be ready to play shortly. I do believe they're going to lose a couple bans. So if we see bans missing, they might be missing some bans for this, which will hurt a little bit because, again, against Blue Otter, this is a must-win series for them. So a little bit of interest and intrigue to start off our day here for the NACL, Deserex. And a little bit more time to get through my coffee before the first match.
Yeah, which pretty much sets up the little situation right here. As Cubby just mentioned right there, Winthrop, they need to get set up. They are going to lose a couple of bans, which does put an interesting situation where I know a lot of teams like to ban on Samikin, and this might have some of those champions free.
Dude,
which
let us see Samick and Zoe, please.
If that actually gets through, that would be amazing.
Let us see Samick and Zoe, please.
But that means, unfortunately, we have to throw it over to a break while Winthrop do get prepared. Beating MU, I'm sure they're going to be on a high right after that, so I'm excited to see what they do bring to the Rift. But we will be right back as we get ready for game number 1 between Blue Otter and Winthrop University.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Hello everyone, my name is Deserex, and on this recap we'll go over week 4 of the NACL and the showdown between Blue Otter and NRG.
In Game 1, Blue Otter drafted a composition for long-range sieging with Caitlyn Ziggs. NRG, try as they might, could not stop the romp from stomping as Blue Otter stacked Drakes with their superior objective setup and crippling poke for an upset Game 1 win. In Game 2, seeing a Scion locked in, Zamudo would counter-pick Rek'Sai and farm up a gold gap that constantly threatened Blue Otter's backline. Game 3 is where things got hot. At Dragon Soul Point, Blue Otter stacking would be stopped short by Kisno splitting up the Otters. Eventually, Ariana's Cannon Flank would give Blue Otter a critical Infernal Soul. But after a 40-minute slugfest, it all came down to an Elder Flip, where Kisno would clutch out a smite that would lead NRG to securing the series.
We're going to develop some players that maybe in the future will be the ones that can challenge the Asians at Worlds.
Week 4 signifies the halfway point of the season, and taking a look at the standings, NRG remain in first with a perfect record. Maryville, CCG, Supernova, and Conviction trail with 1 loss. That leaves the rest of the league fighting to be another name in the current playoffs picture. The second half of the season will feature a lot of teams from the top end of the standings going to battle with one another, so expect heat on the road to playoffs.
Thanks for watching the recap, brought to you by our friends at Philip Norelco. Be sure to follow us on Twitter and tune in at twitch.tv/NACL. We'll see you there.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL. We are now ready for our match between Blue Otter and Winthrop University, and we do got to make a correction. Maryville did win that series versus Winthrop in NACE. That's the Orlando land that's currently going on. Everyone, throw some flame on Twitter to Shonatone and tell him to shave his head. And now, pick some bands. Going.
It was just a formatting error. We'll put it that way. But
no, shave his head.
Deserux, I see Zoe up. And going in for Team Winthrop, coached by Tails and Tomo, because they were late, they did lose some bans. They lost 3 bans. So no more bans are going to be coming out here from Winthrop. And the Samick and Zoe, which I believe has a competitive record of like 20-1, might be available.
I'm actually going to check that right now. I'm so desperate to see.
Well, I think some of the events where the competitive record is, may not all be on GOL. I just know that it is filthy. So
typically it's just tier 2 and above that's on GOL, and at least on tier 2 and above, it is 3 games played, 16.5 KDA, and undefeated. So fun stuff.
Yeah,
and it is gonna get through. I've been waiting so long to see it.
Here
it is. This should be locked in. I'm not even bothering to talk about it as if it's a hover.
This is the first time that we have seen a potential Samick and Zoe even available for Blue Otter. It has been permabanned against this team. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. Shout out, by the way, to UCF and their facilities for supporting this entire land for NACE, and especially our players that are competing as well. See, Winthrop has space there. Ariana has space there, as well as he was competing with GVU, which Winthrop did beat in the bracket. But hey, going back to what we were talking about before we took the pause for this team to get ready, Tesserux. Nico, big pick for Kim Down, his most played. He's 2-1 on it. Some engage for KD with the Nocturne over the top as well.
Again, the angles that Kim Down had found were immaculate, to say the least. It was part of that conviction win. Oftentimes just flashing during the Pop Blossom and catching out many members completely by surprise. I think there was only one time it was a blunder. He tried to like minion sneak in through the mid lane, and Insanity just instantly stunned him right away. But it is a great pick. I can see why Blue Otter didn't go straight for the sake of the Zoe right away. Mostly because there's still valuable junglers up, and Pantheon is pretty much a pretty strong one that you don't want to give over to Wilson as real getting picked right after.
There are no more bans available for Winthrop, just because, again, they were late to get here. They had a conflicting tournament. So
yeah, they can just wait it out.
Zoe cannot be banned. Samikin knows. They can actually ban out Zoe counters if they really want to as well. So, Ariana going to lock in that Rumble instead. Do we see an Aurora with a potential flex here for Denethor? Or does he want to go for something like Cassante that would have some value into the Ezreal showing for spawn? That does look like that is the choice. So, going to be Cassante for Denethor, and we are going to have to wait for no bans to come on through. Oh, no wait. That's kind of nice.
You could speed that
Let's
up.
add the tournament feature for that, you know? We used to have to wait for old heads.
Yeah, technology. All I got to say.
No, I've already made one SpongeBob reference, so we have the technology.
Now bans coming in from Blue Otter. As he said, can ban away some of those counters to the Zoe. Because as it is right now, we're still waiting for mid lane to be shown. And you also have ADC that is available for Winthrop University. So going to attack the Varus instead, taking that down for the time being, making sure mobility is not going to be able to pick that, try and poke out some of the members of Blue Otter. Then one more ban for Blue Otter, and then draft is pretty much done. We move on to second phase.
Yeah, I could think about maybe taking away a Ziggs too, being paired up with Nico or Nocturne. I think Ziggs are over the top. Or an Annie ban. I'm wondering if that is protecting anything for Samikin.
I wonder.
First thing that comes to mind might be an Ahri, actually, if that ends up being pick for Samikin. I will say, I think the Blue Otter is going to lose a lot of power if they do not grab the Zoe here. Yeah, Zoe's been a pocket pick. It's been permaban from Samikin, so I'm kind of curious if any other team decides to give it up or give it over.
I'm going to be genuinely shocked if Zoe doesn't get locked in by Blue Otter. Like, all this time...
Against all this dive, it's kind of hard, though. I feel like Ahri just might be better for the game.
We did have a conversation before the broadcast where we were talking about, like, the most banned player in NACL, and it's definitely Samikin. So many teams throw ban after ban after ban at Samikin. You can even see like little glimpses of it there with the Orianna taken away. But now getting a look at this second phase of the draft, mobility, I'd be happy taking that Jhin. Big part here is you don't really have a strong front line, so Jhin is going to work out pretty decently well against what Blue Water have drafted so far. And there it is, baby. Zoe locked in for Samikin. We finally, after ages, get to see it.
All right, this is a Samikin special. This guy's win rate on the champion is insane. One tricks it on the ladder. That's how he first got his rank. This has been perma-banned from Samikin for the entirety of the split. I can't tell you the last time I saw Samikin Zoe. I think it might have been one of the first 2 splits Blue Water was even competing going in here. So we'll see if Samikin can pull some of that magic out of the hat. And speaking of magic out of the hat, Rovak's going to lock in that Bard, one of the most unique champs we have in the game. I think for Zach, Victor makes a lot of sense here. It would be a little bit immobile, but it's a good lane matchup into the Zoe. I think thematically kind of fits. Either that or we're going to send some of the sneaky trouble bubbles back with what could be a Mel, which I could also see being locked in. Would deny Samikin taking that later on, as Samikin a very good Mel player himself. So Mel going to be the pick. I think that Winthrop is a little bit low damage here, Deserex. Between Jhin, Mel, Cassante, I think it's really important that Mel gets rolling. And knowing that it's Samikin Zoe might be tough to get rolling in that mid lane.
Hey, if you want some extra damage, rebuttal on the Paddle Star. There you go. You get all the damage you need. But yeah. Definitely leave something a little bit to be desired overall. I will point out the fact that there is no true frontline for Blue Otter, so that's something that works for the composition of Winthrop University, considering their damage profile. But I really do like this for Blue Otter. 100% ban rate. It's important to mention that it's always banned against Blue Otter. Samikin on the Zoe. There's a lot of magic damage on top of it as well. It does get paired alongside that Rumble over on the top side. So there's a lot of combos you can really utilize here. Sleepy Trouble Bubble to set up some potential picks coming through. But of course, that Tempered Fate's going to be the bigger one to pair alongside that Equalizer of Orianna.
It's so fun watching some of these players play champions you don't usually see. Because it looks and feels different. Like the ability that Samikin has to one-trick this champion, it does remind me of stuff like an APA ASOL, where when you're piloting the champion, especially when it was the Stars version of ASOL, where APA was really the GOAT on that champion, it felt different watching him play that champion versus watching other people pilot it. That is how I feel the very few times I've seen Samikin play this Zoe pick. And so I just at home, look out for how he uses his portals. I think he's really going to try and use them to get out of some of the dive that is coming his way. Because he's going to have to try and play his way around the Nocturne Nico and Jhin bullets coming in from the shooting gallery. So we'll see if Samikin Zoe is up to the task, as this is a must-win match for Blue Water going up against Winthrop.
So now hitting the Rift, it's important to expand on that topic you said. Based off of, you look at their strength of schedule. Supernova and Conviction are in the road ahead. You have Supernova week 6, Conviction week 7. Those are tough opponents. These are opponents that have been at the top of the standings for a while, but we kind of know what the, at least historically, what that Blue Otter comfort zone has been, Cubby.
Yeah, we're going to have to see. I mean, Blue is a team where they're coming off of their best placing ever in NACL, as they took 3rd last summer, just one game short of competing for an LCS spot in that promotion tournament. I don't think they want to be in the other promotion tournament that they don't exactly want to be in, which would be earning their spot back in NACL. So, again, their coach before the interview, I know that was a while ago, but DeAndre, I asked him, scale of 1 to 10, how much of a need is it to win this match? He gave it a 10. They know the league. They know the place they're in. They know the teams they have to face this week. And it wasn't just for that. It was to end the week in a high. That loss against AMI was a bummer. Flash-for-flash trade from Rovex, as Munchie going to get active early here.
Yeah, we haven't talked too much about Munchie, but this is his rookie split showing up on Blue Otter. I think he's been a very interesting jungler to watch. He's kind of exciting to watch, to say the least. He's been the one pulled out the Master Yi very early on, and what was a pretty tough game, to say the least. I think there were some miscommunication on comms that kind of let that going the wrong way against Maryville University. But showing that the potential's there. I mean, Munchie willing to lean into a lot of the stuff that kind of got him going and got him noticed in the very first place. And even on Pantheon, he can be such a threat.
Yeah, I think that Munchie has had a couple series that have been really good and some other days that have not been as good. I thought he played against NRG quite well in that series. But then yesterday, the Vi game, I really feel like that was a game that was winnable for Blue Water. Yeah. Not all those ults were going on top of the Caitlyn like I thought they really needed to be. I think that at times Munchie has been a victim of something we've seen a lot of junglers be victim of, which is going for like a secondary Raptor invade, losing, and then really setting your team behind from there and making it a tough game. So I know this invade, Munchie going to be a little bit behind the 8 ball as his invade failed. That means that Wilson is going to be a little bit ahead on the clear. But at least Munchie able to get a crab. We're going to have to see what he can do for this one, because again, his team really, really needs him to show up. This is a must-win match coming in for Blue Water.
I like this from Rovex right here. He does go ahead and walk up towards the jungle to try and stop Wilson from getting the invade onto the Raptor camp. We'll be able to push him away. It's a nice thing about the Bard. You can roam out pretty easily. You do have a lot of those meeps that you can collect on the way over to get some bonus movement speed. Some powered stats on top of it, and using that to bully away Wilson before he steals away the camp.
And Rovex being pulled up to help. Definitely necessary there to make sure that Munchie can keep on going. That said, Munchie gonna be, I don't know if he was spotted quite by the clone vision. Either way, he's coming back down here. Keep in mind, mobility is down that flash. Munchie has his up. He might be looking here, but spots out the ward. Not going to be able to get involved.
Oh, there's that flash. And the Cosmic Binding catches out Kim down. You need one more spear.
All right.
It's actually the auto from Spawn that'll get first blood going for Blue Otter.
So Spawn does burn his flash, but he does secure the kill off that. So I think that is a trade for Blue Water, but well played by Rovex and Munchie, as I wasn't exactly sure that Rovex could have been in range for that option. Got in range, got Kim down, and got his flash down. So well played here by Blue Water.
Yeah, you always got to be very careful on the timing once you do flash from a Cosmic Binding. Because if it hits you, it's still going to hit that wall right behind you and lock in. You got to dodge the very first instance of it to be able to get safe. And very quick, Rovex was to make sure he capitalized on that. Look at this. Wilson now eyeballing this mid lane. Solar Snare, not going to find Samikin still. Burst of damage from the volley.
You can still see after the portal jump, going for the short Q, just trying to get something onto Zach. And then also the movement there, dodging a Mel Q, dodging a Mel Root. I've always praised Samikin for his movement. I think that's what really enables him to play these artillery mages at such a high level. Because he doesn't put himself in nearly as bad positions because he's really efficient with his moves. So, that said, might be a tough position here for Winthrop. I don't love the fact they pulled this dragon. This is risky, doing it against a Zoe, who is going tier, and they're taking a lot of dragon damage. Munchie's down a level. It doesn't matter anymore with smites.
You can see he's fully charged, waiting to jump right on top of mobility. He absorbs a lot of the damage, but he's getting lower, and Wilson will get the kill, but it costs mobility in the process. Now Sammykin needs to get into that magical journey, has to flash away. Wilson's going to be right on top of him. Sammykin looking for the outplay. Wilson gets low, but Sammykin gets picked off by the Solar Snare of Zach. More Radiant Volleys going through. Zach doesn't have enough mana to continue the fight. Will be a 2 for 2 in the grand scheme.
Oh, I thought Samikin almost got out of there by getting back in, stealing the flash. Didn't quite sneak out, as Rovex should get out. Still, I think delaying those bases very worth. That said, 2 kills going over to Winthrop as they went out on the fight. I think Munch should be down a level there. Might have hurt in the end. He got in a little bit early. I think Samikin also had worse conditions. And man, that Mel pumped out a ton of damage in that sequence. So Zach a little bit happier with what ended up happening there. And then Samikin. Winthrop kind of even up this game.
Yeah, you always got to watch out for the Mel. I think the damage can catch you by surprise, especially after a little bit of the changes. It does feel a bit more front-loaded once you get hit by the Radiant Volley.
Yeah, I also think that Mel, this champion, when it gets accelerated, the amount of damage that you do is pretty disgusting. I know it got nerfed on this patch, but still really strong. We saw Shochi have a big game with it early in the week, even if they didn't win that one against NRG. He did go legendary at one point. It's one play from Sushi. Feels like that happened a week ago, but that was the start of the week, as it's been a lot of chaos. got them out of that team fight and got energy to win. So big benefactors, I think Zach, and then also Spawn, who does have both kills under his belt for Blue Water. We sang the praises of mobility coming into the series, Deserex, how I really feel like this has been the best split I've seen out of him. And Spawn, again, for Blue Water, Spawn is the most experienced member, the one member that's played in the LCS. We're going to have to see if Spawn can really step up with some of these 2 kills and make sure that his team's set up for success.
Blue Water got to play carefully here. And ooh, just like that, a burst of damage now coming through from the ultimate of Zach. Finds Rovex, doesn't take him out, but we'll leave him limping. And that's the idea right there for Winthrop. They want to deal as much damage so they can pose a threat setting up on this dragon. Wilson now peeling it away, but here comes Samikin.
So
she's not far off from the other side. Ultimate's available across the board. You don't have it for Zach, which does make things a little bit tricky here. Now Sleepy Trouble Bubble finds its mark, but Wilson finds a dragon. Here we go. Paranoia going to be used. And that blocks a lot of the damage right there, putting up that shield. But eventually it does expire. Fort Shot comes in. Munchie's low. Has to flash over the wall to get out from the Radiant Volley.
I think Munchie just got his flash up. I checked as the play was going on. It was ticking. There's a chance that Munchie just used that flash literally on the cooldown itself to get out of there. So, I mean, regardless of the fact that he does sneak out, that is the first Nocturne ult used for nothing. That is a win for Blue Water. I know they dropped the dragon, but Munchie should be able to get back out on the map, take a few of his top camps, and maybe be able to threaten the Grubs, as Denethor likely to use his TP here to get back top.
There's a few angles to threaten. I'm going to look in the mid lane as well. Zach, his flash is still down, so you want to do the man drop into the mid lane, try and catch Zach out in a bad way. It is a potential angle to go for, but still, you do have those Grubs up on the top side, so getting any priority onto the mid lane is going to be huge.
Looks like Samikin with this build, you know, you're seeing Zoe go for Ludens or full burst. Samikin going for the ability haste with the Seraph's build. Going to give him a little bit of durability too. I do think that with the Zoe, if you are able to kind of get in a fight and cycle out your Ws, that's a lot of power you get from popping those summoner spells that you get for free on the drops. I think that Samikin might be going for a little bit more of that style, just trying to spam out abilities and see what he can do.
Only be 2 Grubs taken by Munchie. Gonna leave the last one there. Happy to secure that, go back to farming. Now Spawn finding it out with mobility, has Rovex in the back pocket, waiting for the Cosmic Binding, but teleport now going to be used. It's Zach joining the fight, looks towards Rovex, does not catch him with the Solar Snare. Flash over the wall, keeps Rovex safe.
Honestly, I'm kind of okay with that play. If you're Blue Water, you just got Zach's TP out for free, and he's going to lose a wave. This means that the third Grub does go over to Munchie and Blue. So yeah, Rovex lost his flash, but I think the TP from Zach was a little bit ambitious. If they were timing those summoner spells from Rovex, maybe the timing was just a wee bit off. Either way, a couple big tools burned where Blue Water gets out.
Here we go, Paranoia going to be used. Looking for an angle on the top side. Ariana slips away, but this leaves Munchie by himself. Equalizer goes down, a chunk of damage. Munchie disengages.
2 Nocturne ults. 0 result. Ariana doesn't have TP, so going to be an expensive way back.
Oh my
Kim
word.
down now.
Ooh. Might be a kill right here. Spawn's going to flash forward. Needs one more Mystic Shot to land, but Kim Down gets out. Sidestepping the Deadly Flourish. Out comes the True Shot Barrage. Doesn't find Kim Down. Kim Down's going to stick out as Zach walks forward. Finds the Radiant Volley. Spawns in a bad way. Uses his barrier, but can't escape the Solar Snare Curtain Call combo. Meanwhile, there's chaos going in the top side as Denethor and Wilson are looking for a dive onto Ariana. Ariana holding ground, but Samikin will take down Kim Down. Now Zach gets caught out. Will be able to take down Rovex, but Samikin gets the kill in the back half.
Samikin TP to that fight. Would be curious to get a look at what happened because there was action going on both top and bottom. Munchie looked like he was defending the dive, ends up falling to Wilson, who doesn't get the kills off the Paranoia, but does have a couple kills now to his name as Samikin via X. You know what? Blue Water would not feel the same if we didn't start the split off 1-X until the last few weeks. So, going to try and take matters into his own hands with his own pick of the Zoe. And that was a good TP and positive play for the squad.
I love that quote so much. Look back to last split. Blue Otter, they barely made it to 8th, which was the playoffs cutoff. And what did they do? They ran it all the way to 3rd. So it's so standard for Blue Otter to go low in the regular season, barely make it, then go ahead and have the run of a lifetime, as now we take a look at what's going on back bottom lane. A little more shenanigans, a little more scrapping.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of chaos everywhere. I think that Munchie is the one that has kind of paid the price for this. Samikin's up a level now in the mid lane after the couple kills he got, and Zach's TP bot being used for nothing. Munchie going to be behind, though, maybe a half level to Wilson, who does have that paranoia up, and the power of the Nocturne early on. We haven't seen the paranoia lead to kills, but you got to believe that with Nocturne now a little bit ahead of the curve, potential for him to do something. So that was cute. Yeah, it's behind the mini wave. Doesn't need his own bubble.
Another thing to note is you were talking a little bit about some of the mal nerfs. One of them was on the rebuttal cooldown timing. So if you do burn that rebuttal, that means it's a bigger window for Samikin to try and punish out some of these pokes, some of this pick. And Zach's going to have to be aware of that.
Looks like Samikin's going to give that wave as Winthrop gets into this river, takes control. Wilson wants to start this dragon up. He is stronger right now, and I do think the Winthrop fight is stronger if it is taken on even footing. That said, dodging out of the Zoe poke early on going to be important. Samikin doesn't want to put himself over the wall there, by the way, which I find kind of interesting. Will with that one, though. Beautiful chunk, and here we go.
Yeah, all the engage now coming in as Munchie looks for Zach. Will flash right out of the Pop Blossom. Mobility coming from a different angle, opens up the curtain call, but Denethor is here. Samikin has to bail. Blue Otter over the wall, get to safety. Denethor takes the magical journey, but it might be to his demise. He has to flash out himself. That is not a journey you're supposed to take.
That equalizer just not on point from Orianna. I know that he's going for Denethor, but I think if you drop it over the wall, you get more, and that damage from the equalizer just ends up doing nothing.
Here comes Samikin.
Kind of a weird fight, too. I thought Munchie could have executed Kin down before he gets the ult off. The ult wasn't used for much, but is it enough for Blue Otter to actually get this back? Samikin did TP back, and we have another standoff.
This is rough. Kim Down does not have his Pop Blossom. Now Zach getting chased away and burnt down by Orianna. Dragon secured by Blue Otter. Rovex with a double stun onto Winthrop University. Turns the tides through the wall. Here, Rovex will follow with a magical journey to protect his team, and Spawn takes down Denethor.
In a must-win game for Blue Otter, Samikin gets his Zoe, and Rovex is having a big Bard game. I know I was being a little bit critical of the equalizer before the Dragons. I thought that was a tool wasted, a big one, before we could have had a standoff. But what enabled them to get out of that play and for Samikin to get out of the curtain call for mobility was that baby magical journey over the wall from Rovex. Then the back half hitting the big stun on the Q to make sure Blue Otter cleans up. Well played for Blue Otters. They take the Dragon, take a 1K gold lead to their name.
It's a great Rovex game. Being able to follow through, even protecting Samikin at the tail end of that last fight. It's all great when you have him on the Bard utilizing those magical journeys. And now Samikin getting up top, wants to deal with Zach. There it is, Tempered Fate going to be used again. There is a minion wave to go ahead and try and stun off of, but Rebuttal should be up. Rovex biting off more than he can chew. And the ultimate pops Rovex. Zach able to get some revenge.
2 ults used, but that's a support down, and Rift Herald likely to be secured here by Winthrop. They pick some tempo back up, and that's a good paranoia from Wilson that pays off this time around. As Samikin going to try and put down the poke. Again, the Zoe has been a pest from what we've seen so far. I do think Samikin played that last fight very nicely. My one concern, though, later on is that I like Jhin in games where you get to kind of reestablish range dominance. And I know saying that you like Jhin sometimes right now is a crime in the League community. But like when you're going up against things like Zoe, like Rumble, there's a lot of range on these champions, or like Ezreal. Jhin kind of takes the range advantage and puts it back in your favor. Just because of what the curtain call can do and really brings that control. My concern is that, is there enough damage? I don't know if there's going to be enough damage on Winthrop overall, which is the other concern that Jhin brings and one that a lot of people are critical of. But if you're able to kind of use the Jhin to control the Zoe, this is a squishy champion. You can easily proc it off of Mel Qs with Ludens. Fire up a quick W behind. I think Mobility and Zach are in tune. maybe you can catch the very elusive Zoe from Samikin, or catch a Rumble and try and really make sure you're fighting on your footing, which is usually what you don't expect when going up against a champion like Zoe that really specializes in pokes and those objective standoffs.
I will say one of the biggest tools for Winthrop University and their fight that they had against Conviction was Kim down on Nico. And this Nico's been somewhat neutralized thus far, being able to hold it down, make sure that these Pop Blossoms aren't landing on the total team of Blue Otter. Mostly held out because it's a dangerous line to cross when you're walking forward into a Bard that can stun you, cause fighting, Mystic Shot, Sleep, Trouble Bubble. It's a tricky situation for Kim down.
No, I think that's a good shout, Deserex. I mean, we saw the Pop Blossom catch no one before that last Dragon standoff. Now, a minute 45 until the Hex Tech Dragon spawns. Kim down does have that flash up, so if he is able to find that big flash Pop Blossom, this is what ended up really being the big difference maker for them in the last one. But before we dive into the next Dragon fight, we got to take a look at the last one with the Philips Norelco precision play. Let's take a peek. I mean, it's going to be Rovex's Q that makes a big difference here on the back half. And honestly, I think Rovex deserves the shout from this play. As we're talking about seeing if Kim down can step up in the next fight. It was Rovex that stepped up big in this one as Munchie with the Q smite to secure. And Rovex with the big cosmic binding to make sure that this fight went Blue Otter's way.
Yeah, you always got to give kudos to Rovex or his ability to engage fights, not just with the cosmic binding, but the tempered fate as well.
We're 50 seconds away.
Here we go. Dragon setup
Winthrop in the river first. Very important against the Zoe.
And we can see positioning all around. You can see the vision that's being established by Winthrop University. They start setting up wards and getting all these different angles. Kim down's got to be careful, but here we go. Wilson looking to jump in with the paranoia.
Yep.
Yeah, it's that easy. Just go ahead and portal on away. Zach trying to reflect the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Doesn't get to it in time. And Samikin will have no problem healing this up. A nice hot cocoa right there presented by Rovex. And that's one big ultimate down.
I feel like Bard would be pro sponsors. He's got to fund the meeps. Good click there by Spawn.
Oh, my
It's a really big chunk on the mobility, too. But curtain call.
Yeah. Should be able to get out of this. And Munchie jumping in with the man drop. Pop Blossom's going to be used, but there is the tempered fate. Waiting for the stun to follow through. Teleports coming in across the board. Here comes the equalizer from Ariana. Jumping forward. Munchie doesn't find anything with his flash, but low health bars across the board on the Dragon setup. Winthrop have to recall.
And that's going to be another Dragon for Blue Otter. We saw the angle from Samikin with the Paddle Star. Got a lot of damage out of the backline as he also picked up a Rocket Belt. He does have the Horizon Focus, which helps give you some vision. I think that there is some value for this on the Zoe if you are going to hit people in the backline. And definitely, I know that there were times where Samikin was anti-Horizon Focus, times where he was pro. There's another.
Ooh, Rovex should go down right here. Yeah, able to get him with the Golden Clips. Paranoia does come out, going deep into the backline. Will be Wilson, has Denethor alongside him. But no kills picked up right there. Rift Herald getting dropped in the bottom lane. Kim down looking for an angle on the back half. Don't see anything but the golems going down. Doesn't get the snare as well onto Ariana. But this tower forfeit, Winthrop will pick it up.
Good answer by Winthrop. I was kind of caught off guard by the fact that Paranoia was right up again after the Dragon. Do you think that Wilson participating in kills early is going to help with the Ultimate Hunter plus the experimental Hexblade? Okay. Second Paranoia ends up being the Herald drop. Turret secured. So Dragon dropped by Winthrop, but it's not like they don't get anything in return here.
Equalizer going down. Want to talk about something in return? It might be Blue Otter who pick up Kim down. Looking for the long chase onto Denethor. Paddlestar doesn't find its mark, but Tempered Fate will. Magical Journey to cut off the escape of Kim down. That's a pick going over to Blue Otter. Now looking for Ariana as Winthrop look to retaliate. Curtain call going to get opened up. Ariana going to get fed over to the Golden Eagles, and Blue Otter, after grabbing Kim down, have to retreat.
Kind of perma fighting here. I would really like to see these equalizers from Ariana, I think, synced up with something else. I like that one because it did end up chasing down Kim down, but I think that from yesterday and today, I need to see Ariana a little bit more consistently you either got to drop the equalizer where you can set up for your team, or drop it where you are playing off your team. And we aren't exactly seeing either of that at the moment, with a few instances. I do think that last one was one where you were able to set up the rest of your team, but these Rumble ults, if they are not on point, that is where the Cassante is going to have a lot more value than you in the fights, and we have seen that, I think, a couple times here. And Denethor is doing a nice job of holding the line against the Ezreal and the Zoe. So, well, Siege continues, and honestly, I mean, while all this is kind of going on, Deserex, it is the Mel that we asked that needs to get ahead early to do the damage, and Mel is sitting at 6 kills for Zach. That is a very, very big Mel on the side of Winthrop.
I think even mobility has been doing quite decent. Sure, he's behind a little bit by spawn, but his positioning in a lot of these fights just open up the curtain call and make it a hard zone for Blue Otter to fight through. Makes it very challenging to play towards this draft that you have from Blue Otter.
Yeah, again, using Jhin to kind of reestablish the range advantage that's the angle that I think teams should really look for Jhin, or look to use Jhin. And it kind of works this game. I thought it was kind of a Zoe preventative, but of course it's Samikins, so we're still going to lock in that Zoe and play our best. So far, has been, I mean, I think the Zoe hasn't had the exact impact that we're looking for, but I do think the Zoe has been played well. Always fun to watch our players play what they have in their pockets and play very well, which, of course, is always Samikin Zoe. But last couple of sequences, Deserex, it has been Blue Otter falling a little bit behind. That second dragon they fought was played really well. The third one they were able to secure, but Winthrop played it better. And now the fourth one coming in. I mean, if it is a Hextech Soul Point for a team with Zoe on it, that is a win con in itself. This is a crazy good roll for Samikin on this Zoe. So I think Blue Otter prioritizing these Drakes, trying to set up as much as they can around it, like what we're going to see for, I think, this one and the next.
Rovek so far has been very up and down throughout this game. There have been some great picks, like we saw from the Dragon fight, but he's gotten picked out by Zach quite a bit. And you wanted that Mal to get up a little bit, be able to deal some damage. Well, you see how squishy Rovek has been. There's been so many picks onto him just with the Golden Eclipse. There's been a lot of times where I see a third of the health, and I'm like, oh, that's not going to kill Rovek, and he just gets popped immediately.
Smell is big. So I think that's definitely something to look out for here, as Zach does get a Void Staff completed. Not a ton of MR built yet, but oh boy, is that Mel going to be hitting hard here.
Yeah.
For the next Dragon standoff, as I think importantly, Blue Otter are in the river first this time, so Samikin gets to do some of this.
Ooh.
Yep.
Pretty good damage coming through. You can see Samikin, he's putting a lot of respect onto the rebuttal, not willing to just throw out the Paddle Star immediately. You know how much damage Zach does, so being aware of that. Mid control going over to Winthrop as they focus onto the tower. They're going to take that first.
Respecting the melee too, is he knew that if he bubbled in, he might have gotten caught by that. Instead, just kind of letting Spawn do the work for him. As Denethor, he's going to try and fall asleep as much as he can at his keyboard against that Zoe. If he's tanking it up and marking it, this is good. Dragon getting low.
Wilson needs to get in there. He needs to get in quick, but he can't find his way through. Dragon now secured by Blue Otter. Paranoia used, but no engage to follow up. Winthrop empty-handed. Dragon Soul Point to Blue Otter.
It was a big sleep connecting onto Wilson that made sure that Dragon did go Blue Otter's way, couldn't get in range to smite. I got a little bit scared there because I saw the smite get put down to 100. I thought we were going to have another disastrous seal. The chase might be on here. Can Orianna get in range?
Equalizer going down. Solo Snare will not find its target. Kim down. Gets chunked out. Here comes the curtain call being opened up. Rovex is going to be able to Mikhail's Orianna from the snare. And now Blue Otter again empty-handed on their chase.
Hold on. Are they?
Said that, and, you know, Winthrop, they just bide their time a little bit. Wait for Orianna to come to them.
Samikin stop. So, Winthrop wait. I think Orianna approaching that wave was a little bit of a miss. And Winthrop, they stick around, they punish, they get the turret, more gold for themselves, and a lot of gold, again, going over to the Winthrop squad. As each of the last couple of Dragons, Deserex, they have lost it, but they have turned it into gold for their team.
Yep.
You know, we haven't really talked about scaling in this matchup. I think I have to kind of default to the Jhin scaling in this game. I feel like I know that sounds weird. I think that if Jhin gets to 3-4 items, which I mean, so far Mobility has been farming up nicely. There is a chance for Jhin to just kind of break this game. As one deadly flourish, how the team can follow up from that. And the fact that I really like the formations that we've seen from Winthrop, because it is kind of tough for Zoe to find any... Like, if Sansa and Nocturne are standing in front, life gets a lot harder for the Zoe Ezreal. I think Denethor has been doing a really nice job with trying to frontline when he can. We've seen some of the, poke come down and Kim down, kind of throw him off a little bit. Zach has the rebuttal, so he has some self-defense, but it feels like as long as Winthrop is stacked up, it might be Hexel that Blue Otter really needs to break this game open. Which, again, Hexel is a win con in itself, especially if you have champions that can apply it like Ezreal or Zoe, as Kim down caught.
Ooh, Kim down caught out. We'll get put to sleep all the meanwhile, but Kim down going to avoid a lot of that. Now jumping in with the paranoia. Going forward, Wilson just looking for a disengage. They will be able to buy it through. Equalizer goes down, but doesn't find that much.
I don't like these equalizers, man. Like, there's so much power in syncing up with Pantheon. I would have rather seen the equalizer dropped on Pantheon W in the choke than dropped after everything is used.
Yeah.
And it's not even the best angles for it either. And I know that this is a champion that Orianna can play and play well. It's just, I think the last 2 days, we haven't seen Orianna, I think, really use this champ to the max value that we've seen other NACL players using it to. When thinking of some of the rumbles that we have in this league. So, I think that's kind of helping this game be back and forth. Again, and to be somewhat fair to Orianna, I mean, there's not a ton of setup for the rumble, but it was a double Zanya's kind of coming in after Kim Down burned his Seekers. I think that you could have used, if we're tracking flashes well, could have used that after the Pantheon stun, could have used that after Bard follow-up. I want to see it synced up with the team or to set up the team. And that's one of the alts where, as I said before, it kind of does neither.
3 items now on mobility. I think it's important to note how comfortable he is on Jhin. I know he hasn't played it this much this season, but you go back to 2025, 2024, it was his most played champion. And even in their matchup against UCI, he was able to get a pentakill on the Jhin. So for him to bide his time and just kind of slowly sneak into this game with his itemization, we're talking about that late game scaling that Jhin can provide. It's very much going to be there for Winthrop to keep this pace going.
Like that Winthrop, we've seen a couple dragons where they're very intentionally resetting early and getting here first. That's very important against the Zoe. So I know they haven't picked up the last couple of dragons, but again, the idea is right. It is there. And it's going to make this an uphill battle. I think Samikin took an extra wave top to try and secure that item, which I think is a Cosmic Drive coming in, as he's really stacking up the ability haste on this Zoe. Oh no, Cripploom, okay.
Yeah.
Ended up getting the Cripploom and has a blue pot. So Samikin going to try and spike for this fight just in time.
Deadly Flourish. Roots up Rovex. See how squishy Rovex is. Out of position whatsoever. He gets punished quite quickly. But this is first track on the Dragon going over to Winthrop University. This would be Dragon Soul. If Blue Otter could secure this, and it might be the bluff.
Have control. They don't have control. They're going to give this one over to Winthrop. They're going to try and get some Baron control and shift over there and make them walk into the Zoe this time. So Dragon give it over. Very good play by Winthrop. Again, I think Hex Soul over a Zoe Ezreal. That is a win con spawn. You're not stealing that Drake, at least this time around. He did it yesterday on the Ezreal.
Yeah, did you hear Rafa scream?
Yeah, it was the most interesting part about that game yesterday is Kim down. Gets slept, but Denethor is there to catch. So Blue Otter just kind of behind the 8-ball here a little bit, as, again, kudos to Winthrop. I think that they really need to get to that river a minute to 90 seconds before. Make sure the Zoe can't get set up. And we saw how oppressive that was of the last Dragon setup. Winthrop do a bit of problem solving, get the right answer, and get that Dragon for themselves.
They got Last Whisper completed by Mobility, getting towards his 4th item done for the game. Oh, man. And that's where things can very much get worrisome, because already Winthrop University have done a good job within the last couple of minutes neutralizing this Zoe. Now you pop up at the wrong time, and one Jhin bullet does a lot of work.
Defensive paranoia drop there by Wilson. Good clicks by Mobility to get out of there. Yeah, I mean, this is the other thing about Zoe. Zoe's not the same champ if you're playing in the middle of the map or you're not ahead. As here we go.
All right,
that's a good sync
being
up.
used. That's beautiful. Kim down gets dropped in the blink of an eye, cooked by the equalizer alongside that sleep. Blue Otter get a pick.
Yeah, so the equalizer doesn't proc the sleep. And we saw Kim down just melting to the equalizer. You gotta, if that equalizer's down already, so good job by Orianna to sync that one up with Samikin. Samikin shows some aggression, gets a look. That is a pick for Blue Water, but they didn't really turn it into anything. It feels like it's just going to be turned into a reset and hopefully tempo afterwards. Is Kim down still in the death screen?
Yeah, Winthrop still hold positioning on the map. How quickly they take the time to reestablish themselves when it comes to vision on this topside jungle, denying it completely. Now here we go. Going unstoppable. Denethor has ways to buffer right on out from that sleep, so he's not going to be worried whatsoever. Winthrop, who are still positioning forward.
Stealing blue buff from Samikin, too. That's valuable. He's already got enough ability haste, but not having to worry about mana is nice. So.
Just knows that's a Medjay now coming out from Zach.
Yeah, still is control over here for Winthrop. Yeah, I think Winthrop's next fight is going to be really big. It's going to be Zanya's completed for Kim down. Likely a pen item completed here for mobility, just because I've seen him on the map here for a while. And then there's a GA up for Wilson, too.
I'm not sure if this is the angle to go for. Samikin's got to be careful. Does get punished a little bit. No engage going to be found by Blue Otter. They will get the sleep onto Denethor. Chunk him out with the Paddle Star Mystic Shot. Raining a lot of poke, but none of it really landing true as Winthrop still hold control of the mid lane.
They just feel really stuck still on their side of the map. And again, if you're Zoe and you're not playing with the enemy's terrain, we're seeing Samikin be effective kind of behind the outer turret, and not so much in River, because River doesn't give you as many opportunities to really extend that bubble forward. So when you're behind a Zoe, you're not able to use enemy terrain against them to throw those bubbles really deep and get control. The champion's not exactly the same. And man, we are getting to another Hextech Dragon fight, Tesserex, where I gotta give Winthrop kudos. 90 seconds ahead of a potential soul for Blue Water. Blue Water are the ones that are responding on the map, and Winthrop, they're the ones taking control of that space that Zoe really wants to sit in to try and pressure you walking in to this big objective that, at this point, I think Blue Water kind of needs if we're going to talk about them winning this game.
Breakpoints for Winthrop. Lord Doms is now completed for mobility. This is going to be huge. So, again, the Jhin scaling, it got there pretty much without much effort coming through. He didn't really have to fight that much. He just had to posture up with the curtain call and keep on farming. That's exactly what he's done so far. It's Winthrop going to hold control of every single choke point that they can.
Get the W out of Denethor. Again, I think Blue Water is really scared to walk in because they don't see Zach yet. And I like how Zach has really stayed in fog, but Zach's going to show now mobility. Gets peppered a little bit by Spawn, but they trade back relatively closely.
Samikin looking for those battle stars to land. Tempered Fate misses the Golden Eagles. Blue Water clearing out the wave. 15 seconds before that dragon spawns. Wave has already crashed into the bottom lane as well, hitting that tower. It's a pretty
This is my other
one.
thing. We haven't seen Munchie feel confident enough to really rip a Pantheon ult over the top. I think that is part of why we're seeing Orianna maybe not hit as big of ults. I think that, I mean, Blue Water, they know the stakes of this game. This really is a must-win series for them in the promotion relegation talks. I know that Munchie is the youngest, most inexperienced player on this team. I think that as long as Winthrop is grouped, it is kind of hard for him to get in there and get in the back line. But also, I think that he almost has to get the party started. These Rovak's fishing with these Tempered Fates. It has been good clicks by Winthrop to get out, but it hasn't been the consistent engage that Blue Water is really looking for. I'm wondering if we get the party started with the Grand Starfall, maybe we can follow up the Bard, maybe we can follow up the Rumble, or even set up the Zoe a little bit better here. As the perma standoff currently going in the favor of Winthrop.
I just find it hard for Munchie to be able to pull that off when both Zach and Mobility are doing so well. He'll get melted quickly. You can see just from Mobility's shot right there on the spawn how much damage he's able to pump through. So it is tricky. I mean, they are still trying with the Sleepy Trouble bubble, as you do get one right there, but it's hard to get the follow-up. It is found this time against Kim Down. Sleepy Trouble bubble number 2 coming out from Sammykin. Sammykin looking for the Paddle Star, will not be able to land. It gets it onto Denethor, but there we go. Mobility caught out by the Tempered Fate, has to flash away. Man drop now coming in. Munchie might have gone a little bit too far, jumps right back forward, looking to find Wilson. Denethor is getting low. Wilson's getting lower. Curtain Call opened up. They want to protect Rovex, and Ariana will stand in the way. Another Paddle Star, this one onto Zach, and going on the Hourglass to get out of the Golden Eclipse. Spawn! Oh my god, Spawn gets punished by the rebuttal, jumping into the face of Zach, and it's the wrong direction.
Oh my goodness, Spawn just E'd in and got deleted, but again, that play, the start of it, it was a great Tempered Fate on the mobility. I don't know if like how well Blue Water's doing the job of tracking flashes, because that equalizer, how it went down and where, it didn't get a lot of value. Mobility instantly flashes out of it. It's another equalizer that is used for nothing. And now, with the 80 carry down, there's no equalizer. Equalizer's up in a couple seconds to try and contest the Baron. Ariana has to make sure this is a big one.
Tempered Fate in 6 seconds. Ariana trying to get away, will step out from the Solar Snare. 4K health remains. Here comes the Paranoia. Equalizer going to go down, gets a lot of damage onto Mobility, but will not be taking him down anytime soon. 1K remains, looking to jump in. Munchie can't get there in time. Pop Blossom finds Munchie. Kim Down's going to be the first one to fall as Munchie kills him, takes him to the gray screen. Now Munchie dancing around these Radiant Volleys. Out comes the Golden Eclipse. It's a burst of damage onto Munchie, who can no longer fight. Snared up. Rovex happy to use the McHales to bail on out of there, but gets popped right back in by the Q3 of Denethor. Paddle Star onto Zach. Will not find the assassination. Throws out a second one. Sammykin can't get the kill. Ariana trying to find a way out, but Sammykin is dangerous now, as you got to look at how low these health bars are. Spawn still standing into this, looking for Wilson, but watch out for Zach, stepping right out from that Radiant Volley. Here comes Sammykin, looks for the bubble, doesn't find it. Now another portal coming in, looking for the flash through, has it saved, will pop it, doesn't get Zach. And what a crazy fight between both of these squads, but Baron belongs to Winthrop, and unfortunately, Spawn belongs to Wilson.
Oh, I think Spawn could have played a couple moments in that fight better. The first E around the Gromp, I think if he's more aggressive, might be able to get both the Nocturne and the Mel. But him and Sammykin, I think some of these nerves are showing for Blue Water. As, again, if Sammykin, if he pryos the flash before the bubble, maybe they can continue the chase. Maybe that was a little bit too long, but I just don't think Blue Water are finding the right executes here. As Blue Water showing a bit of desync against a team that their own coach and DeAndre really credited for their system and how well they played. And Winthrop as a stack has been better in this game today. And now have a big advantage with Baron on some of their members still up. Yeah, watch bottom left. Watch Spawn after the GA and his ability to clean up. I know that Sammykin's kind of fishing. He doesn't have vision. If he checks in the Mel, it's bad. Watch this E that he has. I think this E needs to be more forward. Yes, he misses the Q. But he tries to break the tether. If he goes on the Gromp wall, gets out that way, I think he can break the tether and still kill the Nocturne. If he kind of plays around that instead of going all the way back. And then the E into the wave gets deleted by the Paranoia. That's one that he's definitely going to want back.
And this is not the first time that that's happened. He's been very aggressive with the arcane shifts, and it's been punished quite a few times. We saw that in the mid lane fight, but here we go. Rovex will get out. Magical Journey is always there to protect him. True Shot Barrage gets reflected by the rebuttal of Zach. And now the battle line set by Winthrop because Dragon Soul is coming in 15 seconds.
No McHales for Rovex. Did burn that on his way out as Sammykin eats a Deadly Flourish, but does get out of the traps that have been set down by Mobility as the poke from the Mel has been, I mean, almost at, I just think we're fishing as Blue Water. Again, I think that, like, Munchie really has to be the one to lead the charge. Are we going to ult into the pit? We've lost a lot of tools. We're just going to lose Hextech Soul now.
Yeah, Hextech Soul's going to go down. It's going to be taken quick. And Blue Water are just... they're just there. They're not even fighting. And now here we go. Paranoia coming in. Remember, this is with Hextech Soul. Looking to find Sammykin, who does flashes backward. But here comes the Pop Blossom from Kim Down. Equalizer will do nothing to stop the march of the Golden Eagles as Denethor is looking to take heads. On the opposite side, Zach will go Golden to buy himself some time for those cooldowns to take down Munchie. Only 2 remain for the Otters as now marching towards victory, Winthrop University have a Dragon Soul.
Oh, the Hextech Soul applying on the rebuttal too. I mean, this Hextech Soul is so dire. We've been talking about it so much because of the Zoe and Ezreal, because it was a 3-to-1 dragon count. Now it being 4-to-3 in favor of Winthrop. Jhin and Mel can apply it just as well as Zoe and Ezreal can on the side of Blue Water. So I just think that's game. This is not going to see an Elder Dragon this time around, SRX. Spawn going down.
Winthrop will dive forward with the paranoia. Ariana is all that remains. Will use the flamethrower, but it's his own base that's up in flames. Even with the loss of bans, even with an undefeated Zoe in tier 2, Winthrop will not be phased and take game number 1.
The hot streak continues for Winthrop. They've played 15 games in the last few days, and Winthrop have been coming out on top of pretty much everything but the NACL finals against Maryville. And man, I mean, I just have to go back for Blue Water. I really feel like that's a winnable game. I just think that the mindset of trying to lead the engages with Tempered Fate, instead of using the Grand Starfall to try and set some of these things up. I know this is a high-stakes game. I know Munchie's a rookie, but we have to at least convince Munchie as a team or sell it to him. You have to be the one to get the party started. You have to be the one that is going to go in and try and set up for the Bard for the Rumble. We didn't see the Bard setups work out. Eventually, I mean, the clicks were too good from Winthrop, or just the rest of the team wasn't in position. Whatever it was, some of the Tempered Fates later missed. But we can set those up better if we lead with Grand Starfall. I think the lack of that being casted later on for Munchie, I didn't see enough of the Pantheon R's later. And I don't really know what happened with the approach for Blue Water, because I feel like it was flawed. And that's part of why Winthrop was able to get back into the game and find that game 1 win.
And an amazing win, to say the least. They were able to really neutralize this Zoe, make it hard for this Zoe to get through. That Mal pick, it paid a lot of dividends, man. Knowing you have that rebuttal, even if one of your teammates gets slept, you could be the one to stand in front and rebuttal out the Paddle Stars. And even then, Blue Otter, there were missteps all over. Sure, Munchie was one of them. I do think you have to call out Spawn as well, who a lot of his positioning with his arcane shifts were ill-advised, to really put it forward, where he's finding himself getting picked out in certain scenarios, certain situations. The mid lane fight, the way he didn't maneuver properly for the fight around the Baron that we had inside of the jungle, a lot of those definitely hurt Blue Water.
I mean, look, this is a high stakes game for Blue Water. They really need a series win or just game wins to help them out in that promotion relegation conversation. And I do think we saw a bit of that showing with the play, just between like not pulling the trigger on the Pantheon, or maybe getting caught a couple times when we shouldn't. Some of the equalizers also a little bit off. We saw some of that desync yesterday in game 2 against AMI. But man, Blue Water, they've got to dig deep and pull it together, because they need to make this a competitive series. They need to try and find a series win if they really want to not be looking at promotion relegation.
Yeah, and in the upcoming games, those bans lost are going to be back on the board. So this is where Winthrop can really pounce. While we get ready for those games, we're going to throw it over a short break while we get ready for game number 2 between Winthrop University and Blue Otter.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Hello everyone, my name is Desirux, and on this recap we'll go over week 4 of the NACL and the showdown between Blue Otter and NRG.
In Game 1, Blue Otter drafted a composition for long-range sieging with Caitlyn Ziggs. NRG, try as they might, could not stop the romp from stomping as Blue Otter stacked Drakes with their superior objective setup and crippling poke for an upset Game 1 win. In Game 2, seeing a Scion locked in, Zamudo would counter-pick Rek'Sai and farm up a gold gap that constantly threatened Blue Otter's backline. Game 3 is where things got hot. At Dragon Soul Point, Blue Otter stacking would be stopped short by Kizno splitting up the Otters. Eventually, Ariana's Cannon Flank would give Blue Otter a critical Infernal Soul. But after a 40-minute slugfest, it all came down to an Elder Flip, where Kizno would clutch out a smite that would lead NRG to securing the series.
We're going to develop some players that maybe in the future will be the ones that can challenge the Asians at Worlds.
Week 4 signifies the halfway point of the season, and taking a look at the standings, NRG remain in first with a perfect record. Maryville, CCG, Supernova, and Conviction trail with 1 loss. That leaves the rest of the league fighting to be another name in the current playoffs picture. The second half of the season will feature a lot of teams from the top end of the standings going to battle with one another, so expect heat on the road to playoffs.
Thanks for watching the recap, brought to you by our friends at Philip Norelco. Be sure to follow us on Twitter and tune in at twitch.tv/NACL. We'll see you there.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL Blue Otter versus Winthrop University. And this was pretty much a well-executed win coming out from Winthrop University. They challenged the Samikin Zoe. The fact that it had to get through the ban phase, it already seemed very Blue Ottered favor given the loss of bans for Winthrop. But man, did they fight. They neutralized a lot of what Blue Otter wanted to do, and they forced Blue Otter to only really engage using Tempered Fates, not getting the most out of those man drops from Munchie's Pantheon, and all went kind of wayward afterwards.
Well, yeah, I think that, I really want to go check GOL after this game and see how many Pantheon ults we had. Because I'm just gonna, you know, I'm gonna go with the good old Kendrick Lamar phrase, "Not enough," as that's kind of how I felt. And just not enough Panthers coming in. So
solid ults, but not
yeah,
enough.
Yeah, not enough. That said, there was enough Mel damage as per usual. As I think, looking back, you know, we're kind of talking about, man, who would the MVP of that game be? I felt like it was a really solid team win for Winthrop, and it speaks to how well that team plays. That sometimes we struggle on the MVPs on the Rift, but I think that one, Zach had the standout performance as that Mel damage was essential to making sure that Winthrop came out on top. But I think that Denethor played his role really well. I think Mobility played his role really well. And it's been nice to see Zach, I think, really step up with this team. For me, that's kind of the emerging story, is Zach's going from being a mid laner that we're like, okay, like, is this even the best mid laner that Winthrop has? Into being a mid laner that is taking games off of Samikin and Insanity now and playing really well in the NACL. So I think Zach's step up definitely has to be recognized.
Yeah, Zach was fantastic on the Mel. The utility of the Mel was so big, but of course, getting a lead was massive. It was one of the things he needed to do. Found a lot of picks on to Rovex when he was on that Bard and really got things going. And as you said, went toe-to-toe with Insanity. All the props in the world, considering this is a man who really grinded out a lot of the qualifiers for NACL. So you love to see what he's been able to do and how he's been able to grow with Winthrop. But we are getting into the draft of game number 2. Match point to Winthrop University. Blue Otter going to have first pick for this one, and they're going to go for something pretty easy and safe to execute on. That's J4.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to see Munchie get comfort for this game. Just because, again, I feel like the Pantheon, he was a little bit scared to pull the trigger in the last one. You got to pull the trigger on Jarvan. It's all about getting Cataclysms for Flash and finding people that are flashless and getting them inside the Cataclysm, excuse me. So, see if Munchie can be a little bit more fearless as he tries to adapt a little bit better in this game. That being said, Blind Annie coming out for Zach. Curious to see how Samikin wants to punish that one.
Taking the Annie, for the most part, you got to be kind of aggro on the Annie when you go for those Tibbers engages. And for the playstyle that we've been seeing out of Zach, I do like it, but as a blind, I do think it's an interesting little question posed by Winthrop University, followed up by the Lee Sin by Wilson, who has been looking pretty good on the Lee Sin, at least as of lately. So that should be a lot of fun to see on the Rift, and it does put a lot of threat and pressure onto the mid lane, depending on what Samikin goes for. I
do find it funny how Lee Sin got like a couple of baby buffs, and all of a sudden we got some junglers that love the Lee Sin coming back and pulling out some of that Lee Sin. So we'll see if Wilson can perform to the likes of some of the other junglers in the league that I know have mean Lee Sins. I've seen it from Trickster before. But into Hui, I think it's a little tricky. That fear. I mean, the Sonic Wave, you go directly in. I know Samikin's going to be on top of the ball with that one, as he did get counterpick. And a lot of the game plan when you play Annie Lee Sin, and I like Rise Lee Sin, it's going to use the stun and try and set up Lee Sin to get fed. So we'll see if Wilson and Zach can play together through and around that mid lane to get Lee Sin set up, as Denethor is going to round out the first phase of draft with a Gnar top.
Yeah, I was going to piggyback off of that Lee Sin play. You're talking about some of the junglers. Wilson himself, man, that conviction win, that was Lee Sin play that came out of Wilson. So still have that, and it still can be very big. But what's also going to be big is this Gnar. You used to have that kind of nickname for Denethor, Deninar, because it was one of the champions he would play pretty much the most. I was even talking to Pilskar, who's Denethor's dad, and he's like, I can't believe they just keep let us having it. I mean, for the most part, Denethor is the most willing top laner to blind at the end of the day, and a lot of these champions that he's blinding, he's really incredibly good at.
Yeah, I always like, you know, I heard you steal my phrase that I liked of being the tier list top laner. Of, all right, we're going to pick Camille, and if not, we're going to pick Gnar. If not, we're going to pick AP Sejuani, which is kind of fun. Or like the pseudo Sejuani build. We've seen some of that. And play that top. That's kind of old school Denethor. It is kind of wild to see how much he has improved and come along as a player throughout his collegiate tenure at Winthrop. As he is the top laner that we have always thought can compete with those of the likes of Tier 2. He continues to, I think, slowly improve, make progress in his game. But as we're rounding out the rest of the draft, Rovax, no Alistar for him. As Alistar definitely makes life a lot harder for Lee Sin and Gnar, who are going to try and find their way into the backline. As, could easily just be a Corki Nami. Hopefully, if you are Winthrop, I'm curious if that leads to a Rovex Nautilus. Because I do think having that point-and-click R on a champion like Lee Sin, going up against stuff like Corki Nami, can be quite nice.
The impact that you can have with the Nautilus when you have these champions that want to dive forward onto you is pretty massive. We were talking about the fear, but if you do pair that alongside a Nautilus, it's pretty significant. You know, again, you were saying earlier that when you do see that sonic wave resonating strike following, it's a straight line. You know exactly where it's coming from. So do have the heads up, whether it be with the fear, with the hook, or just playing this bot lane as a whole into the Corki Nami combo.
Yeah, I mean, I just really feel like putting Rovex on engage too is necessary.
Oh yeah.
And trying to pull the trigger with Jarvan. There is some anti-synergy with Nautilus Jarvan and some built-in synergy for Gnar on the other side with the Cataclysm being up. I think that's worth noting. That can easily be turned on its head. As Ariana.
Okay.
Sion, you know, sometimes we see players take the Gnar into the Sion, but Sion has a lot of value against Lee Sin Annie. I think it really pressures Annie to maybe build the Leandries, and most of the Annies I've seen have been going straight for the one-shot build. And it's Rel to wrap up, so dude, are we just hating on Enchantresses now? We kind of came in here saying like, oh, these are two teams where supports play a little bit more of an engaged role, and we're throwing away the Lulu, we're throwing away the Karma and Benz, and we're playing straight up engaged. We got Naut versus Rel. What season is this?
Yeah, we're just taking it back a season. I mean, Rel, to be fair, did receive some adjustments over the course of the season, and
I think big bucks, by the way.
Yeah. We one of the first supports to really hop on that was Spica to some pretty decent looks here and there. So, hey, why not? If it's not broke, don't fix it. If they're willing to go tank, support, engage, well, why don't we go tank, support, engage?
I mean, we've seen Hui play it, I think, at pretty good success at the next level. But the bonus move speed on the full tilt was increased in both forms. Which is, I mean, that's always really, really, really big for Rel, because that E is kind of what you're maxing. And then more base damage on the Magnet Storm is a small one, but one that's nice. Because again, I love to talk about Rel. When you have the flash up, the power plays that you were able to create with the Flash Magnet Storm, that is the big window of power. Where when you're burning that sum to attack, that's when you're trying to find the 3-mans, the 4-mans, and really change the game. So Dave Kim Down's up to the task.
Match point for Winthrop University in this best of 3 matchup. Blue Otter need to show up now in what is one of their most critical games of the season. But Winthrop's momentum is a hard thing to stop when they're putting in those reps. Game number 2 now beginning.
I like the fact we just had Annie Lee Sin walk straight at Hui and see what's up. Does give Zach priority on the wave, which is quite nice, as this is a matchup where, of course, Samikin did get counterpick and is going to try and do his best on this way to make sure things are good. And he's going to need to be ahead and pumping out damage, because Spawn, of course, going for the poke build. I think that is very appropriate this game, but does put a little bit more onus on the Hui damage coming in.
Yeah.
Needs to hit.
I was going to ask about that. Everything likes playing artillery that could kind of combine the poke of both
Yep.
Svaris, the Hui, bringing them together. But it does make me worry a little bit about their overall damage output when you need to kind of spike it for some of these fights that are going to go on later, especially around neutral objectives.
I mean, I think that's reasonable, but also, I mean, Gnar mostly gets HP. It's not going to be a ton of resistances until later on, and he's going to be squishy. Lee Sin can dance in and out, which I think can be really valuable and slept on against the poke, but against Nautilus, Hui, Varus, there are a lot of tools to try and shut down this Lee and make sure he can't jump in and out of the fight. So I will say I do prefer the blue water comp, I think, on paper in this one. I think the big thing for me is Winthrop needs to break this game through mid. I really feel like Zach and Wilson need to play together and try and make things fast enough through mid where Annie, Lee Sin get ahead and they start bopping people when they drop Tibbers and Sonic Waves on people's heads. And I think historically for this Winthrop roster, it's been Denethor and Mobility that have been the strongest things, but again, I think Zach's been a big part of the step-up that we've seen out of them. You just want to see if Wilson and Zach can sync up and play the comp the way I think it probably should be played going into this game.
Yeah, I echo that thought completely. Zach and Kim Down, I want to include Kim Down in that conversation because both of them have been stepping up as these new additions for Winthrop University.
Yeah.
Now, with Wilson being on the Lee Sin, we saw a bit of it in the Conviction game. He's willing to take some of these creative angles. Usually, like, you can come out from the Raptor camp and look to try and catch the mid laner from behind, which could be bad if Samikin's not going to be aware. But so far, it's going to be the focus on to the bottom lane. Rovex takes a bit of damage, but he'll be a tanky boy for now. The minion going to get hit by the hook. Munchie jumps in. No. Else to be really found. Spawn doesn't have flash, and that's where things get worrisome for Blue Otter. Wilson gonna back up, flag and direct to try and get a knockup, but now Munchie has to flash away. Spawn again doesn't have flash. That Sonic Wave goes through. He's dead to rights. Con underneath the tower.
Zach?
Trades going both ways, but here comes Zach on the roam. Wants to find Rovex and Munchie, but doesn't have much health to work with here. Samikin is roaming down all at the same time.
Zach has to run. He's gonna execute. He's gonna execute.
So right now, Munchie. No, he hit him with the Demacian Standard. Yeah, the flag went down.
out.
And now, here we go. The TP comes through. Zach's able to get away, but at the cost of his teleport.
I mean, some chaos. Zach's got a base out of that, too. He didn't go all the way back to the inhibitor. So I think a lot of things that both of our teams kind of wanted back in that scenario. Munchie shorting the first DQ, I thought, put him in a little bit more danger than needed. And that hook from Rovex that caught him in, and I will say, if that catches mobility, that could have been a very different fight. But Wilson on the Lee Sin getting involved early. KDE trying to find the setup. And I will say, I think base stats of Rel versus Nautilus and Corki power early. Getting involved bot lane for me. You can find those wins early if you get the Lee Sin involved. And I think Kim Down did a nice job of that. So it just was an overextension as Rovex turned it around under the turret, which he deserves major kudos for. But I think the direction from Winthrop was still somewhat there.
1 kill over to Munchie, 1 kill over to Spawn. Very least, you can be happy about that for Blue Otter, getting in on pretty good targets there. The flash down from Spawn, that's where things can get pretty worrisome. Again, these creative angles that you can take with the Lee Sin and a very immobile Varus does leave him pretty open to some repeat gank angles in the bot lane.
And down trying to proc the Aftershock to eat the arrow. A little bit late, but kind of fun seeing a bot lane we haven't seen in a little bit with two engagers going to war back and forth. With all the chaos, worth noting, Munchie gets that crab, is a camp short still of 6 as he did skip over the Krugs, and I think a little bit more to get this, and now Munchie might be caught.
Will flag and drag to his safety, but there comes the hook onto Wilson.
Good poke.
Wilson takes a good safeguard out. Sonic Wave does land. They want to pick off Rovex. Rovex buys some time, but not enough. Chase coming through from Winthrop University as they focus down onto the bottom lane. And now it's Samikin's turn to come out for the roam. He's looking for Wilson. Munchie's still low, though, so it's hard for Munchie to help out this situation. Spawn can step up, but again, you got to play it safe when you don't have your flash. Samikin going for the extended chase there. Kim down, Hex Flash backwards. Winthrop will get their kill and get out despite the threat of the way.
Yeah, again, I think the 3v3, so we saw initially, if you can play at Varus range, you can win, but again, if you're playing in Corki range, just the armor shred that E does, the fact that mobility still had barrier up, I think Winthrop did a really nice job of turning that one around as the Corki Rel one where you really want to try and abuse base stats, which are huge if you play in the range of those two champions. So do appreciate, again, some of the attempts we have coming out from both teams, and honestly think that Blue playing into this is a little bit harsh or hard for them. As both supports give their attention mid. Zach trying to make sure he gets this wave in, and Rovex and Munchie here to fight. Zach kind of in trouble.
Spotting out Zach here, but Wilson's going to get there in time. Flag and drag gets the knock up into Kim down, but down comes Tibbers. Cataclysm finds its mark on Kim down, but Samikin has to flash out of his own teammates. Cataclysm looking for Wilson. Doesn't have the mana to drop that artillery, that searing bolt onto him, so instead Wilson gets out.
That bot crab on level 6 was the difference. Munchie able to make sure he had 6 for that because he had 2 crabs. Wilson did not. That was the difference maker, and why the 3v3 this time around ends up going Blue Otter's way. So well played by Rovex and Munchie, and a good engage from Munchie, who, again, I think that playing the bot fights, I think it's a little bit hard for Blue. Again, they really want to make sure that this is still a poke war, not an all-in war. I think Munchie could have played around that a little bit better. Pulling the trigger mid when you have 6 advantage, good call by Munchie. Rovex got something for Blue Otter, and got something for Samikin, someone that we're really looking at as needs to pump out the damage for this game. And I'm a little bit surprised that he's going for the Seraph's build, trying to find that shield maybe against the Annie and survive the onslaught of that Tibbers coming down at level 6, which, to be fair, they survived the first one.
I will say there was one thing that was rough about that engage, and that was the fact that Samikin got caught in the Cataclysm. He had to flash out of it. Without his flash, I do have my worries, because Zach's flash is going to be up before that. Now, Dragon started up by Winthrop University. Mobility having the deeper angle. Zach walking forward at the moment, does not have Stibbers available, so Blue Otter, they have a chance to fight right here. Kim down gets chunked out by quite a bit, falls to about just 100 health remaining. Piercing arrow goes through, and this allows Blue Otter to say, hey, thanks for the leash, but this dragon belongs to us.
Munchie remains up a level and can try and play aggressive here with Rovex. I really like you bringing up, Eric. You know, you're kind of doing my job for me here, the flash difference now in mid. How that happened, because we set up early in the game. Wilson playing through Zach. We've seen mostly the bot lane focus, which I think has some credence, again, as Winthrop and talking about the base damage and the strength of Rel Corky. But that flash difference mid, I think you got to make something happen as you are Wilson. And on the flip side for Blue Otter, you got to be aware that this should be the game plan for Winthrop to try and attack the way in the flash differential scenario. Is now Zach.
Oh, getting punished. Zach gets popped by the spiraling despair, shows up before Wilson can even fight. Now Wilson's the one cornered, gets feared up, will jump over to the Raptor camp, but you're going into the wrong direction. These are the swamps of Blue Otter. Resonating strike goes out onto Wilson. We'll use that blast plant to get over the wall. Kim down gonna cut off the angle. It's very hard to catch, very slippery. Lee Sin, Wilson escapes.
Rovex needs a base, so they're just going to make sure that Munchie gets his camps. And, I mean, if I could draw on my screen here, I would draw on the circle between Munchie and Wilson now. I mean, I think we were rightfully somewhat critical of Munchie's last game and kind of the refusal to pull the trigger in a couple instances where we felt like that could have been valuable, especially looking at some of those Pantheon ults. Munchie's been spot on for this game, and whether it's him, Rovex, or whoever's reading those 2 mid plays, I think were played out really, really nicely by Munchie and friends, as they have flipped that matchup on its head. I mean, the first 2 Tibbers coming down hasn't gotten a lot of value. And we're in the position now where Munchie might be able to do something around the grubs with Samikin's way, TPing back in and having a bit of an item advantage over the Annie with Tibbers being down as well.
And that gets rid of that flash advantage. Flash Tibbers now off the table because that trigger was pulled a little bit too early. And that focus from the mid lane that Winthrop want to go for, it makes it harder to find Samikin. Hook now coming in from Rovex. Chain of Corruptions goes wide. A Valkyrie comes out just in time for mobility. Munchie starting up the grubs. All in the meanwhile off of the recall of Zach, so priority belongs to Blue Otter in the mid lane at the very least.
2 and a highlight. Denethor, we're going for a bit of a curious build here. Black Cleaver Rush instead of the Triforce against the Scion. Trying to pump him down, and at the moment doing a good job of it. Able to sidestep that Q, and that's going to force the ult out of Ariana. So Wilson maybe is going to capitalize. The biscuits and the pots are running.
Oh, but Munchie is in the area. Sure, they spotted him out on the Gromp, but can't be too sure. A Sonic Wave.
I think Wilson's going to go for it.
Wilson's waiting for it. Oh, just misses. No teleport and no onslaught for Ariana, so it's a long walk back to lane.
That's a pretty expensive weight, too. Again, look at the difference between Munchie and Wilson. I think that's kind of the story of this game so far. The benefactors off of many fights we've seen the junglers and supports have, whether it's bot or mid. Munchie's been the one who has lived through these and is now coming out on top. And this Jarvan, getting accelerated like this, like Lee Sin really wants to kind of duel him around this point of the game. And we don't really have the power to duel the Jarvan because Jarvan's up a level. And Blue Otter are up a lot of tempo here in this bot side.
Up a level. Being able to jump right onto Wilson. Chases him out. It makes it hard for the rest of the team to respond. I mean, just Kim down trying to get out of dodge when Rovex is over there. Now rotating out, Munchie really making his presence felt. When you have this kind of lead, that's what you really got to do. And maneuvering around the map, always posing a threat.
Yeah. I appreciate it. I feel like he's gotten some good info on Lee. He knows that Lee's going bot the top now. He can go clean up his bot camps, and we'll see if he's going to reset for the Dragon, as a Mountain Dragon is our second spawn. And you got to believe that with the Varus and with the power of Jarvan right now, Dragon got to be in the sights of Blue Water as Denethor. Black Cleaver Conqueror running.
Jeez. Yeah, that Black Cleaver rush really working, but Spawn's piercing arrow lands right into the heart of Zach as Rovex will catch him out of rotation. Now depth charge knocks up Kim down. Kim down does not have flash. He'll have to pounce right over the wall, but Munchie pounces onto him for a killing spree.
Yeah, a lot used there. You can use the Cataclysm on that wall to try and cancel the W, so I think if Munchie casts that a little bit sooner, you can sometimes clip the rel. Might have saved the flash. That said, tools burn 9 seconds away from the Dragon. I do not think, there's no TP on the Annie. I don't think that Winthrop can be in the position to contest this one. If I'm Blue Otter, though, melting this, there's value to that. I don't want to stay here too long, because you can see Annie and Rel making their way. I would almost prefer if Samikin is on this objective, too, because we don't want a scenario where Winthrop might be able to get in, steal, because they have more ultimates up, and Denethor's mid.
Denethor's coming over, Dragon secured. Winthrop want the fight, though.
Oh, fear was used.
Looking to come in. There it is. Dragon's Rage gets the knockup. Samikin having to bail out, but so does Wilson in the process. Rovex will be the sacrificial lamb, but Denethor is looking for a flank, and Winthrop are here to back him up. All the meanwhile, they're underneath the tower.
I don't think that this is a play. It's Hwei wave clear, and Tivers was used.
Oh, here we go. Going on to Samikin. This is going to be difficult to go for, yeah. They are leading in with Tivers to try and soak in some of that damage, but it's not going to find too much. A lot of the utility you get from the Hwei, if you do the wrong dash at the wrong time, you're just stuck feared taking tower shots.
You know what? I as Blue Otter, I think you're really happy with that sequence and scenario, and I want to give Blue Otter kudos. Their coach coming into this again said this is a must-win game. On a scale of 1 to 10, he gave it a 10. They lost game 1, and we were kind of talking about, you know, they didn't do a good job of pulling the trigger, of finding the right plays. How they were pulling the trigger and trying to find engages was a little bit off. Blue Otter, I mean, do or die. You could look at this before their season as a potentially do or die scenario. I think they're playing good League of Legends so far. They have a comp where they have the ability to make plays. Really like what I've seen so far from Rovex, and especially Munchie, someone that we were critical of in the last game. It's been a good one. I think the direction's been solid, and you'll take that Dragon for losing your support any day of the week.
Good look from Blue Otter. Critical game for them.
Yes.
Talk about that strength of schedule, man. Supernova and Conviction are coming up on the road, so you need this win. Now, Denethor, Spiraling Despair is going to hit him. Samikin can't really chase for this, though. Denethor is still in a good way. Down's not too far off. But this is all to burn that Meganar and get the setup for the Rift Herald.
I think poke scenario with both Spawn and Samikin trying to hop in between waves. Wilson got a control ward in the pit, so he knows this one is at least being hit, and Ariana gets the wave in top. Both top laners CPing in here. We might have a fight soon. Look out for Kim Down, who is a little bit...
Yeah. We'll come in with the crash down onto Rovex, but he's picked off by Spawn real easily. It's going to be a trade, though. Support for support as the fight continues. Wilson goes pretty deep into the fray, and he's going to pay for it. Even with Tivers going down, Winthrop are looking for a way to fight back, but there we go back from Denethor, who will slam them against the wall. It's a big shutdown now picked up by Zach in the process. And everything not going the way of Winthrop, but you know what was? Denethor, and he shows up for this Herald fight.
It's a 2 for 2, but Denethor with the Meganar shuts down the fight, gets it in Winthrop's favor. I think Rift Herald's not going to be touched. It's still up, so if Blue Otter can kind of hold their ground with spawn poking. Maybe they can find another scenario where they can win. I do think that if ults are down, I favor Blue Otter's fight a bit. Just because the strength of Jarvan EQ and Nautilus is really big when ults are missing. But, man, what a nice play from Denethor to make sure that play goes Winthrop's way.
Denethor, all that time he's spent in the top side, he's been bullying Orianna. He's been farming up a storm. So when he does arrive, even though it's been a little bit of a struggle bus coming out for Winthrop University, it hasn't been that way for Denethor. Can always bring the pain, and Munchie's feeling that right now as he gets bodied by Denethor.
Denethor with the shutdown. That's a lot of gold and a lot of tempo lost on the Herald as Blue Otter kind of split up on this play. I thought if they kind of stuck around, this was something, but Wilson gets in there, finds the duel. Munchie, or Denethor gets in there, finds the duel. Munchie gives over a big shutdown to that Gnar. As, I mean, if Denethor gets an early Triforce, Deserux, this could be that Gnar spike you really look for at 1-2 items. I know it's the Black Cleaver first, but this is going to be a lot of gold going over to Winthrop. They're going to be in the lead after this sequence.
Yeah. It was about 2K in the favor of Blue Otter.
Yeah.
And now it's being completely dropped on its head. It's the Golden Eagles clutching out in the 5v5s and not enough good setup from Blue Otter to make sure they're going to be able to take these objectives safely, leaving Munchie kind of on his own. He used his Demacian standard. He didn't have Flag and Treg to get out from Denethor's ultimate, and he paid dearly.
I don't think Orianna can answer back as the Sunfire Cape as well. I mean, it's good against the wave, but we've had our Scion Specialist Supreme Fiji being very anti-Bombies items and Sunfire Capes, and I agree with him. As Scion, you can kind of hit the wave and try and benefit from Unending Despair. As Robex, he hides the animation. Beautiful.
Oh, Cataclysm goes out. Kim Down survives. Still burning the flash from the Rel is significant for Blue Otter.
I think that's just
that means
the
the snappy engage taken off. There's no flash for the Annie. Zach won't have that, so a lot of this engage you're looking for Winthrop University, they're not going to have online.
So Robex there, his mobility is going to get chunked. I don't think Samakin gets him, but yeah, barrier is burned. Mobility going back to base. As long as Robex prevents the steal. I do love that Nautilus mechanic we saw in Robex. With the auto attack, it kind of looks like your Q animation, so we hit it and throughout the dredge line, kind of hit it, and that's what started off the chain of plays. Wilson's going to go for the steal, but can't find it.
Yeah, he can't find it. Meganar's coming up. Denethor's going to look for the engage right here. Goes into Meganar form, sees Orianna all by himself. Don't mind if I do. Will throw blow after blow, take down the Scion, and find himself at least a revenge kill after the dragon was taken by Blue Otter.
Still, that is a Hextech Soul Point, Deserux. And honestly, how appropriate that we're here again. As we are going to see if Munchie gets out, and we might have a replay queued up here. Yep. Thank you, Phillips Norelco OneBlade, for always supporting us. We're going to take a look at Denethor's Gnar in this last fight. I mean, I thought Kim Down was a little bit too far deep after he took the portal over. But look at Denethor just building up that Gnar bar. Wilson does go down. It's a really nice depth charge by Robex before he dies. But the re-entry from Zach and Denethor here as Munchie, I mean, trades Cataclysm for Flash, but that is beautiful. Meganar during the E-hop finds two, chains it up with a double wall-up, and make sure that fight's at least even for Winthrop, as they got the Rift Herald off that too, so big play by Denethor.
Master of the Gnar. I didn't even realize he started that fight off with 0 on the Gnar bar and just fought all the way until he got that Meganar going, but that's some great stuff coming out from Denethor. And he hits that breakpoint that you were talking about, Cubby. That Trinity Force now done for Denethor.
And we saw it in the last fight as he had it, as he ripped down Orianna's Scion. Now we have it with some change. I wonder if he's going for the Randuin's Omen. As I really like that on Gnar. I think that if you get in the fight, popping the slow really helps you line up Meganars and wall-ups at times when you're not around walls, or it can help you. Make sure you just connect those abilities against champs with high move speed. Gonna put a little bit more onus on the way damage as Denethor gonna try and demolish that turret. Good hop out. Doesn't get caught by the ult from Orianna as the Scion comes up empty. And you gotta believe Mininar is gonna take down this outer turret on the next wave. So Denethor finding another win for his team as Winthrop pushes their gold lead to a little bit more than 2K now.
Winthrop University looking for an angle on the bottom lane. Tibber's going to be used on the wave. Sammy Kid steps right on out. 2K now in the favor of Winthrop University. A flash Back up for Zach. That's one thing you do got to keep in mind.
Yeah,
considering Samikins just went down.
Yeah, Samikin using that, as you called out earlier in the game, Deserex. Big for Dragon Fights, potentially, as Rovex. It's getting frisky, but I don't... This is a little aggressive for me.
A little bit too frisky, but it does find the pick on him down. Cost him his life. Now Munchie needs to get out before his is forfeit. Wilson will follow through. Mobility grabbing the kill. But here comes Zach again. Samikin does not have flash. Zach willing to use his. Gets the stun after the flash over the wall.
Great
Sonic
fear.
Wave gets caught. Brilliant fear used by Samikin, but he will still get caught in the second rotation of Zach, who stuns up Samikin and puts him in the dirt.
I just didn't see that play for Rovex. I didn't see that play for Blue Water. And you also kind of opted into a DPS fight on the enemy side of the map when you have the Varus to poke. And Spawn used a lot of his tools to make sure that the Aftershock Rel fell. So I just don't feel like that was a winning scenario for Blue. I don't... Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
I don't think there's much to really say here. Like, Rovex is pretty dead to rights. No, he flashes out. Gets out in time. Okay, now there's a counter engage opportunity, but even Ariana's low. Spawn's got to play this one carefully. Gonna go into the zombie mode. Hook comes through, and it's baited out. It's a life for a life. Jungler for top laner. And what could have been a little bit bad for Rovex, he did not fall fast enough for Winthrop to capitalize.
Not a full-on disaster, but I still think Winthrop is accelerating their gold lead. And much like last game, Deserex, we're in a position where I really think that Hexel is necessary for Blue Water to try and clean up this game. The scaling of the poke Ferris, and I mean, Scion's a big tank ball, but there's not a ton of damage behind this Blue Water comp if we aren't playing ahead and having control as Varus. It's going to be that mobility Corki that has the ability to pump out the damage that we've seen Corki do so often. And this is another fight where we're down numbers. Really depth charge.
Rovex just turned around from this one. Munchie's still going to look to go in. Tries to find Denethor. Out comes Tibbers. All the meanwhile, Ariana looking to step forward. Spiraling Despair now going on to Kim down. Ariana holding the line for the time being. Has a lot of health to work with. And Blue Otter healing back. They did get some damage onto Winthrop University, and they still have a healthy front line.
It's 10 seconds till the Dragon. I mean, Tibbers being used again is big, but Kim Down still has that ultimate to try and set up. Denethor did run out of the Mega Gnar and is going to base and TP back to give himself that health bar, but Rovex is very low, also down ult. Only ult available is Oriana's.
Don't give Denethor time right here. Here we go. Wilson looking to jump in. They find Samikin. One carry down, one carry's running away. So this is Winthrop University's fight. The chase from Wilson. Sonic Wave, resonating strike, double kill for Denethor. And this is where Winthrop take over.
I just don't think that play was there for Blue Water. That really felt like desperation trying to reach and how they went into reach. I mean, Wilson has a really big engage in play, but if we think about the ults that are up and available, it is only Scion ult versus Lee Sin ult, a Mega Gnar that's going to come up off cooldown quickly once Denethor gets back in the fight, and the Rel ult. And Kim Down has a great fight and setup. I don't want to take away from Winthrop, but I really feel like Blue Otter, we can sense some of the desperation from these two games. As the formation here, I mean, Samikin misses. That engage from Kim Down is brilliant. But I don't know if we had to be in the position to do that in the first place. And Spawn just isn't able to put out any damage during any of this, as his team just gets ripped apart. So I feel like with Spawn kind of bouncing back and forth to the mid wave and us being there, it probably should have been a drop angle for Blue Water. I know we're talking about how badly they need this Hexel, but you got to respect some of the conditions that happened in the skirmishing that happened before. I think Blue is playing this game has been a little bit sloppy. I think there's been a lot of conditions burned before the fights actually break open. And in the end, I think that's kind of hurt Blue's comp because they're giving away angles where it's not clean enough with the poke and giving away angles where mobility and Denethor just get to auto attack and do their damage. And that's not going well for Blue Water.
Not at all. It feels like a lot of this has come from Rovex being way too aggressive with some of these engages. And it's kind of been a history of Blue Otter. I think back to that Maryville game where Munchie was doing well in Master Yi. Rovex was the one to try and re-engage what was a lost fight. And a lot of these angles that Rovex is going for, it's not the angle you want to take when you have a team such as Winthrop in the position that they're in. Yeah, there you go again. Rovex Tries to find a hook on Kim down, but there's
the
a pinch angle now set up for Winthrop.
Munchie's down 2 levels now. He was up a level and a half at one point in this matchup in the heads up. The fact that he's down that level and a half now, I mean, I think it really speaks to how this game's gone for Blue Water.
Here we go, another hook. They do find Kim down, but the flash forward from Zach's. He will throw Timbers down onto Sammy Kid. Sammy Kid has to bail out, but Zach goes down. Munchie, flag and try, gets himself out of the fight. Still one given back over, but Denethor's there! Catches Spawn! Winthrop University counterattack. They bite back thanks to Denethor.
That was so sick. It was the Lee Sin ward hop, so the Gnar could get the double hop going mega. Denethor and Wilson clean it up. That was a nasty play and synergy being made by both of them on the Lee Sin Gnar as Winthrop. That's going to get them a Baron in a fight that kind of looked close for Blue Water. Samiki was able to flash out and live. That gets shut down again by Denethor.
Ariana, what are you doing here? This is Denethor. How many times he's got to teach you this lesson? We'll just take him down. Mobility chases through. It does stop the Baron for now, but I think Winthrop are okay with that. They want to find more picks. Rovex, he got nowhere to go. We'll have to flash right over the wall. He does survive by the skin of his teeth. Teleport now coming out as Spawn looks to rejoin the fray. A little bit of time bought by Blue Otter. Baron not taken just yet.
It's at the expense of Arena, though. Way more gold going over to Winthrop. As they're really, I mean, these are 2 games, Deserex, where I really feel like things were winnable for Blue Water. And the team play just has not been clean enough to try and shut the door on Winthrop. Their team play has been much better. I think a lot more angles have been given over to Winthrop that could be positive, and man, have they taken those and ran with those as they've played a really good series and a really good week. I mean, Winthrop's looking to go 4-0 on the week. They played 15 games this week going into the series alone. They only dropped it against Maryville. This team's just been on fire.
Trial by fire for Winthrop University, playing both in Orlando. They're still there right now.
C-Law too. They played their UCI match games against them. Yeah. They're looking to really peak at the right time for both NACL and C-Law. As this team's sticking to their guns, making changes earlier in the year, which I think have really helped them now, as it really feels like, especially Zach has leveled up, man. I think Zach really has thrown himself into conversation this week. I guess he's a rookie for NACL, but man, the improvement we've seen out of Zach from the start of the split to now, it feels like it went from a player that was really only able to be really effective for me on Rise into a player that is really being effective for his team and how he plays the map. It's been fantastic.
6.3K in the lead. Blue Otter looking for any way to get back into this game, but it's always denied at every single corner, especially when you turn that corner and Denethor is right there. He's going to get his Meganar form soon. Mobility will take down Rovex before that Meganar even ticks. Zach will take a chunk of damage, but Spawn has to flash over the wall
that setup
to find
is so
himself
decent.
to safety.
They're trying to connect with the top wave. You don't need to play that top wave. You have to connect with Spawn through mid. And we've seen Spawn be disconnected, I think, on multiple occasions. That's how we played this one out. I know Munchie was pushed up top. We got to try and really get down fight for the mid waves. Again, this is your only way back in the game, I think, as Blue Water at this point. You're down 6, 7K gold. We think the Corky scale is better. I really feel like Hexel is that thing that can kind of get them back, make this game a little bit more interesting. And that's the last 2 dragons again that have gone over. Keep in mind, game 1, it was the 3-1 dragon count. Winthrop secured 3 dragons in a row to deny that Hexel from the Blue Water comp that with an Ezreal Mel, or Ezreal Zoe could have really benefited from it. A Hue Varus could really benefit from a Hexel, and it's being denied again by good play from Blue Water, or from Winthrop.
I feel like Blue Otter are just not playing towards their guns like we saw in the NRG game. Rovex gets caught out by the Dragon's Rage. I look back to that game, and what was it? It was Caitlyn Ziggs. They would set up on neutral objectives and force teams to walk into them. They played with patience. Right now, this is a really impatient Blue Otter squad that's forcing fights at any given time when they're down leads, when they're down situations, when they're down players.
You have to set up poke, too. I think that's what's making it worse. You need to make sure your conditions are good for poke. That's going to be Baron off the pick. Rovex down. Baron now down for Winthrop, and all Blue Water can do is clean up this wave and hopefully run for the hills.
Teleport coming out. Zach's looking for a flank. He has his flash available.
Rocket Belt.
Could use it to get onto Munchie. 3 players strong now, the entire squad coming in for Blue Otter. You're starting to feel the last chance come by. Blue Otter looking to get control of their own jungle. It's going to be 3 minutes 30 seconds before Elder Soul spawns. That might be one of their last opportunities to get back into this game, but time is ticking, and it's ticking against Blue Otter.
I mean, I think Winthrop, what a story this week to go 4-0. And also just an 0-4 week on the side of Blue Water and a do or die. This is a really big week for both of these teams in the standings. And both teams are what could have been 1-1 weeks for them. It's going to be joy on one side and disappointment on the other. Look at the teams on paper so far. Kim down, caught, but Zach is lying in wait.
Dashes them for the crash down. Spiraling Despair going to go out onto Kim down. Knocks him down very, very low.
Okay.
But still empty-handed for Blue Otter.
That's better, though, from Blue. I'd rather see that than kind of committing to a fight that's not there as we commit to a chain of corruption that's not there. Mobility takes the W out of that one, and might enable the push to continue here as Zach and Wilson going to try and play mid lane. And Winthrop going to shift their power up towards top to try and knock down the last inner.
I want to harpen back a little bit to Spawn. I think this has been an incredibly rough game for him. We talked a little bit before. Actually, we got to hold that thought because already more fighting now coming in.
This is
good.
good.
Going to get caught out, so this is a pick for Blue Otter. Flag and Drake doesn't land. They don't need it to land. Out comes the arrows from Spawn. We'll find something in the name of Blue Otter. That's a big engaged tool that's going to be down for Winthrop University.
They got to go Zach. They got to go Zach.
Got to worry about the other ones. They're going right after Zach.
Okay, that's
Onslaught
good.
Comes through. Doesn't find Zach. Zach gets out. He has to burn his flash.
Well played, Ariana. That's a good find. Yeah, I think the spawn point, Deserex, I think at some moments, the team hasn't been connected with him enough. So it could be the team kind of going in 2 different directions, right? We've seen Spawn in a couple waves where they haven't really been connecting through the Varus.
Yeah.
Umbui, I think that connecting through Poke Varus, like playing the game through and around him, is usually the way to go. Regardless, though, I think those couple moments of desyncs have led to pretty big moments in the game because it was the 4th dragon being taken for Winthrop, their first, and then the Baron being taken the 2 times that I thought Spawn was desynced, and 1 time he went down. So, yeah. With the poke formations, again, it takes a lot of discipline to try and play this one out sometimes. And I think you're right, and that discipline at times was lacking this game for Blue, and Winthrop playing damn good league right now as they were able to punish Ariana. No ult, he's caught out. I think he's down.
Ariana absorbing a lot of damage, though. Will put out the decimating smash, finds a knockup on to Denethor.
Okay,
that's a big shutdown found by Spawn. Now Munchie wants to chase this one down. Blue Otter might be looking for the engage. Ariana has to bail out as Munchie takes damage, but still is able to stay up and alive.
Orianna has TP.
Next one.
I think that they have to TP back and try and play this Hex Soul on Spawn. Poke out with the formation. Try and get that soul for yourself. I didn't think Orianna had ult just because I saw him use it to chase down Annie. I checked that knockup in the Denethor was clutch. Super clutch. I mean, this might be a scenario where Blue finds something. Robax flash down. Zach is flashless. Does have the rocket belt up. Robax is ultless. You're going to try and pull this one down. If you're Blue Water, I think you got to pull this Drake down. You can see Zach right now. Pull it down. Try and play off that tri-brush ward you have.
Oh, Wilson.
And defend it. Pull it out and pull it down. This is a little bit slow. Denethor does have TP when he spawns. He spawns in 8.
Ooh, this is very difficult. If Wilson gets a Q on it, you can use the second Q to try and time it with the smite. Teleport now coming in. Here we go. Wilson looking to come in. You got to flip this Dragon Soul. You got to do it right now. Kim Down's getting low. It's secured by Wilson. Now Blue Water looking to fight their way right on out of this. Zach is one target they got to fight through, and that's what they do. But here comes Denethor. When he's on the Gnar, he is sick with it as he takes down Blue Water, chases down Munchie. He's a beast, and now Munchie has no choice but to flag and drag to safety. Turns it around onto Wilson, finds the shutdown, but Spawn versus Denethor, I put my money on Denethor anytime. Denethor clutching it out for Winthrop.
Honestly, a close fight and moment for Blue Water to get back into this one. It was the Dragon Rage kick from Wilson. It got Munchie out, made sure the smite went Wilson's way. And the rest of the fight, honestly, a close one because the pick on the Zach was sound that Blue Water had. they kept the ante out. There wasn't this big Tibbers that would have come in on Winthrop's side of the map that would have crushed them. Instead, it was the Gnar that came in as Mega Gnar Denethor made sure that fight went Winthrop's way. It's a 4 for 4, but again, denying that Hex Soul, getting that third Hextech Dragon for yourself, that is a game changer for Winthrop, because I really feel like that is Blue Otter's one way back into this, getting that soul for themselves. And we might be to the point, kind of like last game, Deserex, where this game could come down to a soul flip, as I think we do have to give Blue Otter, again, some credit. This is a do-or-die game. They're playing for their lives, really, with promotion relegation. They really need this win. And that last sequence was pretty good for them. They did close the gold gap a little bit, and I think they did turn that initial pick on the Denethor into a positive sequence that, credit to Denethor, he came back and shut down.
Denethor was looking amazing. I mean, he got picked at the very start of it, comes back, and he's the one who will be the hero for Winthrop University. He's been playing out of his mind this entire week. You talk about that Jace game. Look at this Gnar game that's also coming out of Denethor. He's been an absolute beast. Definitely one of the cornerstones of Winthrop alongside mobility. And now this team looking complete as they lock in the later stages of this game. I mean, they've always been a scaling team. They're always a team that gets better as the season goes on, and it's showing right now.
See, I only felt that way about Spring last split. I think sometimes teams catch up in NACL, but the way they've been scaling this split's been awesome to see. As Zach has a nice little trap here, Munchie is unaware, and Munchie's going to be the target.
Mega Gnar.
Oh, good by Munchie. He got out. I think, yeah, Mega Gnar was cast. This might be enough for Blue Otter to think about going if they can wait out Denethor again. At this point, whenever you evolve Mega, that ult is going to be up. And man, I mean, the space that they've been clearing too, we've talked really not about mobility at all. But there's been a lot of space cleared for him to make sure he has big fights. Mobility really cashed in with the flash in on the last one. Did end up going down as the Hui didn't die fast enough. But, well, setup we have here. As a 3K gold differential, some of that was the mid-outer bounty, which Blue didn't shop with, is keeping it a little bit closer.
Man, what an insane game. Some of that gold lead has been shrunk, but as you were saying earlier, I do think it's going to come down to that Dragon Soul that will spawn.
Dude, I want a game 3. I really do. I would love to see Blue Otter kind of get a game 3 and play for their lives, because again, 0-4 week against AMI and Winthrop, you're kind of falling behind the rest of the league or the curve, as every team beat AMI coming into this. Blue Otter, I mean, they really, I know yesterday was a tough scenario. They could have won that game 2. I feel like they could have won game 1 and game 2 here. Go 0-4 would be rather dire. And man, to see them play their way out of this would be fun, but that's a, Winthrop has been the better team. They've been the better 5-stack so far today.
Yeah.
It showed in the last couple skirmishes. I think pulling Baron with Poke Ferris is very hard. So I don't think this is very real from Blue. And frankly, I would have rather seen them use that mid-wave to try and control bot. Because this game's going to come down to the Hextech Soul, and I feel like this is kind of wasted time being up here.
This late-game Corki is so devastating.
They're going to let him split, and they can't pull the Baron. Like, they're just kind of handcuffing themselves, as they do get Zac Flash and Tibbers. That's good, but again, I feel like Blue Otter are handcuffing themselves. This is not a real play.
Yeah.
They're just going to lose an inhibitor turret. They don't have control over the dragon. Now they're getting chased out by Winthrop.
Right, here
we got to pull the trigger here, I think.
They have to fight. They have no choice but fighting. Inhibitor's going to go down in the bottom lane. They catch out Kim down.
They've got to turn this into a Hex Soul. I would not trade Baron for Hex Soul. And again, they have to go base and deal with Denethor.
Denethor's taking. Nexus Tower number 1's going to go down. They're stopping the recalls. Okay, 1 getting out, 2 getting out. Now they're looking to turn on to Wilson. Wilson gets caught by the Chain of Corruption. Ooh, Spawn wants to finish it off, but can't catch the piercing arrow in time. Now Ariana's able to join the fray, but so is Denethor. And Denethor will make an R2. Doesn't get the stun on the Samikin. He's not against a wall. Samikin and Spawn need to do a lot of damage to stop Winthrop University, but they will come out alive. Hexol is on the table, and quickly Winthrop University are moving in that direction.
I mean, again, they don't have control over bot. I do want to give Samikin kudos. He flashed to not get thrown into the wall. That was a great flash from him. But now Winthrop's going to have a man advantage. It's Kim Down coming back up. They're going to be ones that have control over here first. And I guess Samikin died? What did Samikin just die to? Did he walk in and get deleted? We missed that.
I have no idea.
Game. That's just the game. I think he walked into Denethor and got deleted. That's just the game.
Wow.
He walked into the Raptors brush. I'm going to assume that that's what happened when he went down. I would love a look at that, because I missed that one. I just saw him pop up in the gray screen. But that's the game. I really feel like Blue, again, playing towards the Baron. The Baron pull is never real. You have Scion Varus.
All right, Blue Otter, they're still going to try and fight this one out. Zach's around the corner. Kimdown will use his flash to get away, but now you're fighting against a Hex Tech Soul. Good luck. It's
going to be Baron. It's going to be more control over the Winthrop, and that's going to be game. Okay. So yeah, let's take a second look.
So let's see.
Walked in Raptor's Brush and died, yeah.
Oh, man. Can't be doing that.
Fear goes wide. Again, like that control's there. I think you can lead with abilities to give you vision. Now going back to Baron pull.
Oh, Winthrop are happy to take this fight anytime. Denethor's in Meganar form. Blue Otter are falling. Rovex is down, stunning up Ariana. Munchie tries to get away, but Kindown will be the one to kill him. Spawn, where you're going? The gray screen's that way. Ariana getting chased. Will flash to try and cut the wave, but there's no wave to cut. There is only death and destruction delivered by the Golden Eagles.
Monster week for Winthrop. They did go down to the best of 3 in NACE to Maryville, but a 4-0 game score into a 2-0 week for NACL really puts Winthrop in the playoff conversation. And not even just the game records, how this team is played. Watching Zach level up, Denethor having a monster week, because he might be the player of the week coming out of this with a 4-0. KD as well, mobility in the back, and Wilson being able to play the Lee Sin, play it well. All around positives for Winthrop.
Nexus Tower number 2 falls. Winthrop University, trial by fire. They do NACE, they do CLL, they do NACL, and they end their week 5 with a 4-0 in games, taking both series.
There is no team busier right now in League of Legends than Winthrop. I guess Maryville would be the only other one, but hey, Winthrop played twice this week in our league, and Winthrop, I mean, on fire, man. I really feel like all the games, what we saw out of them this week, I think I will keep on giving shout-outs to Zach, because I think individually Zach is the one that has leveled up the most, had the most room to grow, but I think has really stepped up to the plate in that aspect. We're also seeing some of those steady members. I mean, monster game from mobility. Denethor, monster week from him, man. The Gnar, the Jace games were just straight-up carries coming out of Denethor, as this looks like this Winthrop fast style. The mid-games have been really good from them, and that's where they beat Blue Otter, I think, in both games today. Mid-games were just straight up better from Winthrop. They closed gold gaps both games. They got dragons secured both games off of better objective setup, better map play. Winthrop with a better team and find a 4-0 week. That's massive for them.
Absolutely. And the performances we're getting out of this team, man, this kind of late season scaling that's been showing up. I had a lot of questions when Zach stepped in. A lot of people might know him by his old name, Conveying. And when he stepped in, like, we had this identity that was established when Sword was in the mid lane, and that's, hey, they fight for neutrals really well. They have great setup around there, and that's where their mid game really starts to shine. We're waiting to see that again. Maybe they lost the identity. No, Zach, with time, dials in to what exactly this team needs. So it's beautiful stuff to see, and especially in this game, look at mobility, man. He really snuck in there with the damage, and 61.8k. Of course, Denethor being anywhere near a Corki is amazing, but it shows you how much work he was doing throughout this game.
Yeah, I think mobility was a quiet hero in that game, because there was a lot of ability for Winthrop to make space. I mean, Gnar, Lee, Annie, Rel can all make things happen, and throughout all that, mobility was just in the background, doing his job, pumping out the damage, firing. I think positioned really well, had some good rockets too that helped with one of the Baron setups I saw. So, well played. I mean, Corki Rel, not exactly a lane that we've seen at all yet this year in NACL.
Yeah.
It's usually the default to Nami. But knowing that the Nautilus was showing, didn't want the Nami into what was showing for Blue. That Rel for Kimdown, it was a bloody game for him, but did help really create space for mobility to cash in.
And I want to double back to just how much this team's been growing. I remember very early on, it was the match versus CCG where they lost, and keep in mind, that had only 35 on that team, and it started bringing up questions like, have they made the right roster decisions coming into NACL? Is Kimdown going to really start to show? Is Zach going to really start to show? And for this late season boon to start coming online and showing what Rob's all about, it's great to see that this team really can punch up high and make themselves in the bid for possibly a deep run for playoffs. You never know what's going to happen. I mean, you even had the NACE match that happened with Maryville where it went to 3 games. That's already a lot to really say when Maryville's considered so highly at the top of the standings. It might even be an angle where Winthrop are looking for a finals run.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think that Winthrop is, I would say, a favorite to make the CLOL finals. Like, I probably have it between them and Maryville. We'll see what Ole Miss has up their sleeve, as I know they're trying to work through their own changes over there. But you cannot deny the form that we're seeing out of Winthrop. And I think a lot of that form is coming from MVP of both series that Winthrop had this week, and that is Denethor in the top lane. There really, I can't remember a split where top lanes mattered more, given the bonus experience that you get. It feels like top laners, if you do get to that level 19, that level 20 mark, you can just come in and absolutely Thanos a few team fights. That is exactly what Denethor did this week on the Gnar, on the Jace. Massive week from him. As he, I mean, I think went up against, especially looking over at Conviction and Sniper, pretty good competition, and Denethor was up to the task and more.
All right, I am hearing that the interview is now ready, and your MVP, Denethor, will be joining us right now. So, Cubby, I need you to make a little bit of room so we can bring it Denethor.
I was trying to make room. I was trying to have dead air here. I thought I was going straight there. I got caught with the T, you know?
Get out of here, man. What are you doing? I want Denethor. Bring him on the desk. On the desk. Denethor, how's it going, man? All the reps in the world this week, you guys are pretty much fighting, what, CLOL? You're fighting NACE, you're fighting NACL. How do you do it, dude? Like, there's so many games that you guys have played in just 1 week alone.
Honestly, I don't even know. It's kind of just a blur at this point. There's too many games, back to back to back.
Yeah, so you are our MVP for the Conviction game. You're now our MVP for the Blue Otter game. This has been fantastic performances coming out from you. And it's been an incredible evolution of this squad, bringing both Kim Down and Zach into the fray. So I was hoping you can speak a little bit about them kind of getting acquainted with the team and starting to show up nowadays.
I think for Zach, he kind of just got thrown into the mix. Some stuff happened behind the scenes, and he was basically forced to play, kind of. And then seeing him like put on the performances he has with what he was faced with is really impressive, and really glad to have him as a teammate. And then it's been really fun playing with Kim Down. Amazing personality and player.
So I want to go back to that busy schedule. That is kind of tough to try and manage, considering you have 3 different tournaments going on at the same time. So how's it been trying to prep for all this League of Legends play that you have and stay dialed in?
It kind of went to more focusing on just how I can perform and play rather than my opponents, because at the end of the day, it's just League of Legends over and over. So if I'm prepared to play League, I don't need to focus as much on the opponent. That's what I would say. It didn't go that well for Maryville, but the rest of it was good.
So how are you feeling about your own play? I know very often you tend to blind pick more so than other top laners in the league. And what really puts you in that space for your team when you can just say, hey, pick me Gnar and I'll run the map with it?
I think it's one of my stronger picks. I don't know why teams are still letting it happen, to be honest, because when I pick it, it just feels like the game is 70-30 rather than 50-50, if it was even 50-50 to begin with. But I think I'm a team player, and I want to give my team the best opportunity to win the game, and sometimes that's just what I think is necessary.
Well, how are you feeling about your chances when it comes to NACL? Do you guys think you're one of the top dogs now and potentially one of the favorites? I know Mobility was putting out tweets very early into the season, feeling like people were sleeping on your squad.
I think people are always going to underestimate us just because we haven't had the performances we've wanted in the past. I think the last split of NACL, though, we put out a lot more in the playoffs than people expected, and it's going to be the same way this time. I think the Conviction Series, nobody had us winning, but I think I had us winning. Like, it wasn't like going to be, I think, very hard stomp, but I thought we could win. I thought we would win, and we did.
All right, coming into the second half of the season, we've gotten a good amount of games done. There's only 3 series that remain, and a lot of those are against some collegiate adversaries. You have Maryville University, as well as Citadel Gaming, which is the Ole Miss squad. So, are there any thoughts or feelings heading into the later half of the season?
I think we have an easier route going forward than we did the first part of the season. So, I expect more wins. I know we already 3-0'd and 3-1 Ole Miss in collegiate. So I don't expect much different there.
All right, I like the confidence, man. You guys have been looking great. It's been great seeing you guys evolve. So before I let you go, do you have any shout-outs you want to give?
I mean, you might be able to see Pill's car right there. Shout out to
he's there?
He's trying his best.
I want to give a hello to him, man.
I see you. He's just trying to be nonchalant with it, but he wants to be there. He knows what he's doing. Shout out to him and my teammates for pushing through. I know some of them were getting quite tired towards the end, but we made it. Got the dub.
I know how you do it, man. I know how you do it.
It was difficult.
So many tournaments
there was some incident with the restaurant we went to. Like, luckily, only 2 of the league players ate the fried chicken, which one of them was me. And we woke up, and the whole Valor team was absolutely just, their stomachs were turned upside down. Me as well, but I got through that too. And then we only got 5 hours of sleep, most of us, because the collegiate match went to like past midnight, and then we had to drive, but pushed through. Played well.
So, travel exhaustion, food poisoning, 3 different tournaments, and you still have time to hit the sea lion.
Hit the sea lion. That's on the internet forever.
Yeah.
Live with it.
Well, I want to thank you so much for joining us for this interview. You seem tired, so I'm going to let you go, man. Go celebrate, get some rest, whatever it be, and I want to wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. Peace.
But we hit the sea lion for charity, all right? That's a good thing to have on the internet forever, Denethor. And you can hit whatever you want if you keep on playing like that, man. 4-0. Love to hear from Denethor and Winthrop, as it was a really, really good series from them.
This has been an amazing showing. An amazing glow-up for Winthrop University. I always love hearing from Denethor and seeing Pilskar out there. You know, we always have to give a shout-out to parents. For those who don't know, Pilskar is his dad. He's usually in the Twitch chat. We always see him hyping up. I'm sure he's proud of his boy, man, because 2 MVPs in 1 week in some pretty tough matches to face off against.
Yeah, I mean, can't complain. Can't really hope for anything better from Winthrop, as they are playing some damn good League of Legends. But you know what, Deserex? We're going to have to go a little bit lower in the standings for this next one, as we have the 2 teams that the full community projected to be competing for promotion relegation going up against each other. And I gotta say, Dorado has taken some games off of like NRG. I mean, I think Dorado's looked really competitive in NACL, especially the last couple weeks. Shout out to Coach Bobby, who I really feel like I can see improvement from all 5 of those players, where the majority were relegated previously with AMI, with a lot of them being on AMI. And then we have AMI coming off of a win yesterday, which I think really puts them in the conversation for, if they can win today, that might be the team that, you know, looked the worst. Most people expected to be in that talk for relegation. They might actually be out of the promotion relegation talk. They can find a win against Dorado today.
It could be an interesting factor. I mean, there's very high stakes in this matchup when you're so close to each other in the standings. But I'm getting word that an interview is ready. So, Cubby, it's your turn to shoo me away.
Yeah, let's sit down with the coach here, as we're going to get some words before the series. Of course, always sponsored by Philips Norelco coming in. But I believe that we're going to be sitting down with the coach that I was just kind of hinting at, speaking highly of. We got Coach Bobby here for Dorado. Now, I know that we haven't flown the rosters yet, Coach Bobby, but we do have a substitution coming in, as I believe it is Boyster playing at 80 carry instead of Hub today. I assume, is that just a one-time sub? Did Hub have a different entanglement that is keeping him from playing, or are you guys trying something new here?
Yeah, Hub is just not here for today's games, which is a little bit sad, to be honest. But he's actually graduating, so congratulations to him. And yeah, I think that Bastier is good enough to actually win today's series.
I think that letting someone attend their graduation is a very good reason to not be attending a League of Legends match. So shout out to you guys with that. Bobby, you know, I talked a little bit on Twitter. We talked a little bit with you guys about how you've gotten this team into form. And for context, I mean, I think a lot of the reason why the community might have had you guys slot in the promotion relegation slot is because the majority of your team, a tournament like ACL, it was middle of the pack finishes, right? Or trying to make the bracket stage. You have these guys in good shape. What is something that we don't see behind the scenes that you feel like has been really effective in terms of helping the team? Or who is someone on the team that, you want to give a shout out as really helping level up, not just their play, but maybe the entire team's play as you guys have been playing well as 5?
So to be honest, the new rookie, Jason Redemption, is putting a lot of work. He's basically researching the games. He's basically giving us examples from LPL, LCK games. And the whole squad is basically in the game, if that makes sense. They're all researching, trying to be better every single game. This is basically a passion project. And we're all professional about this. So I feel like we're just going to outscale other teams in this league. That's basically our trajectory for now.
Yeah. Back when I was coaching my collegiate team, one of my favorite questions in tryouts was always, what is your content diet? Like, what else are you doing to consume the game and try and improve? It's great to hear that we have some pro play, at least being acknowledged by Jason, or Redemption, of course, in game. I know he's also been getting some kudos from people around the league. Like Jerry had a tweet like, I think this guy's got game / can be rising up. Besides just helping the team out with other tape, what have you seen about his play that gets you excited as a coach?
His learnability is really high. Whatever I talk to him, he basically tries to apply it to his game instantly, basically. And that is something that is basically the most important for rookies, is how fast they can actually apply things that they learned inside very stressful situations, such as NACL games, right?
Yeah, it has been nice to see. I think that seeing a rookie come in and play the engagers for me, like the Nico, the Bard angles, have been really impressive, because I feel like sometimes it takes a little bit of time for a newer player to get used to. Looking over at the other side of the Rift, AMI, Arbrio's been on fire, and this team is playing a little bit better from what we've seen earlier on. What is your relationship with some of the players? I know that there is some closeness between you guys, and what is the biggest challenge that AMI presents you guys today as Dorado?
They really like playing chaotic League of Legends, right? They have the Rengar, Celise attacking our jungle camps, looking for basically random collapses on the side. This is something that they're really good at, and if we actually don't get caught at their randomness, chaos, I think that we should be fine.
Well, I know that you were talking highly about your team's mid games a couple weeks ago. We've seen that on the Rift with you guys picking up more wins, and wish you guys the best of luck today as we get into the match.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks, Bobby. Desrex, bring it back in here. Got any thoughts about that one? I appreciate him giving shout-outs to Redemption or Jason1v9 on Twitter, who, again, I think it's been really cool to see some of his peers in the league be like, hey, I think this guy's good, or like, this guy's been really stepping up.
I mean, first thing that's going to pop out to me is the graduation, man. Like, big
yes,
respects to it. That's huge,
congrats
man.
To Baz.
That is awesome stuff for Baz. Yeah. So, hey, gotta love it. You love to see that people are progressing in different stages of their lives, even outside of sports. But you gotta progress up the standings now, as it's AMI versus Dorado game. This is where, again, they're very close to each other in the standings. So this is one of those games that have a lot of weight to it if you are able to take a win here.
Yes, I mean, again, I think that if you looked at any and all community tier lists, it really has been AMI versus Dorado going into being the bottom two. And I want to give kudos to both teams. I think AMI, that win against Blue Water, they found a series win. They got their first 2 games won. I think Arbrio actually has been playing a bit better for the team. We've seen them do some leveling up. I agree with Bobby a little bit about the randomness or the weird picks, but that's part of the game. I always told my teams, guys, it's not cheese. This is all part of the game. You can run strategies like this in the game. They might be different, but that's why you're drafting different champions every single time. So we have seen AMI, I feel like, be more competitive. Now, I've got Dorado favored coming into the day. Even with the sub going in for Boyster, just because I feel like AD is the easiest role to sub in and out. And also, we've seen some good mid games from Dorado. And they haven't just been winning series against Citadel, where we did have Decoy pop off in that series, against Silo kind of being put in a tough position, debuting top lane first time. But I think that we've really seen some positives, especially from Low Jazz. who I know we talk a little bit about Redemption, but LoJazz has been doing a really nice job running some of the rifts, and I think his Pantheon Nocturne, the way that he's playing with tempo and playing with the team, that's been a big positive for Dorado.
Now let's go ahead and pull the standings so we can really start dialing into these squads. Apex Mission Impossible will be the first team on your screen. Just a moment here. We're
adjusting standings real quick. You know, we have some live updates after the last series with things shifting up and down to the standings. But what you guys need to know, AMI, they are at the bottom of the standings still. Chance to change that today. It is 1 series win for both of these teams. Dorado has won more maps. They've got 4 game wins, which is going to matter when it comes to tiebreakers at the end of the season. So I think it's really important if AMI wants to sincerely step out of the promotion relegation conversation. I think it's really important for them to win today. And man, I know that we just sung the praises of a Winthrop 4-0 and the 2-0 series score this week. I think that I said earlier in the broadcast that one of the bigger surprises for me this week was Conviction going 0-2, 0-4. There would be no bigger surprise than AMI having a 2-0 week in whatever manner they do it. As, again, you can look at the standings. These are 2 teams towards the bottom. I really think, especially for AMI, you can see Dorado has more series to play throughout the rest of the year. AMI is running out of chances to try and get themselves out of that promotion relegation conversation. Yeah. They do have Citadel at the back half of the year, so they still have Citadel to go, who are around them in the standings. But a win today, we could be talking about playoffs for either of the teams that end up finding a series win today.
For Apex Mission Impossible, I still need more convincing at the end of the day. That's going to be the big one for me. Because, yeah, you won your first series, but you also have to keep in mind they won their first games against Blue Otter. And this was a Blue Otter squad that was kind of struggling. That being said, you know, you've seen the potential there. I know everyone loves to mention Arbrio, solo killing sniper. I still wake up in a cold sweat thinking about it. So seeing the squad, you know, I want to be convinced that they can make that higher run and try and punch their way out of the promotion relegation. This is going to be the match to show that they can.
Yeah, shout out to Baz, I think, yesterday. I really felt like that game 2 was like Blues to win, as I talked about earlier. But Baz on the Caitlyn was a lower damage threat and had a really big one, as it was Hub that's graduating today. On the flip side, it's going to be a little bit different for the AD role for Dorado. But RetroZing and Bio had a really nice, I think, Lee Sin Galio moments. I thought RetroZing's Galio, it's seen bans before. I understand why after seeing him play the Galio yesterday. I thought he played it very well with how he was able to impact the map. So this is a team that I think they've gotten, you know, Bio talked about after they lost to Conviction, they were talking about having more fun as a team. Yep. And it almost feels like they've kind of loosened up those picks a little bit. And that has done a few favors for AMI in terms of the looks we've seen them have on the Rift of late. So see if that can continue today going up against Dorado.
I mean, you see their cams off of that Blue Otter win. They were having a grand time, man. They were having a blast playing together as a unit. It's always fun to see. But let's go ahead and pull up the roster of Dorado Gaming. Now, this squad, I mean, I really do love the mid-game punch that they have. A lot of teams have been kind of struggling to figure it out, and I think one of the biggest of those names is going to be NRG. I mean, just the fact that you took a game off NRG when you're a team that's ranked this low is significant beyond belief.
Yeah, I think that they have a style that they've been doing this with. Adam's been playing the movers. It's been a lot of Ari and Silas from him, a couple champs that have not been prioritized by a lot of other teams in the league. LoJazz has been loving the global impact fighters you can have in the Pantheon of the Nocturne. Yep. And, I mean, we saw Decoy kind of flex his muscles last week, pulling out the Aurora and the Gwen going big. With Redemption being solid. Hub, of course, is graduating today, according to the team. Congrats to him. But we'll see if Mr. Game & Watch and Boyster can step up and really fill that role. As I do think that AD is the easiest role to step into a team of 5 with, just to plug and play. We've seen that a lot at the professional level, too. Just got to have good hands and try and communicate with the team what you need and kind of fall in line with what they want from you a little bit as well at times. So I know that Coach Bobby said Boyster is ready up for the task. Hopefully they can get the win over AMI. As we have to take a look at our featured matchup before we dive into this game, Desirex.
Our featured matchup is going to be on that top side between AMI and Dorado. Yeah. So we're going to be taking a close look at Arbrio and Decoy.
Yeah, I do think, again, we gave Arbrio the shutout for solo killing sniper, which happened not once, not twice, but 3 times in that game too, as AMI did fall short to Conviction. But I think Arbrio and Decoy are both coming off a good series. I know that Decoy did it against Asilo, who was up top for Citadel, and we had Low Jazz afterwards saying, like, yeah, it's a really tough position to be in as a team, or as a player. But, you know, if you still put up about 1,400 damage a minute over 2 games, that is going to get you the top laner of the week, which Decoy did get last week. So, at least 2 players. I feel like Decoy, I talked to him after that series and said, like, hey, man, I know you were up against a top laner that was autofill, but I still recognize that you are playing a lot better. And it was interesting. He talked about how you can see the laning stats aren't exactly the best for him. But he said, I didn't know if I was going to play or not this year. I took a couple months off of the league, so I'm kind of re-picking up the game in a way. So I feel like I can elevate my laning. And I got to say, I think the way that he's seeing the game is a lot better. I really feel like he's seeing the game well. A lot of the TPs and angles that he's finding on champions like Aurora specifically, I think it's the right way to play the champion when you're playing out of the top lane. And I want to give Decoy, because it feels like he's gone from a player that exists to doing his role who at times does his role so well that he has ended up carrying some games in a way for Dorado. So I know that stats aren't the best, you know, for either of these top laners, but we have seen them elevate their play a bit of late. We are about development here at the NACL, and we're hoping to see them really step up to the task in a game that's very important for both of these teams here again, when looking at the promotion relegation situation and also the chance to try and sneak into playoffs.
And the champion pool, to me, is where things get super interesting between both of these 2 top laners. You were talking a little bit about some of the AP that's played over by Decoy. You know, we've seen the Gwen, we've seen the Aurora. Arbrio is one who's willing to pull out, like, the Yorick, for example, that you see right there on the left-hand side. Zahen's also been played. A little bit of missed success from some of the more in-your-face champions that he's willing to pull out, but I just like this stylistically as a matchup between both of these 2 top laners.
I mean, so far, Arbrio's been, was it from Demacia? Anti-mages so far?
Yeah.
Is that the war, right? It is the split of Demacia. I really should have this down. But yeah, he's got the champ pool that likes the which would imprison Silas, not actually played himself, you know, as we have seen a lot of the fighters from him. So I think that's a good shout. Desirux is a little bit of a difference of roles within the team. And again, I think this champ pool is one to flash a little bit different for me. The one that's really different is mid, because we've seen the most played from Adam. It's been 4 games of Ahri, and then there's a Vade in there, there's a Yone in there. We haven't seen a lot of AD picks in the mid lane, and that's Silas, as there's been a really big priority for me on Adam trying to find movers and help Low Jazz impact the map, which have been good looks. It has been really good looks for Dorado, as they have been able to take games off of teams above them in the standings.
Yeah, even his Silas play was really spot on, since you were just talking about Silas right there against NRG. And oftentimes he does have pretty good looks in matchups. I mean, he took on Bradley not too long ago, if I remember correctly, and was able to get the better when it was that Citadel matchup that they had before. So Adam, you know, you got to give a lot of respect over to him, because he is putting in the work to try and be best he can be. Same thing with Retrozing. You know, the Blue Otter game, he really did stand out when he was on that Rise pick. So, you know, even though they're in, you know, technically the bottom of the standings when it comes to their squads, that doesn't mean their performance is, you know, something to just scoff at. They are willing to put up numbers.
Yeah, again, opportunity for both of these teams to try and step up and find a big win today. Because I think that when you have a scenario where, again, everyone in the community had these teams bottom 2 in the standings, and I don't want to say that that's too unfair to the players, because looking at how they played in tournaments like ACL, that they were fighting middle of the pack in a tier 3 tournament, right? That is a very competitive one, but still, you have a majority members, I think, of the old AMI squad. Some are on Dorado. That team was relegated. We saw Low Jazz had kind of struggled to keep his spot. He got replaced on blue last year with Kryra stepping in and really elevating that team from 8th to 3rd in playoffs. I've seen a lot of improvement, especially from the Dorado side. Like, I know Hub's not playing today, but Hub's been better. Decoy's been significantly better. I think Low Jazz, for me, is a real candidate for most improved player in the league so far, if he can keep up this play for Split 2. And it is exciting to see teams that, again, people projected to be at the bottom of the standings. You can win games, change the narrative around yourself. That is kind of like the goal, I think, sincerely, of spring is this a roster that we can at least keep in the league and also play for summer? like that's when you play for the LCS slot, right? That's when 8 teams make playoffs and the stakes are much higher because you have the LCS slot tag at the end. So I think as each of these teams kind of project to be lower in the standings, a real chance, especially for, I think, Dorado today, to hop up in the standings and maybe sneak into that playoff conversation because, well, kind of like Winthrop, I think while the individual play from Dorado, we're not shouting about individuals outside Redemption where we really feel like they're outkicking their coverage where they are at in the standings. This is a team that's playing really well as 5.
Yeah. And of course, you always got to keep in mind the greater picture of the NACL. Winning NACL, it's cool, it feels good, especially, spring, sure, you get the title to win, but the bigger picture is developing and promoting at the end of the day. So being able to develop these players and develop these rosters, try to make the most of them, even if you are a bottom of the pack team, you never know how things are going to switch up. I like how you alluded to Kryra earlier, which regular season Blue Otter finishing 8th, making a 3rd place run, and now you have Kryra playing in Tier 1. So if you can get some level of growth and development going into your favor and showing the best that you can bring, you can win that kind of secondary objective of just showing your development off to the league and maybe kind of spending a little bit more time in Tier 2, depending on whatever roster you end up on, or if you end up on the same one.
Yeah, being told by the league right now, we got a minute or 2 until we hop into the game, hopefully, as we have a bit of a delay, as we're getting a little bit of night and day between the Biocam and the Wojaz cam there. We're trying to get everyone sorted before we dive into this match. But I kind of curious, DeSRX, as we think about picks and bans. Wondering if Arbrio gets his York or not. I know that's been a pick for him that we've seen denied a bit. I'm curious about the Retro Zing Galio as well, as he's got 2 games of Galio, and it's been one of the champs that has been banned a little bit more against AMI as well.
I know it's been more of a jungle focus typically when teams are banning against AMI. They'll take out a lot of the more standard jungle picks, J4, Nocturne, Pantheon.
It's kind of the meta right now.
That's kind of been the more meta thing to go for. Whereas other teams, when they're banning up against Dorado Gaming, tend to see it more mid lane focused than anything else, trying to make sure that Adam's going to be put on some level of discomfort.
Yeah, honestly, that has been a little bit interesting in the sense that a lot of the banned against for Adam, the Ahri is a big one, but when you do know that he's playing the movers and the Silas and other stuff, and also you have the ability to play some of those AD picks as well, kind of curious to see if they end up dropping some of those bans against Adam. Trying to play something else. We're just going to get big wide look at Arbrio as we try and figure out, hopefully get into the game soon. That's quite the pose for Bio before we dive into this match, I feel like we're doing like the Batman. If you inverse those, you do the Batman goggles.
I don't know. It's a little bit of a mood though, sometimes you have to kind of wake yourself up before you get into this, but I like this pose a little bit more. This was like the mastermind pose. Oh, no, never mind.
We're just trying to build up the hype for, the bottom table matchup, which, unlike products like the NBA, we do not have teams trying to tank in the league. You kind of have to win. That's what promotion relegation does. This isn't a tank bowl like what you get in football or basketball.
Okay, this might be the mastermind pose. This guy's got a pen out.
He's stealing my flow. Maybe it's for draft notes,
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of weird. I don't know why. I don't really use my notebook as much anymore because all the stuff that I used to write down, I think mattered more before Fearless was a thing. You just have more teams that are selecting different champions other than others. Yeah. Whereas now it's a lot easier to just have GOL, which has a lot of the things I used to write down on my screen and I can click around it. But I still have the pen because I need something to do with my hands or else I'm insecure. And it also makes me look smart, I think.
I think it does.
I do pen flips, we got some tricks. Distract the camera and definitely look unprofessional on camera, but hey, that's for esports, I can move around.
I just have a habit of fiddling with my nails. No, I have a Spanish.
I broke that one. You know why I had to break that one?
Why?
Because one of the more embarrassing things that happened to me is I bite my nails, and I bit my nails for a while, which is a bad habit. But I bit my nail and it chipped a tooth, and I was pissed.
What?
Yeah, so I broke it. I like 100%. I've not bitten my nails at all since then.
Okay, I
was so mad. I was like, I didn't even know you could do that.
I don't really bite them. I just kind of fiddle with them because I play Spanish guitar, and you have to grow out your nails a little bit for that.
You're kind of killing with that. I don't think I've ever been as mad though at myself for something so stupid.
A tooth, that's crazy.
Is biting my nails and chipping a tooth. I was so mad.
I'm actually very impressed by that. Also, shout out to playing from the kitchen right there. You never know these different situations you're going to find yourself when you're playing some NACL. Might be in your room, might be in a dorm, might be in the kitchen. Might have a Pilscar in the background.
You got to get cooking. That's what it's about.
Yeah. All right. Well,
let's get cooking for draft here. Hopefully soon, Desirux.
Yeah.
What are you cooking later? You got any food plans later?
I already made some pasta. Actually, it was it's a nice little mix. It's, I use a little Icelandic yogurt in my sauce, which actually like really ups the protein and puts it a little bit on the healthier side. You know?
I like that. I tried to make a cream sauce for the first time the other week and somewhat failed, but it was fun. So it takes a little bit of skill. I think I messed up the half and half and the cooking time portion. I think that's when I got to practice a little bit more.
Yeah, some pasta water helps for emotions if you ever need that.
Yeah, I did put the pasta water in there, but all good.
All right. We can stop vamping. It's draft time.
It is draft time. AD focus on the bans here from Dorado, taking out the Caitlyn and the Jhin, maybe trying to protect Biostir a little bit in the bot lane. As the Karma being taken away, the Seraphine being up. If AMI wants the Ashe Seraphine, it's all theirs. At least one part of it. Orianna also on the board, as that's going to be the pickup for RetroZing.
Kind of surprising to see Orianna actually slip on by, but it's a little bit of a gambit, right? Hey, we'll let you have Orianna, give us some of the champions we want, and one of those is Pantheon. Low Jazz will be on that champion. Ezreal also locked in for Biostir.
Just Ashe Seraphine here now. Gave away Orianna, Ashe Seraphine. I know Biostir is a sub. Maybe trying to make sure he's comfortable with the Jhin Kate bans. Also targeting Baz a little bit. He did play a mean Caitlyn in the win yesterday. I know, I think we might have had some teams behind the scenes playing a little bit faster into Ashe Seraphine and wanting that, because we've seen a lot of deprioritization on that duo. As Nico is secured, Xin Zhao also going to be secured to try and find that Brawl spike into the Pantheon. Yeah, it's going to be a Bard answer for support. Bot lane locked in for Dorado, whereas mid is showing for AMI and not Dorado. So expect some bans to protect the Ahri, and some bans maybe more focused on Baz in the AD pool to help Ezreal.
Okay, so not going for the Ashe Seraphine. I can see the point of the Nico. I feel like when you are a team that's at least not higher in the standings, sometimes just having good team fight is all you really need. And when you're contesting with a team like Dorado, I mean, Nico really does bring that. It's take away from Redemption on top of that, because that is his most winning support, Nico. So that gets taken. It can pair decently well with the Orianna. And you also have that Xin Zhao, can get empowered a little bit by the Command Dissonance run in there to go ahead and fight.
Well, Ahri being banned again against Adam. That has been one of the most banned champions going up against Dorado.
I'm surprised.
Sion being taken away as well. I will say, Sion facing a Sion as an Ezreal is usually not very fun. So, but maybe I gotta say, Yorick's still on the board. Definitely something that Arbrio likes, and he's kind of willing to blind. As Gnar taken away. Okay, that tells me they don't want Yorick. Because Yorick into Gnar is an answer I've seen a lot of teams try and use, and one I kind of like.
So phase 2 of the draft starting up. Still have that global presence with the Pantheon. I say global, but that's a very fake word nowadays. And global's all gone. Zera getting locked in. It's an interesting combo here. I'm looking at some of the ways these champions can synergize. Like, for one, it gives the extended setup for the Shurima Shuffle if Adam wants to take that route with the Tempered Fate. But it also allows you some pretty nice scaling and some distance away from the Orianna, so you don't have to.
Oh,
deal too
there
much
it
with
is. Finally, someone's playing Kai'Sa, man. This champion for me, been missing for so long. I really, really like Kai'Sa. I think that Kai'Sa, I get that in lane, it's not quite as good, but the fact that we have yet to see a Kai'Sa picked at all, it's about time. As we're going to have Kai'Sa into Ezreal in a game that I feel like Kai'Sa could be really successful with Nico. Cassante for Arbrio as wanted to take away the Gnar matchup for Decoy. And yeah, Decoy, I mean, melee heavy game. Nico's diving. Cassante's in Zhao. Going to take the Zahan and try and make sure that that scaling advantage is going to be over for Dorado, at least in the top side. So Zahan, the amount of AD you get from this guy's passive, it is filthy. I think it's about kind of surviving early, getting levels later on. Cassante has windows to kill when he gets the all-out around 6. On the flip side, I think Kai'Sa, if Kai'Sa can get off to a good start in this game, 3-item Kai'Sa is still the same. We just haven't seen this champ as much because there has been a real war going on bot lane about how strong do you want to draft lane and how early. And that is not exactly a meta that Kai'Sa loves to live in. Kai'Sa wants to get to 3 items and absolutely brawl you in the team fight once you get to 3 items because you are a disgusting champion at that point. So we'll see if Baz can do that and try and punish Bioster, who, of course, making his NACL debut with subbing in for Hub, who, if you guys missed it earlier on, cannot make it to NACL today because he is graduating. So congrats to Hub.
That's to Hub. Yeah, Baz on the Kai'Sa. I do like it. It can follow through with a lot of this, like, kind of hard engage you're looking for on AMI side. You know, Killer Instinct will get you deep into the back line, and it also acts as a disengage tool to kind of reposition in fights. So if you do find yourself in a kind of a tough spot, and I always love seeing it. I kind of think back to a last split when Sushi started doing well on Dorado. It was the Kai'Sa pick that was a big part of that. So always fun to see. But game number 1 now going to be underway between Apex Mission Impossible, Dorado Gaming, as they fight to get out from the bottom end of the standings.
All right, Deserex. Again, for folks at home, 2 teams that could really use a series win to get out of the promotion relegation conversation and into a potential playoff outlook as the 2 teams that were projected to be bottom of the standings by the community going into the year. And in terms of AMI, coming off the first series win, and Dorado, frankly, has not looked like a team at the bottom of the standings. I think Dorado has been much better than that. So, see, that's the case today. They have a sub in at 80. Easiest role to plug and play. But excited to see what happens as we have both of our junglers working from top to bot. So that bot lane arms race we kind of hinted at, one we could see break open early.
Again, I am going to re-emphasize, I've been more impressed by Dorado and their play. They've taken more games despite having the same series score. For Apex Mission Impossible, the Breath of Life we saw was that Blue Otter game. I still think there's a lot of question marks that come from that game, given the situations happening with Blue Otter. You know, seeing DeAndre on Yuumi definitely doesn't the best impression of Blue Otter circumstances. But Apex Mission Impossible, they have a chance to show it right now that they are having that second half of the season boom.
I mean, at least game 2 from them was good. We can definitely take that to the bank. It was a winning game 2 for AMI. So, see if they can build off of that and try and get active and involved, as a bit bummed having a pause after a bit of a draft delay here, Deserex.
Yeah.
Trying to get some gameplay in here. I do want to give Protoss a shout out. The coward shirt, nice look. No bias, you know? I was shouting out, Hoarder had a coward shirt on yesterday. He looked clean in the player cam.
Hoarder always looks clean, though.
Yeah, he does.
Is that the only one with the collared shirt? I mean, okay, we got the hoodie with the headphones on.
That is a look. That looks like we're getting ready to hop into an NBA playoff match right there, off the bus, locked in, hoodies over the hood, or headphones over the hoodie.
Music blasting, trying to get the energy up.
Yeah,
I just wish we had a Biostar cam. That's the only thing.
You aren't a fan of Mr. Game & Watch?
No, I've seen too much of him.
Yeah, you know, the last time we played Smash over at the house, we had an old friend of yours and ours, Sam, had a mean Mr. Game & Watch.
Yeah, we don't talk about Smash. I get decimated in that game.
I was terrible. I'm pretty heavy in that. League is sadly, or I guess not sadly, but it really is the only game that I ever tried to take seriously.
Yeah, sadly.
And I was entrapped forever. So here we are.
Back to cams. Let us enjoy the game. Let us video game. So how about that sports ball?
You know, to be fair, I'm not giving you anything to work with here either. As you know, Cubs are on a heater. That's why I got the mug today. So that's been good. I was watching the NFL draft yesterday with my friends. My Giants fan was very happy. Giants fan roommate very happy about the picks they made yesterday. But NFL draft is not as interesting as League of Legends drafts, you know.
Sports ball's over. We're back in the game.
This is what's coming after sports ball everywhere, you know?
Yeah.
We're going to convince people that sit on their bar stools and watch football to watch some damn League of Legends. Enjoy it.
We used to do it some of the collegiate lands. That's not a bad place for it.
Hey, we used to fill up with B-dubs back when I was at college to watch Worlds. That was fun. I like the business. I like the business. All right.
So early exchanges, we're, for the most part, staying on the passive side of things. There's going to be some priority pushed by Apex Mission Possible in the bottom lane, which will give a little bit more leeway to Bio for what he wants to do when he's on this side of the map.
Decoy's doing a really nice job of this line so far. I think the E's now he's spaced. You have bonus auto attack range on Zahan you can abuse. I think he's been spacing that quite well. And we talked before the series. I talked to Decoy last week and said, you know what? I took a couple months off the game. I didn't know if I was going to play this split for NACL, so it's been, I think part of my waning is just me being a little bit rustier, trying to pick things back up. Going to see if he can keep on leveling up and try and get there. So Zahan pick. This can be a menace later on if it ends up being able to get to the later stages. As Biostir going to have an efficient use of barrier, of course, in their NACL debut. Trying to help Dorado pick up a win against AMI, the weakest team that we have in the standings.
This is going to be so hard for me, Kobe. Bio and Biostir. This is like Shochi and Sushi.
This is like Dorado tried to stir the pot by introducing a second Bio.
Our Bio is better.
Might have to find out later. That could be a potential future call for you, Deserex.
Maybe get some content for that. That's the true super heavyweight SmackDown.
The War of the Bios.
Yeah.
Just wait until Speak is out for a day, and then NRG introduces Biofrost.
Oh no! Oh, there's a weird reality that could actually happen.
Yeah, who knows? That said, Raptor camps are respawning, and Redemption. Not going to take a peek at that one. He's going to take a peek at mid lane. Going to try and get Retro Zing's flash.
I like this positioning from Retro Zing. He made sure he wasn't going to get too close to the wall so the Cosmic Binding wouldn't stun him up. So he does play that pretty well. Redemption still putting some presence there nonetheless.
Adam's going to get a little bit of hot cocoa worth at least a health potion to augment this matchup. Also, speaking of augmenting the matchup, that is a coal on his ear. This is what I do when I na.op.gg my opponent and see that they are gold 3. I believe that Adam has a little bit more tech for that, though, given that the stakes in this matchup are high. And at the moment, because of the mid lane skirmish into the bot lane skirmish, looks like Bio might have at least the early start on the respawn crab camp. Jazz was forced out a bit.
Both of these junglers just maneuvering around the bottom side. But look at this, all out. Grim Deliverance over the wall from Decoy. Flashing forward, Arbrio wants the kill, and he wants it right now. He will get first blood, and he gets out. That's the Arbrio we know.
Talked about this matchup when Cassante hits 6. That's when you have the kill advantage, and Arbrio's been on a heater. Got 3 solo kills versus Sniper's Gnar as the Cassante in that matchup, and another one for him going up into Decoy Zahan at the timer you need to find. Well played from Arbrio, who remains hot in the NACL.
Arbrio's been a lot of fun to watch. Again, I'm always going to reference back to those sniper solo kills. It was 3, wasn't it?
Yes.
That's pretty gross, man. Especially as a rookie coming into the NACL. But RBO kind of throwing shades to that as he just grabs Decoy, puts him over a wall, tower dives him, says, "This is my lane."
That's big. I mean, yeah, you can see picture in picture. Decoy caught on the wall, right where Cassante wants him, and really well played with the Q flash there. Speaking of flashes.
Pressure coming out from the bottom lane. It does force a little bit of a situation going out. A lot of priority coming out for Apex Mission Impossible, at least early on in this bottom lane. Things will change as time goes on, especially once level 6s are hit by the supports, because that's when you get the Tempered Fate and you get the Pot Blossom, and those are such big team fight tools.
Yeah, that's a good start, though, for Kai'Sa. I think part of the Nico Kai'Sa lane that does make it really nice. It gives Kai'Sa a little bit more power in the laning phase, and then gives you something to play off of with your ultimate, the Pop Blossom later on. So I think early on, the fact that you do have that CS lead for Baz, again, Kai'Sa at 3 items is a nightmare champion to face. So I want to see if Baz, again, the first Kai'Sa we've seen in NACL so far, I feel like this champion's been a little bit forgotten about, just because I think a lot of the time with Fearless Draft and identities, taking a strong identity oftentimes can win out games, especially later drafts. And Kai'Sa comps are such strong identities. We're gonna dive. Our Kai'Sa's gonna get to 3 items. We're gonna play the game out like that. This Retrosing burns a heal with Protos.
Adam getting chased out, and suddenly the knock-up onto Redemption. Adam's gonna be okay. Shockwave goes out, gets damage onto Low Jazz, falls to 200 health, but will not fall into the grave.
Yeah,
pressure from AMI early.
I would have really liked to see Protos use the the root onto the Azir and not onto the Bard. Because I think a big part of this is you want to get Adam's flash out, because Orianna just flashed, because it makes the revisit mid to this matchup very good for the Azir. Also, the Azir was low, so if that root hits, maybe you can chain the Shockwave and actually turn things around. But I think of a little bit of an error there from Protos, got distracted by the Bard and the Pantheon. As Bard and the Pantheon going to successfully defend this blue buff and maybe more onto Protos.
Protos taking damage. Baz is stepping up. Teleport coming from Retrosing, but he's going to take the long way into the fight. Crescent Guard used by Bio. Wants to focus on the Redemption. Meanwhile, Low Jazz is able to disengage. Cosmic Binding will delay it, but the inevitable does get met as Bio will find his kill.
The Xin Zhao early. If you are allowed to auto, if you are allowed to fight, you can do so much damage, especially compared to the Pantheon early on. So well played there in order to get a positive winning trade by Bio. Gonna force Bio's Stir and his team off. And still competing for that blue buff as Low Jazz has been hanging around. I think we're going for the steal.
Bios is right there, but so is Low Jazz. Now, securing that blue buff, Low Jazz is not looking good, and Bio is pretty happy to continue pushing forward, but not with Adam drawing the battle line. Mystic shot over the wall into Baz. He will get poked away.
Biostir. Okay.
Biostir.
Yeah.
Working shift forward. He wanted more.
I mean, this is kind of a tough start for Dorado, though. Look at the Bio difference versus Low Jazz. He's really gotten up in the face, gotten some help from his team in that bot lane, having a winning advantage. Actually able to get a pretty significant lead early on for AMI while all this has been going on. Keep in mind, Arbrio found the solo kill top and is ahead on the matchup. So, looks like they're going to look top, at least towards the Grubs. Bio's going to keep the game rolling in his team's favor.
And Arbrio really getting into the face of Decoy. Showing off this Cassante. I mean, you got double armor already finished with a Sheen on top of it, so he's willing to duke it out with Decoy.
Again, there's all-out timers. Decoy's got to be careful around it, but more time, more levels that comes in for Decoy, the better that matchup gets for the Zahan. Really needs levels to get the AD from the passive, because that's where that champion just starts to become filthy. So, at the moment, though, going to be at least a 1 grub sniped away by Bio. And it looks like he's going to prioritize his camps and try and get bot again. And honestly, can't blame him, because bot lane, Biostir is down flash now. You have Nico, Pop Blossom, and a Kai'Sa maybe over the top. That could turn into a dragon or more. I think that's going to be the goal here for AMI.
Q3, going to get dodged by Decoy.
Step.
Nice little small movement coming out from Decoy. So far, gold leads pretty much across the table for AMI. Here comes the all-out. Looking for Decoy is Arbrio. Decoy forced to burn his flash again. And that's just painful right now. Arbio's really taking him to town.
Zahen doesn't have access to TP, so that extended lane could be trouble. As Arbrio off kind of the TP coming back. Finds the fight. Bio, we talked about maybe diving bot. He's going to skip over his bot camps and maybe set up around the dragon. No, maybe set up around mid. We'll say the one positive so far, Adam is up on Retrozing. And does have a Cole. So that is here. The game spikes will be a little, or early spikes will be a little bit nicer when he finishes that one.
Shockwave onto Low Jazz, pulls him in. Bio standing in the area, Adam putting up those sand soldiers. Hold the battle lines in the favor of Dorado.
I mean, this was off of, I believe, a Low Jazz TP mid, or alt mid. You can see that Grand Starfall's down. We talked about the Retrozing punishing that flash being down. He burned flash again. So Low Jazz, Dorado were a little bit too late on that play. Bio's there for defense. Retrozing burns the flash. They eliminate the play in what is usually a guaranteed find or kill for Azir versus Orianna. Because this matchup is about burning flash, coming back, and rinsing and repeat. So first attempt from Dorado, late to find the rinse and repeat. This time around, let's see if they can find it.
Grub started up by Bio. Will be able to collect him to his heart's content. No one's going to stop him. Especially not with the way Arbio is playing over on this top side. And it's such a challenge. He is trying to get his Trinity Force, that being decoy. But these fights that Arbio's really focusing down onto him, usually, you know, for the Zahen, you want to generate those stacks of determination as fast as possible so you can get that kind of second life into the fight. But fighting in to what Arbio is bringing, good luck. He wants to challenge you, and he gets the better of those exchanges. Frozen Fist going to be completed as well for Arbio.
This Cassante, I mean, I think Cassante's ability to tank this game into Ezreal, Azir, it really comes down to Adam trying to do that damage into the Cassante. And again, Zahen, you need a lot of time, a lot of levels to get going.
Wow.
I really feel like this champion hits its stride around level 16 or just way in the late game. It's more so about surviving lane, trying to get the 2 items, trying to get the 16, and then going from there. So, do you think in terms of overall scaling for the game, it's scaling advantage for me on the top side of Dorado, but Kai'Sa scaling, I'm going to take over Ezreal any day of the week, and Baz having this lead. You're right, Kai'Sa's a win con. I really feel like AMI have the opportunity to try and hit their strides hard here. Try and make something happen.
He's such a great place for AMI to be. The weight of this game after having 0 wins on the season to go immediately 4-0 in week number 5. Here comes Bio, jumps onto Adam. We'll get the 3 Talon strike. Pop Blossom comes through. Protoss will chase for it, but Ember's Divine pushes him away. Shockwave will land onto Dorado, but AMI, the slip up is found, and Dorado will capitalize.
I think Bio hit the Crescent Guard too early. That Pop Blossom was perfect setup for a Shockwave. But the Crescent Guard, I know Bio has to protect himself, but that throws off the Orianna combo. A little bit of dissynergy there. As you want to wait till after the Shockwave comes in to pop that. He popped it before. I think that forced Retrozing to hold the Shockwave a little bit longer, and Dorado gets a little bit of gold back.
It's big for Dorado. Shrinks the lead.
Yeah, I'd love a second look at that one, by the way, if we can. I think that we might have a Dragon Skirmish, but if we can take a second look at that.
Yeah.
Because that was kind of a bang-bang play. All right. Yeah, so look at Bio, look at when the Crescent Guard gets popped versus the Shockwave, because I think that when Bio goes in here with the Pop Blossom, if we just QR, it's great. Instead, Bio R flashes, and yeah, the Shockwave catches too, but the one that you want to get's Adam, who was pushed away after he was able to shuffle too. So I think that was played a little bit too quickly from Bio. I would have loved to see after the Pop Blossom, the Shockwave then come in off of the QR, and then try and play from there as we have action top.
All right, Arbio taking it to the face of Decoy. You have Determination stack, so if Decoy goes down, he's going to live again. Grim Deliverance, shutdown found, and we'll cash in on those stacks to come right back to life in the face of Arbio.
Very late Dragon take for the game. AMI going to get the first Drake of the game around the 16-minute mark, but that play top from Low Jazz, I think well-timed as Zahen gets turned that matchup around a little bit. Cassante has no TP. That's going to be Rift secured as we have some swaps coming in. And yeah, you lose out on the Dragon, but I'll take that top kill and getting Zahen in a much better spot because I think Zahen can break the game later.
Bio stepping too far forward here. Doesn't get caught by the Cosmic Binding. There was no wall. Goes right into the bush. But you can see the pinch being pressed right now.
Adam has ult.
And seeing the Herald go down, they know for a fact that LoJazz is nowhere near here. Bob Blossom goes out, looking for the pick onto Adam. Adam gets chewed up, but not without spitting out someone back, and Protoss falls.
I think he was ulting the wave so that the tower would actually start aggro on a champion in terms of redemptions, like mindset. But if Adam's going to go for that combo, his combo should kill the wave. So I think that ult could have been placed better to try and get them out of that. That said, you know, I think that Coach Bobby, what he said a few weeks back is that, you know, I really feel like for our team, we need to get out of laning phases better because our mid game is good. We've seen good mid game plays be made here.
Yes. By
Dorado in the top side, the LoJazz attacking top, getting the Rift, helping Decoy out a bit, who's at a much better item breakpoint as he works towards his Stride Breaker. Yeah, AMI is going to, you know, bounce back and get a little bit more gold in their pockets, bot, as Retrozing was able to stick around and get that turret. Dorado has opened up a small lead with how they've been playing with some of their tempo and off the back of LoJazz and that Grand Starfall that was successful top.
And that's LoJazz for you. You talk about the mid-game fights. LoJazz was very impactful when you go back to that game 1 versus NRG. He was also on Pantheon back then, so he maneuvers quite well on this champion and knows when to fight, knows how to fight around his team on top of that, which is going to be needed for this matchup here with AMI.
I am curious. I mean, that kill going over to LoJazz, it looks like he got a shutdown because he's down a lot of CS, but he's pretty close in the gold margin. As it is 2-1 turrets for Dorado, and the Rift Herald definitely helped LoJazz get back in that a little bit, but kind of curious what Bio can base with him if they can really try and pressure more. As it is 3 grubs for AMI, so the Rift Herald was secured by Dorado, but of course, grubs picked up by Bio earlier on, and putting good use to those grubs, as it looks like Retrozing is going to knock down that turret on the next wave. Meanwhile, the Seesaw really like Azir matching Cassante in the mid game, because look at Cassante's items. Whereas look at Azir's items. We saw a lot of Azir versus Cassante the last couple years.
Here we go.
Hold on.
Man drop coming in, looking for Boz. Bio hiding in the wolves for now, but man drop not really going to find much use right there. Instead, just chases away AMI.
So in past years, I've seen a lot of games where Cassante is picked into Rumble, and then you go Yone mid, and you try and match Cassante in the mid game on the side, just because he's building Panic Rookern, and then you're going to be Bork Yone and can kind of rip through Cassante. This is similar logic, where he's going up against an AD matchup. He's stacking armor, as he needs to do in the matchup. But Nashor's Tooth on the Azir and Adam, they're able to find that matchup. So yeah, Orianna gets gold on the top side, but I think following Azir, getting Adam really ahead, the soldiers do so much damage later on if you are allowed to stand and fire. So see if that trade ends up panning out. I still like the direction that we've seen from Dorado. Even if that play didn't connect mid, might have been able to layer stuff a little bit better, but still to get Baz's flash that will not be available for the upcoming Dragon fight. It might be something that Dorado can play off of.
Dragon spawning, minute 35 seconds. Am I going to focus on the mid wave for the time being and get some forward vision as well, which is the right place to have it. You can see in the jungle of Dorado, you have some control wards there. You have some wards placed in critical choke points. So if they do want to push for Dragon, this is one way to do it. Just being able to scout out where Dorado might be moving, even go for picks on the back end of that. But it seems like Dorado's attention might be towards this top end. I'm taking a close look at LoJazz, who's just hovering around the next scuttle spawn. So we'll grab that before he moves that else.
I appreciate the seesaw that we're seeing from Dorado. So what seesaw means for folks at home, a lot of times you push waves on one side of the map. You can see it right now. Red waves are deep, whereas Decoy is trying to fight the blue waves that are deep, and he might have been here too early, but help is coming as we're trying to respond.
Deliverance goes down. Needs a little bit more in the determination stacks, and there it goes. He's got it. So
ooh, the slow.
Has the revive available for him. Adam's looking to come in.
Oh, that TP's deep.
Slides on in, a little bit scary. Now here comes the teleport. It's Arbio joining the fray. Able to use the Emperor's Divide to get him out of the Pop Blossom. But Adam's still in a bad way.
Ooh.
Sidesteps away from Arbio. Will put up the Azir Tower. All the meanwhile, it's a pick. The Nika goes down. Biostir gets the kill.
Great turn.
Now Dorado playing forward. A double kill for Biostir. This turn from Dorado. The Hounds bite back.
Adam had a great scoop in that fight as Redemption misses the Q, trying to go flash Q against the dead turret. As now we have the Grand Starfall coming in, Baz down.
Now here we
Oh,
go
what a flip.
again. Low Jazz jumps in, gets pushed right back out, but Arbrio pulled in, dashes forward. Dorado, they are fighting right back. That was a brilliant flip, and now they're going to be awarded with Dragon.
I thought Baz was down, but the Q3 from Arbrio stopped Low Jazz from getting the flashless ultless Kaisa, so Baz does live. The Dragon does go to Dorado. If we get a replay of that fight, Adam's ult was a 2-for-1 special, man. Got the Xin out, got the Pop Blossom from the Nico out. 2 circles gone. Was able to flash away for the Cassante, got the turret down. And that was pretty much all the juice that AMI has used on Azir, completely neutralized by Adam. As yeah, that second look again.
Yeah.
Right in the replay, you can see Protoss was casting his ultimate. Now the escape from Arbrio. Flashes out of the Unstoppable. Biosphere cleaned up Protoss in the back half after the ult. And now it's just a 5v4 front to back with Azir, where the fact that, honestly, AMI only drops 1 from here, not bad. And it really is off of a beautiful Q3 from Arbrio that found the cancel.
Just like that, Dorado, Bioster as well. Like, a lot of those kills went over to him. We were talking about it. Hey, it's his debut in Tier 2, his first NACL games, and finding those picks, finding those mystic shots, making himself look good in the process. Well, as Adam keeping himself alive, it'll be great stuff for Dorado Gaming, as now the push for Apex Mission Impossible will be in the mid lane as they look to take a tower.
Good route on the Low Jazz. Goes to half. Shockwave.
Fate comes out. Low Jazz is going to stay alive for a little bit. Arbrio, on the other hand, tries to go all out, but he falls to the gray screen. Dorado will counter the engage of AMI.
4K gold lead for Dorado now. And I really think the story of the 3 games we've seen today, Deserex, it's got to be the mid games. We saw Winthrop really crack games open against Blue Otter, who had some leads in early games, get flipped around into the mid game. And now we have Dorado just opening up a giant gold lead from really scratch from 15 minutes on. And I really just think it's because they're playing the Seesaw better and utilizing the Pantheon in a way where they can really attack the side of the map that they want to attack or Seesaw from. Now, full court press status on. They did get a pick, so Decoy is going to make sure that bot lane gets in as Dorado's going to take a reset. We'll see where they go from here on the map, but got to believe that Baron could be on the table. Baron damage between Azir, Zaha, and Ezreal definitely there, as I think Baron can be threatened really easily by both teams here.
I'm going to be honest, I felt like it was a little bit of panic coming out from AMI. Instead of playing the map, they go for the mid lane push and kind of over-committing towards that to try and get a kill when you know Redemption's right there with Bard. Bard, Tempered Fate can bail people out. Now, speaking of Redemption, he's showing up on Retrozing, who's too far forward in this lane for the amount of range Dorado's hands have.
And again, Retrozing is flashless. They play the Seesaw. Decoys out. They overload to one side. Low Jazz hits a great ultimate, punishes the member that's down, as now they can go help Decoy, who has managed to sneak his way out of there.
Yeah, that extended chase not going to go the way of AMI. A lot of pressure now in the top lane. Dorado are pushing for that tower, and there's no one to stop them.
No grubs. That's okay. You got a Nashor's Tooth Azir. Adam's going to make sure that turret goes down, as Adam has really cracked open a big gold lead. Same with Decoy. Really feel like this mid-game Dorado has been running AMI across the map, and AMI has just not had the response necessary. I think that dropping or having Cassante drop a wave or two and trying to play into the group is probably the answer. But Arbrio, the TP here was, I think, burned for naught, as they weren't able to get Dorado out. And now this takes a lot of power away from the fact that he might TP to a play that he tries to hover. I want to see more hovers from the Cassante to really try and impact this overload that has been a little bit too good from what we've seen from Dorado too far. Oh my god.
Are you kidding me? Bioster True Shot Barrage follows up this onslaught that came out from the Sehen of Decoy.
Oh my goodness. I did not see that kill going down, but hey, Bioster, props to you, man. 3-0-2 in the NACL debut. It was a slow start. I think kind of a tough lane phase into the Kaisa Nico for Bioster, but a couple ults, a couple well-placed Mystic shots here. Getting off to a good start here in NACL. Trying to, again, sub in and win what I think both these teams had circled on the map as a critical series before the NACL season started. Just two teams that, again, projected to be a little bit lower in the standings. Opportunity to win for both squads. Really feel like this is a win where AMI could have a crazy week, going from being the projected team to be relegated into having 2 series wins in a single week if they are able to pull this one out. Maybe get themselves into that playoff conversation a little bit more. But coming into the day, Despite both teams being a one series win, we've seen better play out of Dorado. And in this game one, SRX, we're seeing that too.
Oh, yeah. I want to give a quick shout out to LoJazz as well. I feel like Pantheon is going to be one of those champions you cannot allow him to have. He ran through that game one against NRG, even against Maryville. He put on a fantastic performance where he was taking heads all day. He looks fantastic on this champion.
I think he really understands with the rest of the team, again, like how to overload on side and use the semi-global to actually create a numbers advantage. We've seen that be used well, and the good targets too. Like Retrozing was flashless. Pantheon Bard over the top. I don't think a lot of teams would say, hey, support jungle can kill this. That's great from Dorado. Allows your laners to farm. And now that they, again, Arbrio bot, no TP. What did I say about Arbrio being TP-less bot? That's not a wave I think Arbrio should or needs to be on. As you can see, AMI in the pause, before we step away, you can see there's an on-the-way ping right now to the Dragon. Look at where Bio's at. They don't know this is going on.
They don't know.
And with the seesaw that they have on the map, again, I can point to the red wave coming into the inner turret and can point to Arbrio trying to match the seesaw, but late. This is what people talk about when you like tempo and down tempo. Arbrio is not going to be able to respond to this. This is a Baron that is kind of looking like it's shredded already by Azir, and it's going to be, I think, a really tough contest because only Retrozing can TP in, and that's a 4v5.
You can see the reconnect from Bio. Not sure if that was the problem, but we will get back into game soon. And so far, Dorado looking good the moment this mid-game hit. We kind of talked about it. They are mid-game powerhouses when it comes to this game. A lot of teams have been giving them that respect and that acknowledgement as time has gone on, and they've kind of fought around that stage of the game where lanes might be a little bit shaky, but man, if you can just team fight yourself out of it, you do have a good angle for Dorado.
Again, I appreciate the fact that we've had a lot of coaches interviews this split and really latch on to the words that Bobby said. Because for me, like week 2 or 3 with this team, it was very clear that the games that Dorado was able to get out of lane phase, they played well as a team. Yep. And he was talking about, hey, we just got to elevate our individual play because we think our mid game is actually pretty good. And again, AMI, one of the teams that is not as strong in the standings, did Dorado get out of lanes all right? Yeah, it was an even gold game, 15, 16 minutes in. What happened in the mid game, Deserex? They blew this game wide open off the back of LoJazz Pantheon.
Wide open.
I'm with you, man. I think that this is a champ that people really have to consider going up against Dorado based on what we've seen LoJazz do. And it makes me happy that LoJazz has been able to do those things because he was in a combine that I was a coach of during this this last offseason. It was for mostly newer players. I know LoJazz has some NACL experience, but they took him in, and I had him for a few games. He asked for feedback. We talked about, hey, man, you're a jungler. You got to talk more. That's just what all the LCS teams look for. You cannot be a silent jungler if you want to play at the highest level. So what is his play tell me on the Pantheon when he is the one initiating plays, attacking these side lanes, finding the right timers? That's taking more accountability for your play, being able to execute it. And I'm sure that that's not, like, just based on what we're saying, I don't think that's being 100% called by Redemption. I think that this has to be team calls that LoJazz is participating in. I know we talked about talking more in comms. I think I see it a little bit in the player cams too. It's really good. I think that LoJazz has really elevated this play. And again, a candidate for me for most improved player of the split based on what we saw out of him not making it more than 2 weeks with Blue Water this past summer. Now he's, I think, the one that's really the driving force for Dorado. Is him and Redemption have kind of emerged. This is nice, unsuspecting little jungle support duo that I've really liked to watch play.
Yeah, that was one of the things I was about to point out there was his time on Blue Water. Showed up. It was in replacement for Gil, and it wasn't that good of a look coming out for him on Blue Water, as unfortunately we get another pause. That team struggle bust very early on, and afterwards he was gone. It was like, all right, Kryra's one of the biggest upgrades you can have. What's LoJazz trajectory from here?
Yeah.
Gets into this split of NACL, and I gotta agree with you. Definitely one of the most improved players that we've seen so far from this split. Great to see him on Dorado, kind of getting his reps in and finally, showing that this guy is a heavy hitter.
We have I got to check my phone sometimes, which is appropriate for broadcast because it's how we communicate with a few things. Just got a text from my dad. Got a computer question, can't get in. I wonder what that one means later. I'm sure that we all know as gamers here that it's the parents got tech questions, and my mom's a lot more tech savvy than my dad. So
I've had that happen super recently. stepdad, he bought a new computer, and he really likes Call of Duty, and it was the hardest thing for him to like download the installer. And I was like, okay, just go to your downloads folder and double click that. It's like downloads folder. Took a good 20 minutes and finally a FaceTime for that to be figured out. But we are getting some word that there are some ping issues for some of the players. So once that's resolved, we should be back in game.
Deserex, you know how sometimes, like, if the pause gets really long, you can have an extended pause for a bio break? What happens when there are 2 bios in the game?
That was bad, but it made me...
Wait, we've had like 4 pauses, man. I gotta bring out the bad ones. I was keeping that one iced up, you know.
So bad it was good, actually. I'll let you have it.
Well, currently, we are being told by our production that we do have one of the challenges of remote broadcasts, which is sometimes you can get multiple players lagging. As we're not sure if it's a server issue or just latency, but of course, a couple players lagging. And we're going to hope that we can get this game started sooner than later. Because, you know, I got to say, if I see... Oh, well, looks like that's a bio break for RetroZing. You know, hope we're staying locked in here with our PCs. Trying to stay in front of stuff as... We do have an unsuspecting Baron being started here by Dorado.
Yeah, maybe AMI are ball knowers. You know, maybe they have the game knowledge to go back to the old Supernova pause strat, you know?
You know that we're NACL ball knowers because we're saying Supernova, not Fnatic. But then again, I guess that just goes to show how irrelevant Fnatic is now. Haha.
It's my boy.
Oh boy. Been a tough drought for them. Kind of a funny drought though, if you think about it. You know, biggest thorn in the side for NA historically, if you look at early seasons of League. And then they let Caps go to G2, and then G2 has all the success that Fnatic could have.
Back in the game.
Arbrio, he's starting to sprint up, but I think it's too late. I think that's the unsuspecting Baron being taken and sniped out by Dorado.
No more pauses, please, ping. Please. Latency. Work with us. We need video games, man. But yeah. Dogs will be wearing purple. And that was a very easy pickup. Like, as you were saying earlier, the on-the-way pings were towards the bottom side.
Yeah.
It took them way too long to realize that Baron was being taken.
They missed out on Decoy, too. That's some wasted time on the top side. I mean, I think that this... Usually I don't advocate for Dragons being taken on Baron timers, but given that this is fresh off the reset, we're kind of fixing a couple waves. Should be Dragon sniped out here by Dorado. They continue to push this game forward and really remove ways for AMI to get back in this one. Is Redemption.
Oh, man.
Gonna force out the flash.
That's a support on a mission right there. Getting the flash of anyone is always going to be a big win in the trade for your ultimate. And with Baron buff picked up, it makes it even harder for anyone to step up and kind of deal with this situation. Never mind Bio, but there goes that tower. Bio Stir will be right there to take it down and continue this Baron-empowered push. The Nazir tower right behind you.
Do have Decoy. He just got TP back up. He's working on that mid-wave. As I will say, Baz being there, if a fight breaks out, Baz could join with a Killer Instinct. A lot of range to that. Two points in it, but not going to be the case. Instead, the siege just continues. Going to let the cannon minions do the work. You got to believe this wave. You got to cast the shockwave on the backline, or this is probably going to fall.
Maybe this is the angle where you just keep the ball perfectly still until the enemy team kind of forgets about it and you shockwave them.
You're surprised how much that works. Oh, okay. Decoy, really Killer Instinct. He's out of there.
All right. Grim Deliverance will deliver him away from the danger. But look at this tower. It is well not played. Long for this world, and really playing out the lanes well. Yeah, they're using... This is pretty much textbook for how to use a Baron, and they will be awarded an inhibitor.
They didn't even take the Dragon. They skipped it over. They're going to probably take it on the exit here, as the Baron lasts for Couple more minutes. Going to group up as 5. This mid lane turret. Oh, that's a nice connect.
Ooh, man, here we go. Redemption flashing forward. Doesn't really find anything on the flash as Arbrio will look for the catch. Redemption falls. Now in Q3 to pull Dorado back in. LoJazz going to pop that crescent guard.
Hold on.
AMI are low, but they still have an angle in because look at the health bars right now and look at the separation. Bioster, Arcane shifts out. And AMI finally find their angle to pounce, and they're not done just yet. Teleport is being channeled. RetroZing now joining from the opposite end, but it's a bot lane escape for Dorado.
Get rocked. Well, AMI, they aren't turning this into a dragon, so I actually think this is kind of okay for Dorado. Obviously, you give some gold over that you don't want to, but... You know, Redemption, he hit the high cortisol engage. The ult was so good, he just had to go for the Q flash and style. Unfortunately, Azir Ezreal was not quite in position to follow up on that one. Nico escapes a little bit of an overcommit from Dorado as they overplay their hand, and AMI gets some punish. But again, no dragon. And given that we have only 2 dragons taken this game at the 30-minute mark, I mean, does Dorado even need to take this? Who knows? They could just try and play this one out cleanly with their lanes, where... I do feel like outside of Kai'Sa, Dorado generally outscales. And honestly, I think there are a lot of ways to deal with Kai'Sa in this one, because Zahen's a champion that I don't think Kai'Sa very much likes to see. But Baz did get some shutdown gold, does have that Dusk and Dawn, and does have access to some pens. So let's see if Baz can be a hero.
And Redemption was in a situation where... Great ultimate, flashed in, then kind of sat there and just said, yeah, I didn't really think what I would do from this far forward. I only have the plan. So unfortunately, it does slow down the siege of Dorado, but it doesn't exactly stop it. Dorado are getting back to work. They have a super minion wave crashing down in the bot lane. They're going to use that as sort of a 6th man to continue their siege, but instead now taking the recall, they're going to look to reset. Yeah, what objectives are available. Dragon's still on the table. You got a minute 20 before the next Baron.
Well, looks like in that free time, he's going to be decoy on the Zahen, making sure he picks this one up. That's a death stance on that champion, by the way. It's a very disgusting item to have on Zahen. The way that his passive works and the way that he gets life, free health from proccing his first Q. That death stance definitely doesn't synergize well with that at all, Definitely doesn't help at all.
Welcome to power creep.
That is a strong item. And decoy at this point is kind of the late game Zahen dream. So we'll see if Arbrio can hold the front line well enough, but I think that things are looking a bit grim for AMI as they get ran around in the mid game. Dorado looking to run them out of the rift here for game 1, and again, something we have to keep on repeating as a pretty high stakes matchup. As the goal for NACL is to be able to compete for an LCS slot. You can't do that. We're fighting for promotion relegation to get back into the NACL for summer.
That bot lane inhibitor should be respawning at least sometime soon. You got a minute left.
Mm-hmm.
And that will at least alleviate some of the pressure so AMI can do something more than just turtle. Not that turtling is really the worst thing for them. You're still getting a lot of CS, getting some gold, you're getting some economy, but eventually you got to leave your base or else all those neutrals are going to belong to Dorado. And the most important of which is the Baron. Still got 40 seconds left. Hard pushing out of Arbrio to try and set up this wave in the bottom lane so he can be more present for that Baron, and AMI won't have to worry about that wave crashing into the inhibitor. Oh boy.
A to the E out there from Bio. I mean, we'll see. Decoy has a flank and might start the fight out on Baz.
Decoy is getting caught out here. Ground Skyfall coming in from LoJazz. Grim Deliverance going to be popped by Decoy. He doesn't get his revive in time. It's the first pick for Baz. He comes in. Bio following through. Blast Plant going to get LoJazz to safety. And remember, they shoved in that bottom wave pretty heavily before coming into this fight. So now the cards starting to go into AMI's hand.
You know, I just think that was a little bit too deep trying to get through that choke. Adam couldn't really get the DPS down to try and follow up on where Decoy and Lojaz were at. And Lojaz, it's kind of weird. I didn't feel like he got all the way in there with the Grand Starfall. As that's a feels bad, man. Good snipe there for Lojaz. Overall, I mean, 1-for-0, not too many tools burned or too important tools burned. Retrozing is flashless. And with the numbers advantage, Decoy has TP when he spawns. I think this has been done a little bit late, but AMI feels pressure. This might be their best chance to get back in the game. They're going to flip it.
I don't know how I feel about this, but AMI got to do something, and this is an answer, I guess. 3k health remains. Lojaz looking to get over the wall.
Got him
Gets
out.
pushed away by the Crescent Guard of Bio. That was a brilliant use of the Crescent Guard there. Didn't allow him to blast plant in.
Oh, big TP. Can Zahan get the passive off this time?
Oh, man. Here we go. Redemption looking to step up. Looks for a Cosmic Binding.
They're
Doesn't
out.
get it. Now here comes Adam from the end. He could
think they're
Shurima
out.
shuffle in, but Protoss is going to hold that angle at the very least.
Well
and
played.
Yeah, they get the Baron Cubby, and they get out.
Well played. Again, I thought the 5v4... I saw Retrozing have no flash. I think that we could have had Redemption maybe Tempered Fate the Baron to try and buy some more time instead of try and pick the Nico. I think that's one thing that I would change for Dog. But the Crescent Guard to make sure the Pantheon couldn't get into the Smite Secure and the
beautiful.
flip. That was well done by AMI. Again, a high-stakes matchup here for both teams, and AMI getting some much-needed, gold and time now with the Baron. They can take some standing objectives and really try and even up this game off that Baron.
They need to make the most out of this Baron power play, and they can't afford to slip up. They got to be careful about the map because you have so much of the map exposed. Arbrio has to flash over the wall, but there's 5 members. The Hounds, they're chasing down Arbrio, and the Tempered Fate will get him out of position. But look at the call right now for AMI. They're still pushing into the base. Arbrio's buying a lot of time here. Eventually, they're realizing we don't have towers up. We need to recall. We can't chance a base race.
All right. 1-0. It does slow down the Baron a little bit for AMI. They did take that inner turret for themselves. Outer turret about to fall too. But frankly, I think that you'll take the kill. Because in a standoff, I feel like these things are going to fall anyway. And AMI can't get too much more out of this. They've got a minute left, so maybe they can walk top and see if they can get one other thing. But I think that's going to be the damage dealt off that Baron. Still have to give a lot of kudos over to AMI. We're finding a bit of a way back into the game, and oh boy, Decoy's not exiting.
He gets hit by the Shockwave.
These are both carries.
Falls to about 3/4 of health. There's a lot of damage on the table. Cream Deliverance Wall. Decoy looking to run out of this, but he's cornered from all angles. Falls to Baz. Apex mission impossible. They are fighting back from a deficit when it was all doom and gloom. Inhibitors exposed. They still got some bite brought right back to Dog.
I thought that'd be it for the Baron push. You can just pull back to your inner turret, but not the case. The top laner goes down, and yeah, that's a Hextech soul point given over. But again, I mean, the Dragons have spawned really late. AMI's gotten a lot of gold off this push. I got to give them kudos for how they've been able to play this one out. And now they have a 5v4, but they can hopefully make sure the push continues.
Bio did lose a good chunk of health here, so it's hard for AMI to
Baron waves.
really engage forward. Yeah, no more Baron. Arbio in the mid lane wants to grab another tower. That would be the final inner tower. Still able to keep those inhibitor towers up. That's one of the nice things there for Dorado, and it's always one of the things that's going to threaten AMI. That's why Bio has to go back and catch that wave.
All right, so now the damage is done. But, I mean, this is pretty significant. Again, look at Kai'Sa's items. We asked if Baz could try and be a hero when he was sitting 2-0-1, and it was Dorado sieging on AMI's base. Baz has been a bit of a hero. He's the only one now that has a gold lead. Again, we keep on talking about how big late-game Kai'Sa can be with the triple evolve and how well you scale off those items. We've seen a couple fights where Decoy has been punished by the Kai'Sa. And if Kai'Sa is able to win out on that difference, like get down the Zahen, I think that really can change your warp fight. So Baz needs to keep on playing on point. There is not a cleanse available. There's not a McHale's available for him. So also, if I'm on the flip side for Dorado, Lojaz, Redemption, we got to point and click this guy. Flash W from Pantheon, chain that up, see if you can find something like that to happen. As this Kai'Sa is a problem, if not dealt with, and Baz has been navigating the fights well so far.
5-item Kaisa. You have the death cap done. This damage is huge for Baz right now. You can see the setup now coming through. 1:30 before Baron is on the table. A lot of control onto this top side. But again, this is the one thing I'm going to keep pointing out. When you set up for objectives, you do leave your base a little bit open. And that's what Dorado want. They want to keep shoving in these waves. So if they need an answer, they can push right into one of these inhibitors.
Baron's up in a minute. Dorado reset into Baron play. As Adam's really making sure the bot lane is pushed up. I will say a little bit disconnected from his team. But just going to leave the turret there and try and walk up. Make sure they have bot control, into mid control, into Baron side control. The next sequence. So, Dorado. Again, I think the big thing about the last fight around the Baron that went wrong, a little bit too deep from Decoy. Adam wasn't exactly connected to keep on DPSing. I think playing around the Azir at this point of the game is going to be the clutch factor. Azir's soldiers, you're level 18, you're maxed out, you get a bunch of items. If those soldiers are autoing, you're going to be feeling really good as Dorado. So it's going to be about creating space for that. As I think the shotgun from Xin, Orianna, Nico, Kaisa, if you can get those abilities to connect on multiple people, ball up Xin Zhao, have him dash in, hit the shockwave, try and get multiple, or play off the Pop Blossom, and then Baz gets in over the top, that's a winning scenario for AMI from what we've seen, especially if Decoy gets dealt with. So, a lot closer game, a lot of back and forth going on as we kept on talking about the stakes, and frankly, both teams got to step up to the challenge.
Baron might go down. Baron might go down before AMI can respond. Bio is looking to step up and step forward. Missiles going out. Biostar takes a lot of damage, but Baron is going to be found by Dorado. Now they're looking to bail out because AMI are looking for a fight.
Two TPs.
Look at the angle right here for Decoy. Has a flank angle. Protoss looking to step forward, wants to find a Pop Blossom. Redemption will flash on out of this. Decoy now coming out from the flank. Biostar's caught out, able to jump right onto Biostar. A great pick found by Bio. Now looking to chase on to the members of Dorado. Sliding through is Adam onto Baz. Baz is low. Adam grabs him. Now Decoy fighting on the opposite end. Low Jazz is still alive. Redemption is not long for this world. But in the extended chase and the extended trades, it is a 1-for-2 crucial pick for Dorado. They get the big purple worm, but AMI still trade up. This is the difficult part now, though. Dorado will be looking to siege.
They are down a man for this Dragon spawn, because you got to believe that Dragon needs to be denied by AMI, or else there's a Hextech Soul coming in for an Ezreal. Baz had a decent fight, but Adam played him in the back half, which you caught, Deserex. The Rocket Belt to help space the Kaisa, turns around, throws out the Soldier Auto to make sure Kaisa falls. Yeah, it's a 2-for-1. But the most important member for AMI is off the table. Biostar's coming up here in a sec. He's going to be late, but we're just curious if Dorado maybe plays to stall this one out. Maybe plays for a steal. I mean, you don't have to throw the game around this objective. You really don't. And yeah, okay, AMI is going to get it. But yeah. But what a good shockwave coming out from RetroZing that did catch Biostar. And you saw Baz get space in the back half of the bottom of your screen as Decoy is going to go in. We get another fight.
Let's fight again. Baz is not there. That's a lot of damage that's missing from AMI. Low Jazz gets low, and he drops. Grim Deliverance jumping forward. Decoy is looking for a fight in, but he's getting kited by RetroZing, and now Baz has arrived. This is looking bad for Dorado. Biostar is able to get one pick. Arbrio is alive and well. Magical Journey through the wall. Redemption will get back to safety.
Wait, it's a 2-for-1 again. I didn't see the Pantheon went down. Okay, I mean, I think Decoy's been playing these fights a little bit too fast again. I think that if I'm in comms right now, thinking with Dorado, just talking through with Decoy, hey, play these fights with Azir. We've seen the damage that Adam's doing if he is allowed to fight on the Azir. I think that so far, Arbrio's done a much better job of clearing space for his team than the Zahan in some of these fights. Yeah. And we need to see the Zahan, I think, be a little bit more connected for Decoy to really take full advantage of what this champion can do with that 80 you get off the passive later on. Because frankly, AMI's been dealing with that pretty well, and I think that's kind of a precipice of which they've turned this game around on, making sure that Zahan gets split, isolated, taken down a little bit earlier. And again, I think that you really need to connect with the Azir, because if you're playing around Azir damage, that is your DPS, and Adam is doing a ton of it in these fights.
Oftentimes, you're seeing Decoy go onto the back line. What is happening? RetroZing throws out the command attack dissonance, and now he's slowed. He gets kited out and chunked down very slowly in these fights, and it makes it hard for Decoy to enjoy a late game Zahen. And with this, it's kind of put this game right up in the air. Sure, Dorado have the lead. It's all about catching Retrosing and Boz. And if they stay alive, that lead might not mean a thing. 44 minutes into this, it already barely means a thing.
Kaisa has a Seekers now, too. I really feel like Baz has a chance to be the hero in this game. One fight we saw not go AMI his way late was Baz getting caught out by Azir. As that combo misses, Bio fortunate that that Tempered Fate didn't hit. I think that if he is flashless, gets caught on the wall by a well-placed Bard, that would have been him going down, and that was a little bit too deep from BioWaze. Now Shockwave's down. They're going to try and fish. You can see Ezreal ult, maybe trying to find a couple tools.
2 minutes. Baron will spawn once more. A lot of these fights have been around Baron. Dorado have been the sneakier team. They know when to pull the trigger and try and grab that Baron, but this counterpunch that we're getting from Apex Mission Impossible, Bio has been incredible at kind of dialing in to some of these fights. I remember the Baron taken earlier by Apex Mission Impossible thanks to that Crescent Guard, but also the way he's been able to kind of generate a lot of space for AMI, for Baz and Retrosing to get to work. 11 kills apiece. It's crazy.
It has been, too. I think the build that he has versus the build that I'm seeing on the Pantheon, Xin Zhao's build is more valuable. Death Stance into what I assume is going to be a Spirit Visage, given how Xin Zhao's passive works. I think Pantheon late can be a big champion, but Xin Zhao, if he's allowed to auto-attack, which we're seeing Bio be enabled and allowed to auto-attack a lot, can really pump out the damage in this one. So, him and Baz been big members, no. And oh boy, Protoss, that is a deep flank, my friend. If this hits, though, again, this could be a game changer. We saw AMI win again. Oh, wait, hold on.
Wait, top lane. Yeah, they're looking for Retrosing. Retrosing's getting chunked out, but here comes the teleport. Shockwave's going to be used. It gets blocked out. The damage puts the shield up. Here comes Arbio. Arbio pushing away onto Lojaz. Lojaz can't finish the job. Lojaz is going to get finished instead as he's pulled right back in. Guardians are not going to be popped. Here comes that Pop Blossom. Retrosing. It's not good for redemption. Now look at the end. Biostar trying to do work, but suddenly Dorado are crumbling. The Hounds getting put to the pound as Decoys by himself, kited out once again. Can't get on the Protoss, can't get on the Baz. The only thing he gets is death delivered to him. Apex Mission Impossible showing that it wasn't a fluke. They can still take games.
Baz was able to do so much damage in these late fights, and kudos to Arbrio in that one. We talked about creating space. He found Adam's Azir. The Shurima shuffle went wide on the NACL ult. Arbrio found the unstoppable knockup into taking Azir away, and Bioster's going to do his best. Wait, Baz went down? Bioster? No way.
Oh,
no, that's game.
No, that's
heroics from Bioster. What a game.
Apex Mission Impossible. The mission, it always seems impossible, but for somehow, some way, they keep doing it, Cubby.
They won down gold. This is like a movie plot in itself, you know? As I'm sweating up here and freaking out. But man, that game, I mean, we had pauses. I think AMI, the way they had to play their way back into that game, it was really through Baz and through Bio. And we're seeing some good direction. I also need to give Arbrio a lot of kudos for those fights. Again, clearing space for your carries. I think Arbrio did a nice job of that, especially finding that Azir in the last fight. Because we talked so much about Adam's damage. It was Redemption trying to have a Tempered Fate to create space for Adam. And there was a world where he actually did stun Baz. And Adam was up out of the Zanyas or out of the stasis from both. He wasn't able to DPS Baz because Cassante was on top of him. That was, for me, the big difference maker in the last fight and why AMI ended up finding that fight win and the game win.
Yeah, man, it feels so bad when you're decoy on the Zahen and everyone is about 5 feet away from you. We're going to use our Philips Norelco precision replay to take a look at this final fight.
Yeah, keep your eyes onto Adam, because watch what happens with Baz here. Baz tries to get in. Adam goes golden. See, this is where Baz could get stunned up, but Arbrio hits the W, hits the ult, yoinks Adam in. He gets one shot. If Adam is allowed to auto the Kaisa there, that is where they might have been able to turn the game around. Not the case. AMI finds the win by taking out the Fedazir first. And that reach from Lojaz, I mean, I think that the play was maybe close, almost there, just a little bit too deep. I thought the double TP coming in from Dorado was good, but turned around instantly. Got to give Arbrio a ton of credit for how he played out that fight. And again, I think that's the big difference maker for AMI finding the win. And now we're one game away, DeSerex, from having a 2-0 AMI week series win and a 4-0 week in terms of game score, which would really turn our standings upside down compared to expectation.
A late season boom coming out from Apex Mission Impossible. It is a best of 3, so, you know, we still got to hold our breaths a little bit because, my God, I mean, just the way this game is going, man, it is some incredible stuff. We'll see if Dorado can bring it back or if Apex Mission Impossible can have a 4-0 in games, 2-0 in series. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be right back.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Hello everyone, my name is DeSerex, and on this recap we'll go over week 4 of the NACL and the showdown between Blue Otter and NRG.
In Game 1, Blue Otter drafted a composition for long-range sieging with Caitlyn Ziggs. NRG, try as they might, could not stop the romp from stomping as Blue Otter stacked Drakes with their superior objective setup and crippling poke for an upset Game 1 win. In Game 2, seeing a Scion locked in, Zamudo would counterpick Rek'Sai and farm up a gold gap that constantly threatened Blue Otter's backline. Game 3 is where things got hot. At Dragon Soul Point, Blue Otter stacking would be stopped short by Kizno splitting up the Otters. Eventually, Ariana's cannon flank would give Blue Otter a critical Infernal Soul. But after a 40-minute slugfest, it all came down to an Elder Flip, where Kizno would clutch out a smite that would lead NRG to securing the series.
We're going to develop some players that maybe in the future will be the ones that can challenge the Asians at Worlds.
Week 4 signifies the halfway point of the season, and taking a look at the standings, NRG remain in first with a perfect record. Maryville, CCG, Supernova, and Conviction trail with 1 loss. That leaves the rest of the league fighting to be another name in the current playoffs picture. The second half of the season will feature a lot of teams from the top end of the standings going to battle with one another, so expect heat on the road to playoffs.
Thanks for watching the recap, brought to you by our friends at Philip Norelco. Be sure to follow us on Twitter and tune in at twitch.tv/NACL. We'll see you there.
Drip. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL Apex Mission Impossible versus Dorado Gaming. And while it was a bit of a slow cook, once we got to the apex of that game, it was AMI taking the win.
Yeah, I mean, going back, we're kind of looking at that game like, oh man, who should probably be MVP from AMI for that one? I think Baz had an argument. I think Bio had an argument. I even think Arbrio had an argument for just how he was clearing space in some of those fights. That was some really good tank play I saw out of Arbrio. I think continues to have a little bit of a late season surge here in the NACL.
And as we get into game number 2,
substitution. That's right.
Yeah, we are going to have Hub joining back in. Congratulations to the graduation, but now it's time to get back to work, get back to the office, and hopefully bring Dorado back from its first game loss.
You know, Hub, I hope that now that you've graduated, your hands don't fall off as you've gotten closer to Unk status, as the kids like to say. I think he's still in his graduation shirt, by the way. He's got the top button buttoned up.
I see the collar.
And he's got the collar. The top button is buttoned. He didn't even, he took off the tie, sat down, and said, let's game. Holy cow, that's baller.
That's baller. That's a Chad right
baller.
there. Oh my God, all
it.
the respect in the world to this man. God, he looks so fresh and so clean right now. But
even as a golfer myself, there's no reason to have the top button unless you have a tie on. I don't have the top button today.
I got my top button.
Well, okay. That's at least the short sleeve shirt, Tesserex.
Whatever.
Yeah.
All right.
I was looking good. We're going to have to ask if there is a winner's interview, what he graduated with. But on the flip side, Baz for AMI. That Caitlyn that was big in their Game 2 win for Blue Water, or against Blue Water yesterday. Going to be locked in. Keep in mind it was paired up with an Elise. Bard has been the most common pairing we've seen so far. That's off the table. So I think that I would be prepared for a Kate Elise lane coming in.
Yeah, what answer does Dorado have to that? Because when you do get some of these, like, kind of off-meta, I guess I would say, pickups for your bottom lane, sometimes you just don't really have the response. You're not used to doing those reps. So instead for Dorado, they're just going to go for the tried and true combo. This was ignored in game number 1 completely, not even banned out. Now Dorado, Ashe, Seraphine.
We have seen Ashe Seraphine drop down a lot in priority this week in NACL. I still feel like this is a tandem that if you let it through, you better have a game plan. The best game plan I've seen so far has been the MF Nautilus, which we got to give kudos in the league to Supernova to playing well. That's what G2 used to beat Gen G in game 1 over at First Stand 2. I think making things volatile bot against Ashe Seraphine, very important. So I want to see if Bio takes a jungler that can really help do that here.
All right, so there it is.
Could deny Vi. I mean, or Ambessa. Okay, Ambessa, that can get you into the backline. I think there's a real choice now for Dorado, Renekton or Vi. Because I think Vi does have a lot of credence going up against Caitlyn Elise, as you get that guaranteed backline point and click, and it gives you something to chain the Ashe Seraphine off of. Renekton here, I would kind of prefer to see Renekton than to see top jungle dropped. But if they do go Renekton, you got to assume that it might be an Ambessa jungle. So I think with that in mind, they're just going to take the Skarner. We're going to go from there.
All right, Skarner getting locked in. There's plenty of synergy that really works out well with this Caitlyn Elise. Cocoon sets up traps, and from there, there's like a lot of good damage that comes out from both Elise as well as the Caitlyn as a duo. Another thing I'm going to be looking out for is when you use the Ishtal's Impact, usually you can tell where a Skarner is coming from. It makes it pretty easy to try and get a Cocoon in and kind of hard stop Low Jazz from getting forward.
I'm going to raise you one. I don't like the Skarner this game. I really feel like the power of Ashe Seraphine is taking a fighter jungler and trying to brawl it out from there. Skarner isn't exactly to be providing the damage. I'm curious. I mean, we did see one Skarner top. Shout out to Decoy or Fiji playing that one. Kind of curious if maybe this is flexible for Dorado. Just keeping that in mind. As we do have Ooh, an Olaf taken away. Olaf, of course, being a pretty nice answer into Ash Seraphine, and I must say Skarner, so that might seem like a weird ban, but one that I kind of like here.
Yeah, I still echo the sentiment. There resentment. We go.
It's aggressive.
That was a long game, Cubby.
I resent pauses after that game.
I do. I resent pain.
We still got to throw Fnatic astray.
True,
nice,
true American.
I mean, it is the Salt League, and it starts with NA, so, Right, still haven't got over them leaking the C9 strats, or the TSM leaking the strats to them. That's a real throwback there to World Season 2. Anyone knows that? You're a real one? Yeah?
Yeah, I do know that one.
Or Season 3, sorry. Season 3. But, yeah. Victor locked in, more range. Another slow to have the Seraphine single root proc off of is Victor's E laser, or when you get all 3 upgrades, there is a slow, so that's later in the game. Yes, Hub, loosen up.
Oh, he's doing it. He's doing it.
Loosen up, Hub.
He's doing it.
We need you, buddy.
He's ready. That's gamer stance right there. Oh, man. Okay, this Anivia pick is making me hate the Skarner more. I'm going to be honest there.
Some people unbutton, take the tie off and unbutton to head to the bars after graduating. Hub's head into the game. Get your head in the game. Yeah, Anivia pick. I mean, Skarner can, if it's timed well, can use the E to get through Anivia wall. Yeah. But the idea is that you're casting the walls and the pillar to cancel Skarner E. So we're going to make Skarner's life really hard. Yeah. I do like Trundle when you are able to empower Trundle with an Enchantress. But there's a lot of pick and poke here between Kate, Elise, and Anivia Trundle. I mean, this terrain coming in, if Protoss and Baz can play off of it well, it could be really clutch. I feel like Nar's just the pick here for decoy. You got to have something to get around the terrain, the pillar. And it is a decent matchup into the Ambessa. We'll see if Arbrio ends up going for the OHQ. Something we've seen a lot into the Gnar matchup. But I'm worried about the damage profile for Dorado, just because they don't have the fighter jungler with the Ash Seraphine. Nar's going to bring some of that damage. Victor has the scaling, but really feel like the onus is on AMI to try and play fast and win fast. And if they do so, I think a 2-0 week, a 4-0 week for AMI is the story of NACL this week, if they can pull this off.
You get to see it with Winthrop University, followed up with AMI. That's some great stuff to see, but I am so worried for Low Jazz in this game. I think back to the Winthrop game, Tomio was playing Skarner and was constantly shut down time and time again by some of the hard CC that Winthrop had drafted. It's kind of a similar situation here for Apex Mission Impossible, where you have the Elise, you have the Anivia, and even if you go and get through that and find your way towards that front line, you can get walled off so easily. I think there's a lot that Low Jazz has to consider before he goes for an engage.
Yeah, I was pro Vi, pro Renekton for a reason.
Yeah.
So, yeah, again, I think that what Ash Seraphine does best is it really augments the top side of your map to, you can abuse the fighter jungler. Like, yes, they synergize well in lane, but we've seen a lot of lanes get drafted to punish them because they are beatable in lane. It's about getting your Enchantress into the later stages, having Ash just rip off all the slows, and making sure that your top side's empowered. I don't feel like this is a top side that really takes advantage that much of Ash Seraphine. I think that you're 100% right, Deserex, saying that this Skarner has to walk through just minefields of terrain, of cocoons, of traps. Like,
while getting subjugated.
Or get subjugated. Low Jazz's ability to navigate this, I think, is going to be very difficult. And I think Decoy's Gnar, that was the right pick in the scenario, but we'll see if that mid-game can be big enough to have an impact the likes of what we saw from Denethor earlier in the day. Take advantage of that 1 and 2 item spike to make sure they can try and fight the might of AMI. I do think if this thing goes really, really late, Seraphine's ability to double up on the surround sound, try and get them out of Anivia picks or play around that, this should be stronger later on. But, man, if these Anivia stuns hit, if they step out of line at all against the pillars or the wall, I really like the creativity of AMI, and something that Coach Bobby recognized going into the series too, saying they play a lot of weird picks. They like to fight over camps. We have to really respect that and make sure that if we get around that, we can play that out well. I feel like Dorado did a good job of that in game 1 until they kind of threw in the base of AMI, and then Baz brought it back with the big Kai'Sas. So this game, the pressure's going to be on Dorado. I think that they're going to be under siege early by AMI.
Sorry, I wasn't ready for the player pick there, but yeah, for Dorado, I would really like to see some of the use of this Ash arrow try and we've talked about it a few times in the past, but use it from the Fog of War, set up the Skarner, get the ball rolling early for Dorado so it's not as big of a problem to deal with Apex Mission Impossible. But only time will tell as we get into game number 2, Dorado Gaming versus Apex Mission Impossible.
Big rock being dropped there.
We just keep racing into the mid lane to go, like, slap someone.
Yeah, I think you can be a little bit creative with your level 1s right now. Kind of interested they didn't use that to guarantee priority for the K2Es, because I think now K2Es have to enter. And Hub should be able to contest that a little bit with the volleys. But still have to give respect over to that lane, because, man, the level 2 of K2Es is pretty terrifying.
Oh, yeah.
We're able to connect a cocoon into a trap, into a Piltover Peacemaker, into goodbye health bar.
And it's electrocute Elise at the same time as well. So you factor that in. There's bonus damage, missing health damage that comes out from the Elise. My God, it's a really disgusting combo.
Kind of curious there. We actually saw Protoss step up
We're
and
getting the
defend
skins?
the camps. Yeah. Esports doesn't have any impact on skin sales, by the way. But we're getting skins. So we got to, fund ourselves, fund the game here.
I love this.
It's a nice look.
Yeah. It's a nice little touch, I don't care. This one was for me.
Well, I will say,
sales.
I feel like Little Slugger Trundle was for me, because the Cubs are on a 9-game win streak. And that's the mug today. So, we turned that
That's my favorite Trundle skin, by the way. I've used that one for
it's
ages
just the best.
now.
It is
So
100% the best. So, you see actually some camps being skipped over here by Bio, potentially an early mid look onto the Victor to pressure, or an early bot look to help the K2Es out. Ash Seraphine pushed up. They're going to be in trouble. Look bot if we can.
Get bottom. There we go. Bio showing up, Redemption getting chomped on. Remember, every chomp's a slow, and that is the thing about the pillar. It is terrain. Forced to flash. Redemption gets his escape. The cost of the summoner.
Well placed by Bio. As that is going to be, again, I think the game plan, whenever you go up against Ash Seraphine, if you can make this volatile, especially with K2Es, it's good. I think that we saw Protoss fishing bot. Not sure if a flash was burned or not. But with that lane now pushing back out, real chance to try and pepper, abuse Hub and Redemption.
This is one thing that Adam does have going for him. Does get the better of a lot of those early trades, so much so that he does pop the egg passive in the first 3 minutes. It's going to be a nice grab. It's not going to get summoners out, but still, it's one wall of defense down to take down Retrozing.
It's kind of a strategic trade a little bit here by Retrozing. Yeah, that can be rinsed and repeated and revisited, but you also get the full health bar up. It might be able to delay your TP timer to have a better base and an advantage over Victor. We'll see how that one plays out. As it does look like Arbrio did burn the flash.
Mid lane, here we go, flashing forward. Bio's going in. Bio wants a piece of Adam. You need the Flash Frost. It's on cooldown. Flash will still be burnt from Adam.
All right, a little chaos going on in the soul lanes here. Summoner spells being burned. We'll say going to help decoy, hopefully, in this topside matchup where Arbrio did go for the grasp. Not going for the electrocute, as we've seen in some other Ambessa matchups. And Adam losing a flash mid. I mean, you mentioned the walls of terrain, Deserex. He's going to have to deal with potentially a pillar and a wall here.
I know.
If the rinse and repeat comes in from AMI, which I think bot and mid, that Ambessa probably going to be left to her own devices on the top side. That will be advantage Gnar, but really feel like when you have Ash Seraphine and a Victor, you got to put your focus on trying to impact those lanes, and definitely expect to see Bio try and do that once he gets his base off and resets.
I also like this early look coming out from Bio. Went bot lane, got a flash and a heal down there. Went mid lane, got a flash over there.
Speaking of flashes,
he is giving up a little bit of pacing in comparison to Lojaz, who has been farming for the most part. But still, burning those flashes, it's something he can revisit. Now Lojaz, looking for an angle over here, will grab Baz and get a flash out of his own.
That's nice. If they get the wave in for Hub, I think that's going to prevent a lot of chaos. Care for Baz headshot. Oh, I think that the Baz headshot, there was a world. Yeah, they're trying to break the freeze or prevent the freeze, I should say. AMI is going to find it. So now that Bio has a base and has an item advantage, I think he's down a level to low jazz, but has the ability to maybe have an impact here. Just sidestep. Yeah, we're going to save the E until the terrain comes out. Well played by low jazz. You can't E end up being canceled by the terrain. So both junglers are going to help their bot lanes get the wave in. I think AMI is going to do so here successfully. As matching the base of the Ash Seraphine going to be important, and Baz will have a much better base in that bot lane.
All the exchanges going on. Retrozing is getting poked out quite a bit by Adam's Victor. Adam's down his flash, so he's always got to be super careful when he's pushing up like this, but knowing that teleport was already expended, there's no flash on Retrozing, and the egg was already popped, he does feel much more safer just shoving in this wave, grabbing a little bit more of that crust and taking his recall.
I think taking inventory now. Hub is down flash. I think it happened off screen. I assume that Protoss might have traded. But yeah, Hub's got to be the focus. Let's get cheesy here.
Oh, man.
Just three. Yeah, K2East coming from behind here in a big wave.
Oh, this is incredible, Hub. What are you going to do, man? What are you going to do? You ain't getting away from this. Put the dogs in the pound.
Nice.
Baz gets first blood.
As I said earlier, after we talked to Coach Bobby, guys, it's not cheese. It's all a part of the game. K2East wrapping around the long way, and the big wave doesn't matter. No sums for Hub. Couldn't get the wave in. That was off, by the way. Bio spent time down there to make sure his bot lane got the crash, got the item advantage by crashing second, and that guarantees that the wave bounces back out, and then he goes back down there to punish. So I think on Trundle, this is a champion where, yeah, getting some resources is nice, but a lot of your power comes to the utility you get between the pillar and the subjugate. I really appreciate Bio sacrificing some of his own game to try and make sure his bot lane's game, which is far more important, is good. Now, he is going to lose some stuff for this. Did just match the 6, but Low Jazz does take away his Raptors, so Low Jazz is going to feel decent about that. As both of our top players maybe make their way up to the top side, where Arbrio has ult. Decoy, though, has Mega. Might be looking to get involved quickly, but with Bio making his way up here, not going to be an option. So Low Jazz returns to his camps, and a little bit of trade of power as Low Jazz gets a bonus camp on the Skarner. But bot lane, Baz in a much happier position. And if I'm AMI, I'm happy about that.
Yeah, and even if you look at the gold, sure, he's going to be down EXP, but gold is relatively even between Low Jazz and Bio thanks to that first blood. And bot lane, completely different situation, as you had mentioned. So now Grub's going to spawn up. Yeah. Bio has been all over this map in the mid and bottom lane. And the impact he's had has been very meaningful. Even that pillar right there, hey, you're not allowed to
trade out
recall.
Raptors, by the way. He's going to steal away the Raptors himself, too. So this is pretty much an even win. And would love to see them try and pressure the Dragon coming up here. Because I do think obviously impacting the lane's important. But I think that getting some of these early Dragons to keep the speed of the game up and in favor of AMI important for them. So Low Jazz, this is not going to be contested. Just going to trade Grubs for the Dragon. I think this is okay. Might really help the Gnar later on in the game.
Yeah. If
Decoy gets some side laning in. And I don't think this Dragon's ever contestable if you are Dorado. So appropriate trade. The fact they delayed the timer a little bit, not bad. But Bio, you know, you mentioned the jungle gold as a jungle matchup. If it's Trundle versus Skarner, all I care about is the bot lane gold. If the bot lane gold's ahead, then I'm really doing my job. It's exactly what Bio has in store for his team right now.
If they're keeping track of the flash timers, they know Hub does not have his. But here we go. Encore going to be used. Redemption gets it off, but he falls too low. Going up to the rafters with the repel. Protoss is fine with that tower aggro, and AMI are fine taking another kill.
Hub did a nice job of trying to move throughout that. The wall was really close to pinning him, but he was just able to squeak through. Still AMI. That's how you can use the K2East, man. Just keep on the attack. Something that Dorado themselves cited from AMI they got to look out for. And I really think that Bio and this team, I mean, this is a team that's been kind of struggling in the standings. I know they didn't win a game until this week, right? They're sitting at 0-10 overall. Protoss talked about how he appreciated the guys that were sticking with it and trying to have fun. And I know Bio, they lost against Conviction, but he said, this is some of the most fun I've ever had playing League. It kind of feels like this is the way that this team wants to play. And we are seeing better looks from it. Now, they closed out a game that I don't think they probably should have won, that last game against Dorado. They lose a game against Conviction where they played Rengar. Probably should have won that and didn't close it out. So we'll see if they can close this one out, as that's a good chain on the Protoss. And Elise is dead.
Yeah, we'll go over to the blast plant. Gonna pop over. No
He's
way.
out.
Flash Frost gets the stun and Protoss gets to live. They don't kill the spider today.
Everything burned. I think the fact that he went to the plant, the Scryer's plant, then went to the blast cone is what got him out. And I figured that if he landed on a champion, he would have been dead. He also gets the flash out of low jazz. I mean, that's a good trade. Skarner can't do the flash E into our combo, which is a pretty guaranteed engage. So AMI find a win off no blood being down on that skirmish.
Everything seems to just be going right for AMI right now. Even Protoss surviving that now. Protoss showing up, looking for a bot lane attempt. Cocoon gonna go wide. We'll take the repel on up, but here comes Hub.
No flash.
Hub's looking to punish. Remember,
combo.
no flash there. Jumping forward. There's no damage on the Elise. So finally, a punish found by Dorado in the bot lane.
And again, that is big. I think Kate Elise, you need to execute this early.
Oh.
If not, things can get hard. But no ults now. We'll see how good this pillar is. As
Wait for the
subjugate
pillar.
cast,
Wait for the
flash
pillar.
cast.
Wait for the pillar. There it is.
Oh!
An ace in the hole. Snakes right on through. Baz gets the kill. A lot more damage now coming in. Here comes Low Jazz. Wants to grab Bio, but Bio slips on by from the Ishtal's
Good
impact.
quicks.
Now another auto coming through. Baz is so close. Needs one more to finish off Redemption. Unable to do that. Bio's going right back into it. He gets caught by the slow. I don't know about this one, Bio, but I appreciate the thought. No, he gets the kill. What?
He got it with the chomp. I think that Baz could have cleaned that up. The cleanse was a little bit early before the encore. If it was a perfect cleanse, I don't think that needs to happen. But Bio connects the chomp, makes sure that bot lane gets set behind again. And while the rest of the team is kind of responding, Retrozing's getting a couple points. Mid. I mean, Bio has really turned this into a chaotic game. 2-1-2. Baz is 2-0-2. But again, that is what matters. Your Caitlyn is ahead. And that might have looked chaotic, but Bio flipped that bot lane back in favor of Baz and Protoss as Caitlyn's set up for success once again.
Oh, and we're in the mid lane now. Adam getting caught out by Protoss. Retrozing still needs to get some more damage in if he's going to get that kill on Adam. But it does get the flash out of Adam. Protoss making his impact on the map. But I don't know what's going on anymore, Covey. This game's too much.
I mean, it is kind of crazy. But Baz being set up for success. Okay, we're going to get another look at this one.
Yeah, please.
I was just surprised at how late the pillar is. And then the flash from Hub Redemption kind of clicks down.
Yeah.
If he clicks up, maybe he eats the ace
Look at
in the
this.
hole. They keep him alive. And then,
This psychopath.
oh my God, he steps under the queue. Baz had a smile on his face for that one as they were able to find the kill.
I think I get the idea of the pillar. They were looking to set up the ace in the hole, and if you could pillar away the Seraphine to allow the ace in the hole go through. I'm assuming that's why he held it for so long.
Could have been. As, I mean, the early flash commit, Bio, looks like he's been putting some time on this Trundle. I think at times this champion has been forgotten about. As what he can provide to the team, though, with the Subjugate, the pillar, really valuable. I think a lot of the times, you know, I like my junglers like Inspire that tries to look for angles to pull out the Trundle, and less so the ones that look to ignore him. Because this champion can be really game warping if given the right scenario. I prefer him with Enchantress. I think he really abuses stuff like Karma, Lulu, Seraphine well. Not going to be the option this game. Again, trying to set up his bot lane for success with the picks using the terrain.
All right, here we go, pulling in. And yeah, I don't think you're getting away from this one this time.
No flash.
Yeah, no flash. There we go.
Nice trap from Low Jazz. Protoss was trying to walk around to find the pinch. Low Jazz lying in wait, and that Scorpion stings. As this is really big for Dorado. I know we've been a lot of AMI focus. They've been the ones creating the chaos, but the fact they can turn this into hopefully a dragon is big. But Adam's flashless.
Oh, Adam's going to die. Yeah. Oh, no, he gets healed
Seraphine.
up. Actually, this gets turned around thanks to the Seraphine.
Oh my God, Redemption. The surround sound on the heal. Almost like a built-in redemption for his teammate. As Retrozing still putting out the damage. I think Protoss gets this
still
kill.
Going in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Protoss is able to pick it up. He's
Oh,
going
the
to take a
stun
lot
hits.
of damage from the ultimate. Has to
No
bail
flash.
out. Adam taking damage on top of it, but low mana now. But oh, Baz, got to
Wait,
be
it's
careful.
chaos.
Will flash
It's
away
chaos.
from Low Jazz.
They can't
Chaos
do the
across
dragon.
Rift. It's
They
chaos
gotta put
across
the dragon.
Rift.
They gotta put the dragon.
Okay, wait,
Can they
can
kill
they
him?
kill him out in time? Can they kill him out in time?
No.
No, they're not able to get it. Protoss is low, but he goes to the rafters once again, looks down and says bye-bye.
Oh my God, chaos. to wrap up our weekend, Deserex. Our week, I should say, to get us into the weekend.
You know, earlier, by the way, when you were saying I like my junglers and then you stopped there, I thought you were going to say, like my junglers like I like my coffee, affecting my bottom.
Oh my goodness. You know what? That is the goal for Jungle Skarner this time. And I might need more coffee at the end of this one. As, oh boy. I mean, this has been a chaotic game, Deserex.
Yeah.
And I really feel like, again, the fact that Baz is up 1k gold. That is where my focus is. Because if Baz can remain ahead, I don't think the gold gap is exactly what AMI needs or is looking for. They're going to look to speed it up here with a Herald drop mid. Baz is here as well. This is a scary siege scenario for Dorado. They really have to respect the Rift Herald into the double terrain creation that AMI has with Elise Caitlyn peppering things in on top.
And Protoss is always a threat. Now Lojaz caught out by himself. Will throw out the Impale, but there's nowhere to go with it. Wall goes up. Teleport's now being used. As we're going to have an Mbessa and Victor join the fray. Out comes the Glacial Storm. Looking for the pick. Adam's dead. Going through. Arbrio will put the public execution on Shu. Redemption, but he still survives. Doesn't get the pick. Doesn't get the kill. Hub is up to defend.
Honestly, the fact that only one went down there, that was so close. I thought Arbrio's ult was massive. But Redemption, the Seraphine, working a bit of overtime, making sure everyone stays alive. And meanwhile, Decoy was able to get a little bit up on the top lane as, of course, 3 grubs and got that wave in. But AMI, I mean, that Herald, it doesn't turn in the mid turret. I think they would have really wanted the mid outer. And I do think the strategy for AMI here, keep on trying to send 4 mid. If it's Kate, Elise, Trundle, Anivia, Dorado has a really hard time staring down that quad, you know, that 4v1 and trying to break it. And it really just sets up, if you're down flash, you're, down summoner spells, your ability to create a wall, create a pillar, and find picks from there with this comp. That's what the comp needs to do to keep the game moving in their favor. Because if it goes late, Enchantress Seraphine is going to take over and be way more valuable than Protoss.
Yeah, the surround sound absorbs a lot of damage. Encore is huge for team fights. Can't let it get to that stage if you are AMI, but in the current stage it is right now, you still like the flow of the game. That's why Apex Mission Impossible now hovering around towards this bottom side, leaning towards the top lane all at the same time. Flash is available for Hub, but so is Enchanted Crystal Arrow in just a moment, so you got to be careful here if you're Bio, because that arrow should be headed your way. Bio putting up the pillar, looking for an angle onto Lojaz. Lojaz happy to just throw a rock and say, get off my yard.
For me, this should be exit quick, try and get mid, and break that turret. You just saw multiple people bot. I think breaking mid outer is really going to break open the game, because you have to get picks with AMI's comp. It's about control for the Elise. If you can take down this turret, it opens up the map so much more to lay traps with Anivia, lay traps with Trundle, lay traps with this Elise. As long as that turret stands, I do think that Dorado is able to really try and slow down this game. As one...
Oh, that's not good. You're going to have to burn Flash. You're going to have to burn Flash. He's still dead anyway. Retrozing will chase down the Gnar.
Bio with another early Flash to make sure that they get that kill. That said, the consequence of that mid-outer falls for AMI. I think that this is pretty expensive. I know they got a kill, but Arbrio's on the wrong side of the map. I don't think the public execution hit. Oh, Hub.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, no. Yeah, Arbrio will get picked off. Did get a decent amount of damage there, but out of mana is Retrozing as he tries to push over on this top side. Still, we'll take the pick if we're Dorado.
He's going to tickle one point and probably be done with it. As, again, this game remains chaotic, but we have Dragon up in a minute, or less than a minute. AMI, really important. They're able to stack up these Dragons. Again, we don't like their comp as much as time goes on. They really need to continue to create picks. That is going to be the best scenario for them with that style. Just they have so much set up to try and find picks. Try and make sure that Baz gets accelerated, stays ahead. As I think that with the Crystalline, yeah. Almost able to find that mid-outer. They still keep it up. That's really big for Dorado. Because again, the angles that can open up when you're down your mid-outer, I think really help out a comp like AMI's.
Taking stock of everything right now. It's
oh no, Adam.
Not a way for Adam to be as the pillar goes up. He'll survive. He has enough members of Dorado around him. But board. We have an Infernal that is currently on the map. Something that Dorado currently have positioning to kind of pinch for priority in the mid lane and the bottom lane.
AMI's point away. I think they have to go where the control isn't to try and lay traps. And they were trying to lay a trap for Adam on the top side. That failed. So now it's going to be Dragon. And again, I don't think AMI sped this game up enough. It's 1k gold lead for AMI, and they're down a Dragon total. That's not enough for what this comp needs. Breaking mid outer at 20, not enough for what this comp needs, I think, to really be able to work and continue to push the game forward. Because for me, I think that you need to have a 2 or 3 Dragon advantage by, 21 minutes if you're AMI, and hopefully a 3k plus gold lead. This is a pretty even game, and if Dorado can continue to stabilize, I mean, there are a lot of levels in Seraphine. This is a 2-item Ashe. It's just it's easier to play out a comp like that. And Adam's, not been set too far behind in terms of damage. Decoy is about to hit that big 2-item spike. Unless he gets set behind here. As he's flashless and Bio's fishing.
Yeah, the lead not really accounting for everything done by AMI. It's not really leading to too much. Look at the top lane as well. Considering this recall that's now coming out from Decoy, if he does start playing towards that top side, that tower is already pretty weak. It is one he can take, and that would be the gold lead equalized by that point.
I want to say, Destrex, I think that we're going to take another look, potentially here in a second, about our Philips Norelco precision play of the game, as I do recognize some downtime right now.
Yeah.
Okay, a couple seconds on that one. We want to make sure that, we have this clean-shaven clip ready for you guys. As it was a clean arrow from Hub that leads to a clean cleanse. And we have some action here as Adam...
Yeah, they're going on to Adam. Adam wants to take out Protoss. Protoss will flash out, but Bio's going to go for the extended chase. Shield is now up for Adam, but he gets chomped right down. Now, here comes the counterattack from Dorado. They pinch onto Bio and push him right into the tower. It is a trade mid for jungle.
Low Jazz able to find the kill. We'll say the subjugate got off. Didn't really make an impact there. Do you like how Bio is really trying to, get ahead? But that's the action we have. Let's take a look at the arrow that did hit. As that arrow from Hub, right on point against Arbrio. And I will say, if Arbrio gets an auto Q off, maybe he finds Adam, because it would have been the Q2. Doesn't find it, though, as Hub's Ashe. On point for that one. And now a BF sorted inventory. Again, that gold lead, you can see between Baz and Hub. If I could draw on my screen, would be drawn between Kate and Ashe items a lot this game, because I think the objective control on some of the picks that have been picked up here by Dorado as they've tried to even out some of the plays attempted by AMI. It has evened out the gold specifically for the marksman, which is very important. As if Caitlyn's not playing from ahead, you do have to play under the threat of having Ashe arrows sent towards your face. And that can be difficult to deal with. And definitely gives Dorado a way to kind of play their way out of this pick comp for AMI, which they have to play into the Hawk shots of Ashe and the Enchanted Crystal arrows later too. Make it a lot harder to control spaces, even if they already have control, given how easy it is.
Ooh. Oh, a lot of ultimates used. One's finally going to catch Protoss, but getting cut off from the rest of the team. The wall does go up, but Lojas will still grab the kill and splat the spider.
We're at the point of the game right now where Dorado can group with Seraphine, and because AMI is not ahead, damage isn't really here. And also, just the brute force with Seraphine and Skarn are really nice to try and find the angles that Dorado wants on their turn. So, get a pick. That is only the support. They're going to hit the Baron, though. This will force the TP out of Arbrio. We'll see what the response is from there. Redemption is stuck. Has to burn Flash.
As on the opposite end, fighting it out with Decoy. Decoy's going to get into his face. Meganar's coming up very soon, so Baz has to flash away. Now Teleport coming out from Arbrio, who clears the mid wave, pulling off Dorado from the Baron. Killer does go up. Redemption's isolated. Out comes the ace in the hole onto Redemption. Doesn't have much time left to live, but the hill will clutch for Redemption.
How disgusting is Seraphine at times? I thought for sure that he was going down. If so, this could have been a Baron play for AMI. Looks like they might want to try it anyway.
Still going for it. Yeah.
Retro Zing TPing in. They're going to try and hold the line here. They have a lot of vision. They're bluffing the Baron. Again, they need to find picks. I don't think their Baron's that fast. Seraphine's still in base.
Already going for public execution, but a little bit of discoordination coming out. Here comes the Impale! Finds Protoss. Adam grabs the kill. Arbio trying to get out. Baz in a bad way. He does not have his flash, and this looks terrible for Apex Mission Impossible as Hub will claim Baz. Arbio gets killed by Decoy. Retrosing has to put up the wall, shut the door, and say, please, no more. Dorado take a gold lead.
Low Jazz does go down, so they can't go for the Baron, but that was a great engage from him. As I think the rest of Dorado, as 4, are going to try and secure this dragon. Would be soul point for themselves. And I think we're at the point of the game, Deserex, where we're really starting to see and feel AMI's confident on gas. I was kind of teasing it earlier that I was concerned, but now we're really seeing that concern hit the rift. As the ability for Dorado to neutralize with the Skarner and the Seraphine has been really good for them.
Yeah. I mean, big shout out to Redemption, who has been surviving again and again. Some of this onslaught coming out from AMI. And when that Seraphine's still up, you get that surround sound that's going to be used quite often to provide a lot of shielding and the encore on top of it. This team coming together and showing that AMI, they did not play fast enough, and now they're suffering for it.
Ooh, this could be nice. I mean, still... Any picks that hit could be game-changing as Protoss. And that was a nice little pulley up into the rafters there. You know... Oh my God!
Here we go, flash on the Hub. Going
Holy
right
smokes,
after
he's
Hub.
dead.
He doesn't have flash.
Great call.
That's
Great
an instant
call.
pick.
Great
A great pick from Bio.
That is a great call by Bio. I love the trigger pull. I really feel like Bio has been freed up to play, and we're seeing a better version of Bio with AMI. That caught me off guard. I was trying to make jokes about the champion that would fit Charlotte's Web the best. Alongside Protoss. Meanwhile, Protoss might get caught. AMI trying to pull this. It's scary.
From the sky, Baz is taking a lot of damage. Encore is big. Decoy goes in. Meganar ultimate slams them on the wall. Bio will fall. Adam stands tall. And Dorado fight back.
And Redemption somehow lives again, as it was Arbrio that found the Seraphine in the backline, but enough healing from Redemption. Another double surround sound coming in. Dorado can actually threaten the Baron. They do have a marksman coming out of base. Retrosing, I think, can stall this out. I'm a little bit scared about this for Dorado. They could lose a lot of health. Seraphine's going to help. Look for the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. It's about to come off cooldown. Does get fired. It should kill the wave. And then think about looking for the pick if you are Hub, because it's the only way we're going to get into this fight if you fire off an arrow.
Holding on to the arrow. Hawkshot goes out.
They're going to get the Baron.
The threat of the arrow was enough there to push away AMI. Baron belongs to Dorado Gaming.
And man, I mean, we got to give a shout out to both these teams here. I mean, I know these are the two teams bottom of the standings. I know this game's been a little bit chaotic. I think the AMI had to make the game chaotic in order to play this one out. We haven't seen them do it the cleanest. But the stakes of this game, again, whoever loses this series could easily fall into, again, promotion relegation. We have both teams trying to bring their best, go toe-to-toe. Even after Hub graduated, put on the cap and gown, took it off, unbuttoned the dress shirt that he still has on, and he's here to play. I mean, this guy graduated and they threw a Caitlyn Elise nade at him. I feel like that's just straight up mean.
And he's getting through, and he's landing arrows on top of it. That combo!
There it is.
Even with the encore, they bring an onslaught of crowd control to Bio. And the troll falls. Dorado in the driver's seat. Arbrio looking for whatever scraps he can muster. A tower wouldn't be too bad over here, as it will get secured by AMI.
You can kind of see Bio smirking, or at least shifting weight around in the face. I think that he knows they ran out of time in this game. As this comp from Dorado, we had a few concerns about damage profile, but who needs to worry about damage profile when Seraphine just makes sure that no one ever dies?
Yeah. The heals, the surround sound, the shields, it all lasts for days. Now Baron-empowered minions. Gonna have that Baron-empowered cannon blasting away at this tower. You can see the struggles for AMI. All they can do is really try and turtle up and prevent this siege, holding the Glacial Storm as much as possible onto the cannon to try and stop this, but you got to watch out for those volleys. And of course, Hub, he will have that arrow up pretty soon, and that's where things get dangerous for Retrosing and pretty much all of AMI.
I like that Verdant Barrier, by the way, for Adam. I think it's just good peace of mind. Like, hey, This game's in a pretty unlosable situation for us. How can we lose it? What if I get picked, right? Just get a Banshee's Veil on top. It helps you against the Anivia a bit too. I appreciate that from Adam, as this is an Infernal Soul available for Dorado if they can secure it. I think we could easily see a game-ending fight here. They will have Baron up until the Dragon spawns to try and help shepherd these waves and make sure they're in the best shape possible. AMI going to strictly play through mid. Try and carve out a pocket here as Dorado stacking his 5 onto the Seraphine as that arrow goes a little bit wide. Might have hit the graduation stance. That's going to give AMI a little bit more control over this bot river. It's still down gold and down comp effective-wise. Is yeah, Proto's going to go to half, and there's no defense against that. Oh!
Retrozing has to flash away. Flash going to be burnt out. You can see the impact that Decoy is starting to have as he poses a threat to AMI. Dorado now having first touch on this dragon that is spawning. That is Dragon Soul if AMI do nothing about it.
And CFB started. Adam's going to try and deter them on the way in. That laser on the Bio doesn't get him the most. Bio is going to try and force his way in. Here we go.
Public execution coming in from Arbio. He's looking for redemption, but out comes the Encore. Gets split on the team. Bio now looking to fight his way right out of this, but Low Jazz will survive. Decoy stepping up, looking for the Meganar form to trigger. Too low is Baz. He has to run out, watching his top laner fall beside him.
GG.
Volley hits right onto the Spider. Baz heads for the hills, and Decoy wants to take him out. Towers falling. Dorado looking to close this out.
AMI didn't have any hopes about scaling this game before the Infernal Soul. Certainly don't have any hopes about scaling this game after. Ashe Seraphine. Seraphine's still one of the CEOs we have in NACL, as it was tough to break. Oh, good arrow from Hub. Goodbye, Anivia.
We'll take down the A, crack it wide open. Baz is the only one that remains, and he's forced to watch his base be demolished at the hands of Dorado. We're going to a game 3.
Oh, man. I mean, honestly, what a performance that we have coming out from both of our teams, as we've really had, I mean, Hub, again, look at that. He unbuttoned his shirt during draft as he stepped up and stepped in and made sure to even up this series, a series that is critical for both of these teams for taking them out of that promotion relegation tournament, creating some space between them and the team that they beat, Citadel and Blue Otter, who are all sitting at one series win between these 4 teams, a win to elevate yourself into that 2 spot. All of a sudden, playoffs become a real conversation. And I think that AMI, the way they played their way out of that game 1, they found the late game heroics with Baz and some of the team fighting. They tried to go full early game for this one. Couldn't exactly connect. Dorado fights back with more solid play. This game 3 could be chaotic, because it really feels like AMI are playing at their best when they do create that chaos. And Dorado's been playing at their best when they play those fast mid games that I think they've done quite well with. So really curious to see what game 3 gives us.
Dorado say they need a hero, and it comes from the bottom lane. Hub, fresh off of graduation, gets to work alongside Redemption. Some of the nastiest Seraphine you could ask for, but that takes us to a game number 3. We're going to be right back as we get to our final game of the day between Apex Mission Impossible and Dorado Gaming.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Hello everyone, my name is Deserux, and on this recap we'll go over week 4 of the NACL and the showdown between Blue Otter and NRG.
In Game 1, Blue Otter drafted a composition for long-range sieging with Caitlyn Ziggs. NRG, try as they might, could not stop the romp from stomping as Blue Otter stacked Drakes with their superior objective setup and crippling poke for an upset Game 1 win. In Game 2, seeing a Scion locked in, Zamudo would counter-pick Rek'Sai and farm up a gold gap that constantly threatened Blue Otter's backline. Game 3 is where things got hot. At Dragon Soul Point, Blue Otter stacking would be stopped short by Kizno splitting up the Otters. Eventually, Ariana's cannon flank would give Blue Otter a critical Infernal Soul. But after a 40-minute slugfest, it all came down to an Elder Flip, where Kizno would clutch out a smite that would lead NRG to securing the series.
We're going to develop some players that maybe in the future will be the ones that can challenge the Asians at Worlds.
Week 4 signifies the halfway point of the season, and taking a look at the standings, NRG remain in first with a perfect record. Maryville, CCG, Supernova, and Conviction trail with 1 loss. That leaves the rest of the league fighting to be another name in the current playoffs picture. The second half of the season will feature a lot of teams from the top end of the standings going to battle with one another, so expect heat on the road to playoffs.
Thanks for watching the recap, brought to you by our friends at Philip Norelco. Be sure to follow us on Twitter and tune in at twitch.tv/NACL. We'll see you there.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL. We had a feeling it would go 3, and that prophecy has come true. Apex Mission Impossible versus Dorado Gaming. Hub steps back in. Hold on. Let me Hub some justice there. There we go.
Do a little adjustment up top, you know.
Yeah, thank you.
Gotta make sure we don't have that tie on anymore. Yeah.
Hub mode.
Gotta free hub mode. Let's look at that post-game graphic that we had before production decided to fire back to our antics. As the post-match, a lot of damage being done by the mid and AD. I know we were talking about MVPs afterwards. Kind of felt like it was redemption, staying alive in all those fights. I think that he played a couple of those moments really well. Getting low on Seraphine, burn on the heel, and the double W's the surround sound at the right times. But do you want to say honorable mention the decoy, who kind of just did his job in the top lane, had the winning matchup, was left to his own devices, and was pretty big in those team fights later on.
And my God, that's Seraphino at the Baron. That was, to me, the game changer, because that was after AMI had just picked off one of the members of Dorado Gaming. And it's like, oh, 4v5, this Baron should easily belong to AMI. Suddenly you get that chain of CC that came through, a lot of that clutch through redemption. Fantastic stuff to see. And it's great to see that, support role getting its flowers. You don't give it enough sometimes, and redemption definitely deserves it.
I mean, again, I think it says a lot about redemption, the fact that after some of the post-game matchups or tweets, you have peers that are sitting on the other side of the rift saying, hey, this guy's good, or I think this guy could be good, or he's doing some good stuff. And to see more of that in that game 2 was big. As I gotta say, I think Decoy's lighting is a little bit darker than what we started the day with. That was getting a little bit late on the East Coast for our gamers, but this is a really big last match we have, Desrex. If you want to reestablish the stakes here one more time.
Yeah, again, both of these teams, they only have one win. And considering what's going forward in the future, you might end up in that situation where you fall into the promotion relegation match. You have to look at the matches coming up for Dorado. They have Winthrop, they have Supernova, they have Conviction, they have CCG. All incredibly tough teams to have to take down. AMI will be facing off against Maryville and CTG. So if you want to get yourself out of that promotion relegation conversation, this win matters.
The fact that both teams split games also matters, just because game score, again, is that first tiebreaker series score. So really curious to see how things pan out as things continue. But man, we have a first pick Sion. Not a lot of great options left to go up against Sion. But Gwen is on the board. So Arbrio going to be, I guess, somewhat happy to eat this matchup if it means that they do get that big trusty dusty tank in the top side. And wouldn't be surprised if we see Low Jazz to go to some comfort here, as it could easily be a Vi, which he was hovering first, and frankly with Sion showing, having Dunting blows, probably the way to go. So Low Jazz is going to take that Vi for himself, as see if AMI matches the arms race of top lane, or if they take a bot lane. And I do think it's worth mentioning, Sion mid could be a thing. RetroZing plays some Galio. We saw APA play it. We've seen it in OQs. I would really love if they flex the Sion mid, took an AP jungler, or gave Arbrio a good matchup into the Gwen top. They really want to try and counter this thing.
Yeah. That Gwen top, the last time we saw that was in the CTG game.
Yeah.
To be fair, yeah, he carried, but it was against a Syla who's playing in that top side, which is going to be rough over on CTG's side. So now it's like
debuting top lane. I think debuting top lane is kind of hard. And we definitely heard Low Jazz talk about that in the post-match interview too. So that said, Ahri Wukong, pretty solid combo, denies the Ahri Vi, and maybe opens Adam up. He has like some of the AD picks. Wouldn't be surprised this actually is a Yone, Desrex, or I think there is some credence to maybe taking a bot laner here and just banning out 2 counters if you really want. But I guess they think they have enough sustained damage with Gwen. Going to help with that burst damage with this Vi Annie combo. Going to make for big entrances into fights, and one of the matchups that I like into Ahri, because you can really use Tibbers and Annie's power early to find chunks into Ahri and use that to try and turn that into jungle prio and maybe get some dragons, something that Vi really wants to do early with the power of denting blows. So I think a little bit more early game showing for Dorado here in this last game, which is a bit of a change of pace for AMI, given that draft in game 2 was supposed to, play faster than the Lightning.
And when Low Jazz goes in with the cease and desist, it's always nice having a partner who can follow up that type of engage. Throwing down Tibbers is one way to get that follow through when you're looking for some of those priority targets, especially something as slippery as an Ahri. That Spirit Rush can give you a lot of mobility to maneuver around. So it's always nice to have that, as you said, on top of being able to try and chunk out that Ahri.
They want Varus, maybe?
Time.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
I think Jhin ban, Marks of Varus ban. I would kind of like to see an AD that could deal with Sion. I mean, we're so far down the pool here. I think taking something like Jinx Thresh isn't actually outlandish.
We've seen Xayah very recently.
Okay, a little bit of Xayah Rakan action maybe. Can piggyback off the Vi. And against the dive of Ahri, Wukong does bring some defense. So we'll see if Protoss wants to maybe deny Rakan. Is Wukong Rakan also valuable? I think that Lulu ban makes a little bit more sense to me too, because Lulu, very good matchup in Rakan. So, yeah, I don't know what pairing you find with Yunara here. As if you do want to go Enchantress, you're kind of going pretty far down the pool. And I haven't seen anyone with the guts to play Janna yet, as we've seen Sona before Janna. And I don't think we're seeing Sona paired up with Yunara.
All right, so the lock-in, Yunara getting picked by Apex Mission Impossible. So far, you got this big, beefy front line. You have some great engage, decent mobility, some scaling with the Yunara to go that crit build and start getting that damage building. Now we just need a support for Apex Mission Impossible. You have a solid front line already established, and it's going to be Renata that comes alongside there.
I don't like Renata here. I just think that, like, yeah, you can cancel Rakan going in, and you have Vi, cease and assist. It's pretty easy to counter with a hostile takeover.
Yeah.
Xayah goes up in the air. Gwen goes immune. I mean, you are forcing those tools out. We'll see if Protoss can maybe chain it or have some R flashes where it's almost proactive on it. But I would have preferred Alistar. I know it's kind of a tough lane against Xayah, but being able to maybe break out of a Tibbers or actually have an impact on Gwen could feed into the knockups too that are already showing for AMI. Either that or a Rakan deny, in which I would have also liked if Dorado maybe responded with an Alistar of their own. So, that said, draft on. Again, a huge game here for both teams. We really can't stop talking about the stakes of this match enough, because whoever loses this match, odds of promotion relegation, a lot higher than whoever wins this, as every team in the league has beaten AMI until AMI beat Blue Otter yesterday. And Dorado, they do have that one series win they were able to find against Citadel, who had the swaps going on. Again, I think community sentiment was that these teams were going to be bottom 2 of the standings. And whoever wins getting to 2 series wins, I mean, they're going to leave 3 teams behind in the dust that are sitting at 1 series win of the standings right now. So it would really help catapult you up through the standings, get you out of that promotion relegation conversation and into a potential conversation for playoffs, especially looking at a team like AMI. I mean, I've got the AMI Citadel match circled on my schedule too, because that could very much lead to promotion relegation or playoff conversations based on if they're able to find the win in this game today.
Our final game of the day, a game number 3. Dorado Gaming versus Apex Mission Impossible. I really do want to hammer that in, especially after that Blue Otter game. Blue Otter fell to Winthrop University. Blue Otter fell to Apex Mission Impossible.
Yeah, cheese.
Oh no, Protoss. The stun is ready, going for Boz. Boz will burn his flash super early.
Love it.
That's a concern. There's a Vi. Vi can gank early.
Yeah, Vi's working her way down too. Love it though. Again, I think level 1s, a lot of teams forgot about some of the creativity you can do because the timer for level 1's a lot less this year than past years. I think that we saw at first stand in LCS playoffs, thinking about NA, a lot of level 1s used to the advantage of the teams that were able to be proactive on them. Good example there. Adam doesn't lose anything mid. Got full XP from that first wave, so he's going to be okay in the long haul. And really cute setup to try and get the Xayah Rakan in early laning advantage. One that we've seen Xayah Rakan use quite well historically.
Yeah, Zyra Khan, we haven't seen it that much this season. It was Sushi and Spica who pulled it out as a response to the Corki Nami. It smashed that lane. It was actually incredible to see that come out from Sushi. Right now, you're seeing that there's a lot you have to be aware of when you are facing off against that Xayah. A lot of those feathers getting pumped out time and time again, and that blade color can root you at any given moment.
Yeah, I think TL also been kind of responsible for the resurgence of that one too. As we do have Lojaz taking a pit stop mid. Retrozing very much going to respect the timer. As Retrozing, the Ahri pick, a bit of a deny away from Dorado and Adam. As Ahri has around a 40% ban rate against Dorado, and it has been Adam's most played coming into the day. And they really like to play fast with that mid-jungle duo, been part of the identity for Dorado, hitting those mid-games hard. So if anyone's going to know how to play against the Ahri, it's going to be Adam on this Annie.
Yeah. Finishing up the clear, Lojaz on his bot side jungle currently. See some of the pings coming out. They want to contest for that Scuttle Crab that will be spawning. That should be fairly his. You got priority in the mid lane. Same thing in the bottom lane. And there's no way, if I'm Boz, I'm leaving the safety of my tower when I don't have flash.
Big trade in from Decoy, but does get the wave kind of back in his favor. Hold on, no shield for Arbrio.
Oh, that was really close for Arbrio.
Had a flash. Decoy being very proactive on that. We'll say Wukong's working his way up towards the top crab, so I think Decoy might have trouble getting this wave in. Okay, no. Creeps were big enough. I thought Arbrio might have had a shield, been able to hold. Decoy going to have to reset here. Expect the fact that Wukong could be top as Hub. That's a bit of an oopsie on the trade, but at least Redemption able to reset it. Yeah. W cannot be flashed over by Baz as he lost his flash early.
Hub, got to be careful about that. Ada tower shot. Trying to get the better of that exchange. Recall now coming out. Arbrio coming back to the top lane with teleport to match Decoy. And the only thing he was able to get was the null magic. So a little bit of MR to try and defend against what Decoy's doing here is definitely feeling a lot of this pressure. But for the most part, Arbrio is going to be okay as long as he survives and gets some of his farm in.
Yeah, I do think if this game goes late, a lot of it's going to be on Decoy to try and carry. Just because I think a lot of the other elements of AMI scale nicely. Looking at the potential for Yunara plus Renata. Again, I didn't like the game for the combo this time around. I think this lane's a little bit funky. It's going to help try and keep this Yunara alive, but I think Yunara is a little bit of a different champion when paired with Engagers versus Enchantresses. And Renata is kind of an awkward pairing for that. And one that I don't think provides enough defense into what I expect to see out of this Zyra Khan from Hub
First Blood?
And Redemption. As we have First Blood bot. Baz was flashless. They got him.
They got a double kill. Woo! 2 went down.
All right.
Redemption got both kills. You know, unfortunate right there, but still, you just took down Boz and Protoss with a double.
Replay, please, if we can get it. As that is a huge 2v2 kill. As the lovers duo create a lovers quarrel against Baz and Protoss and find, I mean, a really big lead for a lane that I think needs a lead. This should help Lojaz try and get the Dragon too. I think he's going to tickle it out or play around. Might have a reset before he actually goes for that. But with the kills being on over to the Zyra Khan lane, I know they both want Redemption, which isn't exactly ideal. It still is an item advantage, though, for Hub. They should be able to turn this into an early Dragon and really help Dorado maintain the speed of this game, one that they need.
Yeah, now we're going to
get another
look at this.
Holding the wave, I'm going to assume that someone stepped into the E on accident.
Oh, man.
Or is it... Okay, so just a W. That's the heal trade.
Oh, they thought they could have taken down Hub.
Good flash by Hub into the back brush, and that's why Redemption ends up getting both, I think. It's just going to be Q flash. Yep. Okay. I think that was well played. Hub's flash into the brush to break vision was very good. If Baz were to flash follow, would not be able to find him. Pretty hard to flash, drop the trinket, and find the kill. So well played by Hub. And Redemption, as they do get the early kill, and Bio's going to try and sneak in and take this Dragon away. That would be a huge tempo loss. He's got Sheen to try and do it.
Oh, Lojaz is going to try and turn this around, though. No! He takes his Vault Breaker in the other direction, has to flash away from Retrozing, who barely misses the charm.
They fight after.
Tibbers does go down.
That's a big steal.
Looking for a fight. They need Adam to get another rotation in. He gets it! Finds the knock-up on the Protoss. Brodo's going to use the bailout, but there's nothing to kill Adam.
Okay.
Take it.
That still is a big steal. I think that, again, it's really important that Dorado plays the game quickly. I know that Low Jazz was pressured pretty early to try and take that Dragon. I didn't exactly see, because we were in the replay, how that bot lane shook out. Is now Bio 6. And really trying to pressure some of Low Jazz's camps here. If Adam comes to help, should be A-okay. Redemption's behind 2. How weird did we get here?
Oh, Adam's going for the Hun, and with Decoy there, this is not looking good for Bio.
Wow.
Just like that, Decoy just grabs the kill.
That's a kill to Gwen, too. Oh,
what?
Okay, that's bad. That's really bad. This Sion, giving kills to Gwen this early like that, we know what Gwen can do in this Sion matchup. I mean, you just get the scale for free. The fact that you're already having a head start to that, that's going to be a start that is very good for Dorado. Is there 4-0 to kick things off? I mean, the Dragon was taken, but still, this is a gold lead that's big enough early on where Dorado has the tools with a Vianney to really try and force and make sure that they set AMI behind.
This is getting worse and worse for AMI. It's been a good series out of them, but I can't help but to feel they're running out of steam. I mean, bottom lane falling like that. There's already 3 deaths between them all, and now they're looking for more. As there you go, the Blade Color found, but returning fire is going to be Baz. Protoss is there to pull Redemption back in. That's the transcend oneself being used defensively to try and get out of this situation.
Yeah, and that wave's not getting much better for the Yunara, as I like what Redemption's doing, trying to hit the Quills, get Hub a little bit more health, and yeah, Baz just going to be sent straight back as Hub didn't have to pop his ult of his own. And should be a tickle onto the turret, and a lot of gold going over to Hub, so... Yeah, I think one thing that I really liked that I saw done in the Sushi Spica Xayah Rakan is the base timings were really good. Again, it's important to make sure that as the Xayah Rakan, you can kind of keep on playing from ahead. Protoss did his best to hold the majority of that wave. It will force Redemption to have a split recall, but I just don't think at this item break point you can ever really contest the Xayah or the Rakan.
Yeah.
If Xayah is sitting on Sheen plus Caulfields, that's a really tough scenario.
Redemption just holding control of vision at the same time. Only thing you have is Berserker's Greaves and a longsword. That's no situation to fight. It's going to be a bit before Baz can truly be effective, and I don't know if that's time that he really has, considering how quickly this game's going. Arbrio just barely survives after using the onslaught.
Biscuits were popped by Arbrio. I think if Arbrio doesn't pop the biscuits, he goes down. It really was that close on the regen.
Jeez.
Quite low in the top lane. Decoy should be able to get this wave in again. Gwen's a very happy camper as long as Gwen gets to keep on farming and scaling, which Decoy's doing, and trying to force the Sion out a little bit too. So I think Ahri, Wukong, I mean, both mid-jungle duos are going to try and break the game somewhere. I just really favor the Vi Annie in those standoffs, because the ability for Vi to go unstoppable, and also how easy it is to just drop Tibbers and have Tibbers be the dominant force early on, makes things tough, as Ahri Wukong, I think, needs a little bit of time. A little bit more time than Annie Vi until they get going. So I think I expect AMI to try and break the game open through mid-jungle, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to try, like, be able to actually do it, because the Vi Annie's stronger.
AMI are holding a lot of position right here. Here comes Redemption. We'll use the quickness and just run right past
I love that.
AMI.
I love that. I mean, it kills the play. It really does. And that they got grubs during this. So, yeah, you lose Rakan ult, but you have Zeke's convergence. That cooldown's lower. And you protect Hub, who is still able to farm up A-okay and just handshake the waves while your team picked off 3 grubs. So, good job, Dorado.
Ooh, what's going on in the mid right now? You can see in the river a little bit of an interaction. And nothing else really found. Okay. So far, Dorado Gaming, they've really been outpacing AMI. A lot of this through bot lane power, but of course, some of these rotations, I mean, getting gold onto the Gwen is going to be so big and make Arbio's life that much harder. You can see from the CS difference alone the type of pressure Decoy has applied.
Again, I mean, once Gwen gets a foothold in this matchup, it's not like it gets better for Sion later on, right? So, I mean, it's bot got the double kill. Decoy's got a free kill going mid. mid-jungle duo 1, Scion slowly losing, Bot slowly losing. You know, how are you able to actually break this one out or make sure things get better? I think Dorado just had the full court press going on right now. And we'll see if they can turn this into a successful Dragon this time around. It's, of course, the first one, I think, well sniped away by AMI. But they did secure Dorado a lot of gold off that sequence of play. So is it worth the 5-minute delay on the soul stacking for Dorado? We're just going to have to see.
Bio's recalling. It's not even...
Yeah, no way. No way.
It's not even angled. Yeah.
They weren't this time.
It would have been too hard to actually get through and try and secure that. I mean, if you're going in, it's a one-way ticket. You'd have to go over through the Dragon Wall itself by that point. So, just an easy forfeit really called there for AMI.
All right. Well, I mean, really, first foothold we could see out of this, at least the side of AMI, is that Trinity Force is completed for Bio. So that is a big spike.
Okay.
I think that the 2-item spike for Wukong is the real bread and butter, because Sunder Sky gives you a lot more of an effective health pool. But
Bio's got to get down there quick.
Yeah, maybe he can get down here and have an impact, because we're split. Protoss does have the hostile takeover to try and turn things around, but it is another plate going over to the Xayah.
Even just calling Adam
They're going to beat him mid too. They saw Bio. They might be able to actually do something.
Just calling Adam down. Making sure Bio... Oh, here we go. Jumping in. Charm goes out. Cyclone's going to be used. Looking to get out of this. Low Jazz uses the Vault Breaker to go forward. Adam separated.
Ooh.
That Q's going in the wrong direction. And Dorado get up.
You know... I feel like, again, mid-jungle duo is where you break this game open. That was a bit of a reach. I know we talked about Bio having the Trinity Force, but Adam does a nice job of stymieing that play. And that's just going to be ults used. Low Jazz did save his own, and Retro Zing did flash. So I'm actually kind of curious. I mean, if I'm Adam right now, there's a control ward in the top brush. If I can get this wave pushed in, I can kill that control ward. Maybe I can get Low Jazz in and ult while Ari is down ult, down flash, and that's a freebie. So Low Jazz is going to take his reset, shop up, and maybe get ready for the Rift Herald that's spawning in a minute.
Good call out. No Spirit Rush, no flash.
Yeah,
Adam
I think
takes
there was
the recall instead. He's teleporting bottom, so that's going to be the play there. He'll put his presence over there while the rest of Dorado going to do the rotate, mostly to get better positioning on the Rift Herald.
Look at Low Jazz. If he does one camp and comes down here, it's good. But again, he's going to be spotted on vision. It's been a lot of bouncing back and forth from AMI, so I kind of assume that the bot lane is going to be littered with wards. And I think that mid lane timer was the one time they could have hit the Ahri where it was no flash, no Spirit Rush. The Spirit Rush going to be available for Retro Zing on the bot side. But they spot Bio. He's heading his way down. And Retro Zing still feeling the heat.
It's going to be another play.
Yeah. It still is going to be the two of them trying to play together, and it's not leading to kills, but it is leading to pressure being felt by AMI, and gold going over to the pockets of Dorado.
Spirit Rush is back up, so it's harder to pull off this attack if they want to go for it, so they just focus on Protoss instead. Quickness will catch out the Renata, and that's a quick pick.
2 ults used. I don't know if Bio can turn this one around. Lojaz is going to try and help Redemption get out, who does flash the charm. Little small thing there from Retro Zing, but I like how he hid the charm in the wall. That was a good reaction from Redemption. You can always try and hide your abilities in terrain.
But because that attention was drawn towards Protoss, that's first brick. Dorado pick it up, and it's all funneled onto Adam.
Adam, Hub, and Decoy, the 3 carries of Dorado, all set up for success. 1k gold leads for all of them. And Redemption, too. I have a feeling that Redemption, you know, we saw Spica go for the Cosmic Drive. Recon, it was Airy Recon, which actually went pretty well in the bot lane for Hub and Redemption.
Redemption looking for the knockup on Boz. Look at Hub jumping on the Protoss. This will get away. Here we go. Cyclone being used, but Bio is so low, man. Here comes the onslaught. It finds its mark. Bio goes down, and Herald's going to be secured over to Dorado. It's a hostile takeover. Hits nothing. Retrosing will land a charm. Find it on the low jazz. Redemption is still
Adam's
there.
late. Adam's
you
late.
can see right now that Hub are looking for the re-engage. Adam has arrived. Looking to come in through the flank. The quickness will find the charm onto Protoss, who's gonna get put into that form where he can kill nothing, no more, no bailout, no chance. Dorado putting down Herald.
If they drop the Herald and it takes the aggro immediately, low jazz can cross. Yeah, he did that very well. As now they can keep the chase going. Retrosing, no flash, no spirit rush. Ari is a sitting duck.
Gonna use the teleport. Nice decimating smash will at least protect the Ari at the cost of RBO's life.
That was cute. At least Ari gets out, and that TP was sent all the way to the turret. But man, how much gold did Hub get off that? And when was Hub sincerely never threatened in that fight? Hub just got to live the 80 carries dream of chaos being created around him, and him doing nothing but profiting and free firing off into the Scion. Really like how Dorado played that one, and this gold lead has really already reached critical mass, where we have to be looking at mistakes from Dorado, or picks that are given away that really aren't that acceptable for AMI to get back in this one, because this is a 6.5K gold lead at the 15-minute mark. Yeah, Decoy had a really nice flash early on to get away from an Ari Charm. I know that Decoy fell, but it did do a lot more damage, and they made sure they got the Wukong early on, which guaranteed that the Herald did go over to low jazz. So wins across the board for AMI. They're going to clean up the Dragon in the back half of that as well, as they secure their second for the Cloud Soul this game.
That influx of gold giving Hub his Flicker Blades off of that last purchase. So now this Xayah, this Xayah is just enjoying life, man. This is everything you could really ask for when you have a front line that's this aggressive and giving you this much gold. Every single lane is ahead. The only thing that's not even that far ahead is low jazz, but hey, that's okay. 400 gold still nonetheless.
Done his job.
1K plus for everyone else.
He's done his job, and I really got to give kudos to Redemption this game. They got a head bot off the 2v2, which, I mean, sometimes that can be mistakes from opponents, but what has he done with it? He's done so much in terms of controlling the map and really making sure that the vision game's good. Like, even how he played to try and defend that top outer turret. I know Adam kind of griefed him on the blast cone a little bit, but dropping the control ward where he did, dropping the normal ward where he did, making sure that if they were to get that wave that was big and the biggest objective on the map, really, when you crash a double triple wave like that his team was safe. And this is a rookie player. And to have a coach saying that he's doing the homework with the VODs, bringing it to the team, we're getting on the same page of how we play, and then to have peers really speak highly of him. This is what we want to see in NACL. Rookies who take the opportunity and run with it.
Hostile takeover coming through, but Gwen is immune. Chasing down onto Boz. Boz is getting counterfire back in. Will find a shutdown. Redemption has joined the fray, though, and Boz needs to get out of dodge. Decoy going forward. Boz critically low. Gets away in time. Now Protoss in the crosshairs will flash away. A pick on to low jazz found by AMI.
Yeah, the space that Boz was able to create, they really hit the right after the season assist came out from low jazz. Like, once he landed, good chain CC. Do you think that Decoy, maybe if the ult was placed a little bit better, can get the kill onto Boz? But that's something that AMI can play and run with. Nice to see the Wukong knock up too on Redemption's entry. I think that made a bit of a difference to make sure that Boz got out. The AMI gets something.
It barely survived as well. That was a game of centimeters.
That's close. That was close.
Now, taking stock of what's on the map, we got 2 minutes, 40 seconds before Dragon comes up. Dragon stacking in the favor of Dorado, but only by 1 as they have 2. Baron is also on the table, and considering how fast Hub has been kind of spiking up, it can very much be a reality when you have the Decoy, you have Gwen with a Nashor's Tooth on top of it, and yeah, that's going to be called. Oh, the pings are coming out.
This
like
is
crazy.
aggressive early. I don't think they have to do this. I would rather just kind of... I mean, they got a TP out for it. I like the fact that they called the play afterwards. Because now the next time they can rip Baron, if Sion doesn't have ult up, maybe they can do something a little bit more aggressive there. So appreciate the fact that Sion... they got the TP out. Not much else to come from it. But hey, maybe it's something that Dorado can run with later on. I just don't think that Baron's a real threat for him yet. And there's no reason to put themselves in that position this game with how far ahead they are.
And now look at this. Decoy can just set up bot lane. Continue pushing waves over there. Try and bait people from AMI to go respond to him. And that's exactly what's going to happen. It's Retrozing who has to be down there now because he is the one with teleport. It's no longer available for Arbrio. Here we go. Adam looking to cut off the onslaught.
Gonna force the flash.
And the onslaught gets blocked away. Yeah. Flash gonna be taken out. Hostile takeover. Only lands onto the Annie.
Still got him.
But Arbrio goes the wrong way. There's the bailout, but Arbrio will not be bailed out going into that zombie form. Teleport being used. Decoy jumping to the fight. Charm gonna be found onto Hub, but Hub is okay stepping up when the rest of the hounds are there.
Don't know if Hub's high enough HP where they can threaten the Barons, so Decoy's going to walk mid, try and cut him off. Low Jazz at least scouts out the AMI's here. They're going to get Prio on the waves. Decoy gets to catch mid-wave high, can go top lane, catch that high too. And just funnel the Gwen a little bit more farm. So I know it's not that punishing of a play on paper of what Dorado was able to get, but Gwen keeps on farming, and that could be quite punishing later on.
Oh, trying to catch out Decoy. Decoy will finish off the Raptors at the very least. Spotting that out. A Decoy just needs to get over the wall. Or dash away. Either way works.
He's good. He wants to hit that bot wave, if anything. I know that he just TP'd in, which is kind of why he's hanging around, because Dragon is spawning in 10. Dorado still have full control. So Arbrio is going to get back there to group up as 5, but man, I don't think AMI have any leg to stand on for a fight. And that's where they don't get anything in return off this. Baron's not realistic for them. Don't have the items yet. They're not accelerating top wave that much. I think Dorado's going to be able to respond to everything and continue to play fast bot. Decoy with no TP. Again, I just don't think that Baron's a real threat here. So I think Dorado deserves a lot of credit for how they play the Seesaw. Again, the Seesaw means like you see where Gwen's wave is at. In a closer game, you expect a wave on the opposite side of the map for the other team to be kind of similar. So you have like that teeter of a Seesaw that can go back and forth with waves crashing into inners or you catching it at inners. So I think that the way that Dorado's played that mid-game Seesaw with some of their 4-1s and overloads deserves a lot of kudos and credit. They're playing good league. And I, again, stand by what Coach Bobby said about if individually we can get off to better starts, we're going to be a better team. This is the best start we saw from them so far, and it's been really, really good. A really good look coming out here for Dorado.
As long as they have a good start, you have a lot of gold going into that mid game. And they are mid-game beast when they're enabled. 7.5k gold in the lead now. Dragon Soul Point. Be a while before that is picked up. Adam is sent to the bottom lane. Reminder, he does have the teleport, but Arbrio's teleport is now back up and available. Control of the map firmly belongs to Dorado as they continue to fight for vision. Not that much deep vision really found right now, so could see a lot more of that coming soon.
Do like how AMI are trying to change up some of their lane assignments. Getting Scion into Annie with this build for Annie versus having Ahri into Annie a little bit different. Also, you can see Adam changing up the Annie build a bit. Not going for as many of the one-shot items as that Annie with the threat of Tibbers behind. That little Red Riding Hood might be the big bad wolf in the mid lane. And Retrozing's going to have to respect that.
Here's where they go back to threatening the Baron. The objective more than anything else would get Arbrio's teleport again. As long as we can burn that, it doesn't really matter. But Arbrio is already here.
Yeah, they might look mid onto Adam as, oh boy. That's a little bold.
Yeah.
That gets him to pull off early. That's a big tool down.
Watch out for Adam. Watch out for Adam. Waits in the brush. An Apex Mission Impossible. Get vision back onto the Baron. The cost being the ultimate, AMI are going to be okay with that.
Have you seen the first Mission Impossible movie, Desrex?
Long time ago.
It's a gem. It really holds up. I think it's one of the best movies I've seen, honestly, like, in the genre. I feel like what Apex Mission Impossible has to do in this game would be like the real version of someone actually trying to pull off a heist the likes of what they did from Langley in the movie. You know? They're trying to pull off the heist inside the CIA headquarters, and the dogs are out for them.
A little bead of sweat and allow it to drop. I feel that for AMI. Yeah, I echo that. AMI being this far behind, I won't say it's completely done and dusted, because obviously they're still able to pull around with what Dorado are doing without losing much else on the map. But eventually something's got to give. And I'd like to see at least a third item completed for Boz sometime soon before someone gets caught out of position. And that someone is Bio. No smite on the map. Out comes Tibbers looking for Boz. Doesn't exactly find him. But you're still happy taking down the jungler, because Baron time for Dorado.
Get the free Baron, take the Baron resets, go try and get your soul. Dorado, you have played a clean game 3. I think game 1, I really could have argued that Dorado could have and should have won that one. But AMI fought back. Baz had a big one. And now Dorado's going to make sure to shut this one down in their favor. As Baron's being taken, we have a fight.
Hostile takeover going to be used. It only really lands onto Tibbers. Kind of feels bad when your Tibbers is attacking you, but Decoy going golden. Tibbers still maneuvering around the map, waiting for that second rotation of stuns to come out from Adam. Spirit Rush back over the wall. No one going to go down in the fight, but pressure applied by Dorado.
Yeah, Hub was just cleaning up a top wave for funsies. And that's a lot of tools down now for this Dragon fight. I think that's more important for the team that's down 9k gold. As they do not have access to Spirit Rush, they do not have access to Transcendence, they do not have access to Hostile Takeover. And given that those tools are down, I don't think they're going to have access to this bot side river. Which they kind of need to fight, because this is Cloud Soul going over. A Baron already up for Dorado, 9k gold lead. I mean, it feels like AMI... They can't really find the entrance to try and snake on down and actually find the heist.
Oh, Bio, don't get caught out again.
The beat of sweat hit the floor.
It was a sweat hit the floor. Yeah, the sweat hit the floor. Alarms activated. And mission failed for Bio, as Dragon Soul now belongs to Dorado.
And throughout time, people thought that dogs were domesticated enough. Turns out they still have that wolf in them, but they want to turn the clocks back, you know? I'm making a lot of bad references because this is Game 5, and I don't think this game's getting any better here for AMI. No. Huge win for Dorado, though. The fact they've made this one clean. A bit of a statement. They are not here to fight for promotion relegation. They are here to fight for playoffs.
Inhibitors under attack. In the mid, in the bot. Hub stepping up without fear. Wailing away at Arbrio Scion. Now Nexus Tower's under attack. Charm lands on Redemption, chunks them out for a good amount. That Nexus Tower might be able to still stand firm if they can take out those cannon creeps in time. But they blast away. One Nexus Tower now done. Now here we go. Blade Caller onto Arbrio. Decoy on the off end. Here comes Bio. Looks for the final fight. He's deleted. Redemption goes deep. Hostile takeover goes in. But the health bars of Apex Mission Impossible are deleted from the map. In a game so critical for both of these teams to make a statement to get yourself out of promotion and relegation, it's the Hounds that go howling into the night.
Big win for Dorado. Hub steps back in, takes off the cap and gown, unbuttons the top of his shirt, and makes sure that his team is going to be the one that ends up moving forward. 2 series wins now on the board for Dorado. We'll say AMI picking up a game might matter at the end of the split. Well, it matters far more at the moment. Dorado with 2 series wins, and a team that, regardless of where they're at on the leaderboard or the standings, they look better. They play well as a team of 5. I think that people really need to start looking at this team and respecting what they're able to do as a group of 5. Because we're seeing solid mid-games be put up by Dorado. That was a game where they got a lead. They did not look back. And I think the fact that they're playing that well as 5, you know, Coach Bobby said we need to keep on elevating our individual play. Talking with Decoy, saying that we had a bit of a break before, you know, I didn't know if I was competing in NACL again or not this split. I thought I might have been done. The fact that he took a break trying to get those laning skills back, that Gwen to the Scion was fantastic for him and the rest of the squad. And Dorado, I think they were the better team on the day, deserved series win, and deserved to be in the conversation for playoffs. I think that's the most important thing. I know we had to make that about promotion relegation because the last thing you want to have happen in spring is to get relegated for the league. But Dorado, this is a team that people should be looking at as can they sneak in the playoffs and can they do damage there? Because Dorado are putting up those types of performances on the Rift when we see them.
It becomes more and more of a reality with each win they're able to pick up. Again, this is a team that pushed NRG, the undefeated team in this league right now, to the absolute limit. Their strength of schedule is still tough, but when you walk away from this game on a 2-1 victory, that means the dream is alive. And what a great performance. All they needed was Hub to get back from his graduation, unbutton that top button, and get to work. I do want to point out Redemption, though. He was absolutely phenomenal on this recon. Every single step he did, even the small stuff where he just ran through the middle of AMI to thwart exactly what they were going for, it worked out, and it worked out beautifully.
Yeah, I mean, again, this game was start to finish was about Hub and Redemption. As I think Redemption, sometimes it's kind of hard to hand out MVPs to supports, but I really feel like Redemption was the MVP of that game too, and 3 on the recon. Really good performance from him, and I love seeing just, again, Vi recon. I know this is a younger team, but we saw a lot of Vi recon get played for the last 3-4 years of League of Legends. That combo, you can do it. It's simple. Have Vi lead, have Rakan follow up, and seeing the way that Redemption and those guys were able to play off each other for that. How Adam was able to play off of everyone else for that. I thought Adam had a really nice series as well. Positives for Dorado. And this is a team, I know that they only had 1 series win coming into the day, and we were talking so much about promotion relegation. They still have 4 matches to play left on the year. No team has 4 matches to play left on the year. So I look at that as an opportunity for Dorado. They are a team that is scaling up. They are playing better. I think they have opportunities to go challenge other teams in the league. And again, really take themselves from a team that everyone universally had as bottom 2 into a team that can make top 6, make playoffs. It'd be a huge win for them for the split. And what we keep on seeing out of them are really steps in the right direction to build confidence in that.
Yeah. And again, AMI's win over Blue Otter really started to shake the standings when it comes to the very bottom there. So Dorado, they can punch themselves out right away. You're looking at the future. I see the immediate matchup is going to be Winthrop University. That's another team who's really good in the mid game. Imagine if they can outmaneuver Winthrop's mid game and get the better of them in that one. Suddenly, it's a completely different conversation when we look at that top 6. Again, that 6th place is the cutoff for playoffs.
Yeah, definitely Thursday of next week, a matchup that we're looking out for. So we'll be curious to see if they are able to keep on playing well. I mean, kudos to Winthrop. They had a 4-0 week, really big week from them. I think that's honestly a match that I'm looking forward to. I did not feel that way going into this week from what we saw out of Winthrop. And for me, Dorado was a team that was playing better. But that's now a match that I'm looking forward to see next week. So again, props to Dorado. I feel like as a team of 5, we've talked about how I think all 4 individuals that we saw before are better than the last time we saw them. Yeah. Redemption, as a rookie, might be the standout on this roster. And they keep on playing better as individuals and as a team, scaling up in NACL. Yeah. Love to see that with the development.
And it's a developmental league, so even if you're in the bottom of the standings, if you can pretty much upset expectations, that's all you could really ask for at the end of the day. And, a championship win in the NACL. But I think with how they were rated, power rankings, you were mentioning it earlier, Cubby, just how many teams were put into that bottom 2. The list was pretty short. It was pretty much AMI, Dorado.
2 teams.
Yeah, that was pretty much it right there. And when you're kind of looked down on that much, it really does mean a lot to be able to slug it out the way this team has. Again, this game was so critical for them to get the win that they got in order to knock themselves up to the 2-win category. Like, who else is in that 2-win category? It's only Winthrop currently. So suddenly,
they won today
contention.
Too. Yeah. So this puts him in 7th, and with that Winthrop matchup being next week, could easily be for a potential playoff spot.
And yeah, this makes things so much more heated when it comes to that. At the start of this week, I mean, second half of the season, I was looking at that 6th place slot. I was like, who's going to rise up? Who's going to be that team to really start to fight forward? And we already have 2 contenders with both Winthrop University and Dorado, and of course that matchup that awaits in week number 7. But off of that note, week number 6, thank you. Off of that note, we have an interview with Hub, who will be joining us on the broadcast desk right now. So let's pull him on in. Hub. You graduate and then you just show up just like that, man?
Like that. Back from my 9 to 5 in my suit. Ready to dominate on the Rift.
One of the things we noticed on the broadcast, by the way, was as you started getting serious, you had to undo that top button. Yeah. And then it felt like we're really ready to go there. But congratulations on the win, man. I know this was a really critical one for you. First of all, how are you feeling about the team's progress so far? Because we've definitely seen you as a team that can kind of contend in a lot of mid-game fights. You took, of course, NRG to 3 games, and to win this one out suddenly puts you in that conversation for that sixth place spot.
Yeah, I think we didn't have much time to practice at the start of the split, so just playing more scrims, we've been able to fix the mistakes we shouldn't be making, and we're just like remembering the things we were taught before. So I think we're playing at a better level now, more equal to what we actually can play.
All right. What does that look like? Is it mostly just getting the reps in through scrims? Are you guys doing VOD reviews, watching any tape?
Yeah, scrims, VOD reviews. We watch pro games together. A lot of it is just because we're all new playing with each other, or most of us are. So coordinating and knowing what we want to do as a team we've been working on that.
So talk to me through some of those games, because I know game 1 was a loss. You weren't there for it. Game 2, kind of back and forth until you guys really took over and stopped the win conditions of AMI. I want to focus on that game 2 a little bit. What we were saying was AMI needed to play fast before you guys pretty much ran out the clock and were able to take over. Is that something you guys were kind of talking about? Just like not allow AMI to play their game?
Yeah, we knew we'd win out in the long game. We just had to survive the Kate, Elise, and Trundle jungle, and try to avoid as many ganks as we could. And with our scaling comp, we just took over the game later in team fights.
All right, game number 3 though. We've only seen it once in tier 2. I know it's been played elsewhere in tier 1. The Zaya Rakan, what is the call for that combo? And by the way, that was absolutely dominating. But yeah, what made you want to lock that in?
We've been talking about the pick, and we've seen it played a couple times, and it just looked really good that game. So we just picked it.
All right, just like that. Easy enough. So for your lane duo, you are playing with Redemption, and both of you seem like you've been kind of sinking in. So what has it been like being teammates with Redemption and kind of locking in your playstyle for the bot lane?
It's been good. We're still working on a couple matchups that are pretty volatile, and some of the champs we're picking, we didn't pick before. So just learning how the matchups are supposed to go has helped us play better. In our first series, I was completely running it before even the first wave, so I'm glad I've stopped that a little bit.
All right, what about your future matchups that are coming on down the road? You have Winthrop next week. After that, you'll have Supernova in week 7, and then you end with Conviction and CCG. How are you feeling about your odds and the opponents that you have?
I think we're feeling pretty good. I'm feeling good. I think we can win, or at least put a good fight in most of those series. I don't know if we're favored to win any of them, but I think we can do it.
And final question before we go to shoutouts. A lot of people started the season, they did their power rankings, and they said bottom 2, easily Dorado and Apex Mission Impossible. It's starting to look like the narrative's changing. So I want to know your thoughts on your power rankings, and I want to know, is it up from here, man? Is this where you're gonna go for that kind of playoffs run?
Oh yeah, we're making playoffs for sure. But based on our past performance on Pulse and AMI and Redemption being a rookie, it makes sense that we're People thought we'd be 9th through 10th.
All right, man. Well, you got any shout outs before I let you go?
Shout out my team and my brother who's watching probably. And shout out my school graduation, I guess.
By the way, congrats on the graduation. It's always nice to hear you're doing well, not just in League of Legends, but in life as well. So hats off to you. Fantastic performance today. It's great to see that you guys are suddenly on an upward trajectory. I hope to see more of it. I wish you the best of luck on the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Playoffs for sure. Playoffs for sure. That's right. I like that. I do want to give some kudos to a teammate. Rafa had Dorado after their win against NRG, said this could look like a playoff team. They've been scaling the right way, I got to say. I think he was the first one on our squad to call it. I got to say, I'm aligned right now. I really feel like Dorado versus Winthrop to trying to be a playoff team. I really felt like coming into this week, we had 4 good teams in the league. One of those teams did go 0-4 in game score or in conviction, but Supernova's been elevating their play. Winthrop really elevated their play this week, and Dorado finding that win. That does get them in the playoff conversation as they now sit 7th in the standings and have a real look into playoffs with the most opportunities left to win out of the rest of the teams we have in the NACL. I believe they're the only team that has 4 matches left to go.
It's a good time to pull up the standings because the 2 teams that won today are the 2 teams that are right next to each other. Dorado will be facing off with Winthrop University next week. That is the Thursday matchup. It was mentioned a little bit earlier. So you can see it right there. We will at least have that updated to reflect the results overall. But, I mean, this is really significant for Dorado's trajectory.
So I will say I lied. Looks like Citadel, they have 4 matches left to go. I know their last one is against Winthrop. So going to have their hands full with NRG and CCG next week. Have to keep our eyes on to that one because that AMI versus Citadel Gaming series could easily be for a spot in promotion relegation too, with how things are looking right now. So gonna be, I think that this week was definitely the biggest shakeup we had in the standings so far for NACL. Has been good to see some of our teams scaling and really stepping up, especially shout out to Winthrop this week, who are probably going to make up a lot of our dream team, or our top 5 that we've been doing on social media over at Watch NACL on X.
Yes.
You guys haven't been following there. So definitely keep your eyes out for that. But yeah, the 4-0, 2-0 series score performance from Winthrop was big. And next week, well, we'll see if 1 week off for Citadel helped with the swaps. They have been winning in their CLAW competitions, but they're going to have their hands full with the undefeated team we have in the league for NRG, series score-wise. Of course, they dropped a few games. And then, honestly, a banger from Maryville CCG. Wednesday is pretty killing for next week.
It's going to be a great start, man. I mean, CCG are a team that are performing definitely well above expectations. So going against Maryville, a team that's kind of tried and true and hunting for a CLAW trophy right now, we got a lot of great matchups on the way. And I feel like week 5, man, this was an explosive start to the second half of the season. We've had so many different incredible results go out. I mean, Winthrop and Supernova, they both took down Conviction, which is suddenly putting questions onto Conviction, making Winthrop and Supernova showing that they're shaping up well. AMI with the win against Blue Otter made this Dorado versus AMI game so impactful, where Dorado were able to get up ahead. This was a fun week, Cubby.
Yeah, tough week for Blue, as they're in a spot that no team wants to be right now with 2 matches left, sitting at 1-6. But I think for other teams in the standings, we had some pretty big shakeups this week. I really enjoyed the fact that Supernova and Winthrop, I think, put a lot better product on the Rift in terms of the League of Legends that they've been playing, and especially for Winthrop's sake, hope that continues going into their CLAW playoffs. I know I'll be co-streaming CLAW on my stream the next 2 days after I survive my LPL cast tonight, as we're staying busy.
Oh boy, Cubby, you know, all the work in the world for you. I'm surprised your hair's not gray yet, but
you know, it's not. I did leave the disgusting facial hair on my face. I decided
disgusting.
that
it's not disgusting.
Well, I decided that at least, like, if you compare the both of us, we can have, like, the well-groomed beard to sell Phillips and Norelco, and then we can have the poorly groomed one to say, like, okay, this guy needs to probably shave and use the product that we're selling. So yeah,
look good.
Yeah, I might need some help with that, but at least we cleaned it up a little bit. We're deciding to go with a little bit of scruff here to wrap up the spring, you know.
Well, to close out today, I want to give one more shout out to Sean Antone, and I do really advise to go check out his stream this weekend. He will be covering a lot of the CLAW stuff.
Great shout.
That's going to be
great
big,
shout.
man.
Great shout. That's a great shout. Yeah, tune in to my Twitter, CubbyXX, and then Shaunatonen's Twitter as well if you want to keep up with anything collegiate. Obviously, LCS matches are going on. That's great. Please support the Pro League and everything at League of Legends, but don't forget about those college kids too. You saw some good performances from some of them in the NACL this week, that's for sure.
So off of that note, we want to give thanks to all the players, the staff, the coaches, everyone who make this league possible. Of course, League SA, who are running production here. And you guys for tuning in to our ugly mugs. Be sure to tune in next week on Wednesday. We'll have more action. Second half of the season, man. It is fire. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll see you then for more NACL.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.